congressperson. That'd probably be easy.
You gotta go governor.
Governor.
Exactly.
What state? Can they get a fucked up
Do
state?
this. Who we live in?
No, I would never run against Abbott. I love that guy. How
See,
about...
right then and there you can't, because you're not cut out for it.
Yeah, I gotta move.
You're not cut out for
Nah, I am. I'll do it a different way. I gotta move somewhere.
Utah. You could
become a
Park
Mormon.
City.
I'll become a Mormon. And
I
move
would
to
have a
Utah.
lot of fun. I think about it because I like DC, and I think it might be fun for a few weeks to be like a press secretary. That would be great. Of course they party.
I bet they party hard.
They party in ways that are probably too hard.
You know, did I tell you the one night where I went out?
Documentaries about how hard they party.
Oh, did I tell you one night that I went out with Dave Chappelle in Denver? Ever tell you the story?
Yeah, it was like the wildest thing ever.
Well, it's like he knew these after-hours places.
Yeah.
It was like a scene in John Wick.
Right.
We went through an alleyway. We went through this big door into some like fucking warehouse, and then there was this bar, this beautifully appointed bar, where the guy was wearing like a fucking a tuxedo shirt with a vest on.
Right.
And the woman was beautiful, and there was no one in the bar.
Right.
There was me and Dave Chappelle and a few other people.
Yeah.
And they kicked us out because Dave sparked up a joint.
Oh, that's so fun.
And then he took me to another place that was crazy, but it's like he knows places where you can go and be private because he's stupid famous.
Of course.
So when you're a fucking politician and you're a part of an industry that has existed in these shadows for decades, doing things outside of the public's knowledge, the full integration of the intelligence agencies and the deep state, and everybody's got dirt on everybody, and there's madams and fucking there's all kinds of hookers and crazy shit going on.
Right.
You know, so many people making food that are like the Anthony Weiner guy, absolute freaks.
Yeah.
And they're in there. They're in there deep. So this it's not just one of those. There's probably a fucking shitload of them.
It's
and
an
they
economy.
keep each other's secrets. And they probably get together, they put on masks and fuck each other, just like eyes wide shut.
Yeah.
It's probably real. It's probably otherwise, what are they doing it for? There's
It's a good point. What is the... How do you let your hair down? But that's the whole thing with the Obama chef. People go, oh, the chef. And I go, if you can't drown your lover in Martha's Vineyard, why do anything?
Right, why
if
be
you're
president?
the president, what the fuck is the point? I mean, truly, think about leaders throughout history. What is the point of not being able to kill your lover in 2 feet of water with a great swimmer?
Great swimmer, very fit. That doesn't make any sense.
But it's like, that's the whole point. It's like...
What happened to that investigation?
There will never be one. There's never going to be one because at the end of the day, I don't think America really wants to know. I don't think they want to know.
I think Tucker Carlson wants to know.
Tucker might. He's maybe one guy that wants to know, but even him, does he really want to know? That's the whole thing. It's like
the guy on that claims he sucked Obama's dick.
I know that's.
They talk
hilarious.
for an hour.
I know. But that's the thing. It's like I think that there's a deep misunderstanding of what this place is, and it's not only. It's not only like crazy, like it's sex parties and stuff like that, but we're doing a lot of things all over the world that people don't really know about. Nobody's abreast of what we're doing.
Right.
We're doing things in Africa. We're doing things here. We're doing things there.
Right.
We've got we got a footprint everywhere,
100%.
and we're backing people that. Sometimes they're people we align with our values. A lot of times they're not, right? Like the whole Israel-Gaza thing is a big,
I think you've done great.
Problem for Harris. It's a major issue for her in Michigan. And if...
Interesting.
Yeah, it's big.
Did you see the reports that she was running 2 separate messages to 2 separate places? She was running a pro-Israel message to one place, and CNN called her out on it.
Yeah.
And running a pro-Palestine message to another place?
A lot of them do.
That's crazy that people are not going to check. And it's crazy that CNN called her on it.
Yeah.
Do I have hope for CNN? Like, I think I do.
Yeah.
I think CNN probably recognizes, hey, we have to actually just say the fucking news, except for about pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah.
But everything else, just say the news.
And I don't know what Trump will do in that situation with the Israelis.
I hope Elon buys CNN.
I hope that we don't invade Iran.
I should have asked him yesterday if he was going to buy CNN. That would be amazing. Imagine if Elon bought CNN.
You think he'll buy CNN? Does CNN make any money?
It's worth it.
Is it?
Yeah, because you think about the money that they generate through advertising.
But it's all the pharmaceutical ad. That's the problem. So So if he buys
That's not
CNN,
all, but it's a large chunk. But
Yeah.
the thing is,
Yeah.
like, that money is real money. That's their numbers, if they had exist on YouTube, like
Yeah.
if CNN's numbers existed on YouTube, there's
Yeah.
no way they'd be able to support a giant fucking building filled with employees.
well, wouldn't he
and-
be beholden to the same corporate advertisers that hold everybody hostage? That's
so?
meaning like the biggest advertiser in all of these cable networks is pharmaceutical companies because they're all the demographic is geriatric people watching.
Well, the problem is
Yeah.
that you can advertise with pharmaceutical drug companies in this country, and only 2 countries in the world allow it, us and New Zealand, and New Zealand's more restrictive than the United States.
Like, have you ever watched the ads on Fox News? It's
Oh, yeah.
crazy. It's all like life alert. It's like fall down in the shower.
What's all
pharmaceuticals?
scared? Fox News, if you think about it, the demographics are scared by people. that's what I
Right,
think
right.
about when I think of Fox News.
Yeah, so I guess you just got to find a way to make it profitable without those types of ads, or those companies have to let you.
But this is my point.
Yeah.
I think it's a Ponzi scheme. I don't think it is profitable without those kinds of ads.
No, it won't be.
Because it's not profitable based on the viewership, right? So you can get major advertisers who are willing to spend a lot of money for the prestige of being on CNN. There's
Yeah.
something to that. You know, like an ad on CNN maybe means more than an ad on YouTube. But the reality is, if you look at the actual numbers, like how much revenue you're generating for your company, unless you are engaged purely in propaganda, and this is the argument. So, like, what was the quote that someone said to us the other day about how it was Callie Means said how much the pharmaceutical drug companies spend on advertising every year, and it's billions of dollars just on ads, billions and billions of dollars. I think was it 8 or 80? What did he say it was? Jamie will find it. But
It's got to be crazy.
it's an
Big
insane
much?
amount of money. But that money
Poor
is
Phil.
not making them money in terms of so many people are seeing those ads and going out and buying drugs. What that is doing is it's ensuring that there's no criticism. It's
Right.
ensuring that you don't question any narratives.
That's right.
That all the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. types, they all get demonized. They all get called kooks. They all get called dangerous anti-science people.
By the
But
way,
I'm always quoting
I'm
the science.
excited. You know, if Trump wins, I'm excited to see if RFK really gets to like start.
Look at that money.
doing
Look at that
stuff.
number. 2023, pharmaceutical industry spent around $15.58 billion in advertising. $15 billion in ads. That is crazy. That's so much fucking money, man.
Well, how are people going to know about the drugs?
It's not that, man. I don't think
No,
it's
I'm
that.
kidding.
I think
Of
it's a
course.
little bit of that because it normalizes it. It gets the words out, you know, whatever.
Well,
it
we
is.
also
Ozempic,
don't have a
Ozempic.
functioning healthcare system.
Right.
So it's not supposed to be like a grocery store where you pick the drug.
If you have a good doctor,
Right.
you can have a functioning healthcare system.
Yeah.
But you gotta have some cash.
You
have
know,
to
that's
know-
the problem. It's
yeah.
like we have everything's for profit. Everything's like there's a million. You ever go to a pharmacy in like a Scandinavian country? There's like 12 things.
Yes.
They don't have like our pharmacies are. There's aisles and it's like a grocery store of all kinds of different shit.
It's just a real problem when you allow people to profit wildly off of people being sick. Then they have a vested interest in people staying sick.
Well, that's why,
just whether it's mental illness,
Yeah.
physical illness,
Sure.
whatever it is.
What about RFK? Do you think it would be interesting to see him try because he's for a long time has been an advocate on behalf of not only obviously environmental stuff that's well known but like public health.
Yes.
So it'd be interesting to see like what
100%. First of all, why do we have fluoride in our fucking water?
Yeah.
That's one of the things that they're talking about that RFK
well
was
the
saying.
British people's teeth are gross.
Yeah, brush your fucking teeth.
Is that why?
Yeah.
But they have fucked up teeth.
I think part of the reason why they have fucked up teeth, they ate a lot of soft foods for generation after
Okay.
generation
Isn't that
after
the
generation.
fluoride though that doesn't mangle?
Well, fluoride does have a reaction to your teeth, but I mean, you're swallowing it. So how much of an effect is it? And also, it's really bad. It's bad for IQs. There's a direct correlation between high levels of fluoride in drinking water and low IQs in children. There's a corresponding number depending upon the amount of fluoride in the water. I think the whole way they found this out about fluoride in teeth, I think it had to do with natural fluoride, and I think it all began in Texas.
What is fluoride?
Fluoride's a mineral. And fluoride is also a neurotoxin, like at certain levels, like depending on how much. But the point is, the corresponding increase in sugar consumption is not taken into consideration when people are looking at when they started, people started getting tooth decay. And like whether or not they had fluoride in the water. Like there's a time in our history where all of a sudden massive amounts of processed food and sugar are introduced into our diet. Like whatever it is, 70s, 80s, whatever the year it was, where sugary cereals and fucking cookies and candy bars just became everywhere. That's when people started getting more cavities. That's also when people started experiencing all these health problems.
Right.
All that stuff is together.
Chronic diseases is
The solution is not put
conditions.
fucking fluoride in the water. That's like saying, oh, some people get skin cancer. Look, put sunscreen in the apples. No. Hey, you fucking idiot.
Right.
First of all, you can have toothpaste with fluoride in it if you so choose. Mine doesn't have fluoride in it. I haven't had fluoride toothpaste for fucking years.
Yeah.
I don't have any cavities. You know why? I brush my teeth.
Where is all this non-fluoride toothpaste? Can you share it with someone?
Tom's of Maine.
Oh, Tom's of Maine.
Yeah, it's good stuff. There's a lot of companies that sell. And Eddie Bravo had a really good point. Eddie Bravo had a really good point that wasn't crazy. He said, why would they say fluoride free in a toothpaste if fluoride wasn't potentially bad for you? Why would anybody want fluoride free toothpaste if fluoride was really the active ingredient that was preventing you from having tooth decay?
Well, it's also when I saw like Doug Emhoff and Whataburger or Trump's McDonald's, I was like, we shouldn't have these politicians be in these like kind of prison factories. And we should have politicians. That's like kind of showing up to a Marlboro factory right now. Like there's something weird to me about.
Guess what? I eat McDonald's. If I'm on the road, like a year ago, I had a quarter pounder with
you have
cheese.
to stop comparing yourself to like other people because like you have a tremendous the 9-year-old getting fat at McDonald's is not going to be able. So I'm just like this celebration of fast food. And listen, I love fast food, and I was raised on it. My family raised me on it. Thanks. But like when you see politicians going in there, it is a weird feeling.
It is weird.
It's like odd to see them.
Yeah, but I liken it to being at a Coca-Cola factory. I don't have a problem.
That's bad too.
I know, but I think again, I do have
RFK's got to
discipline.
send the military into these places. Taco Bell, Denny's, they fucked us all up.
I see.
Taco Bell now has the Mexi Melt is back. Did you know that
I don't even know
Taco
what the Mexi
Bell?
Melt is.
It's on the decades menu. Taco Bell is bringing back things from previous decades, and they brought the Mexi Melt back. They're fucking because Ozempic and all this shit hit, and now fast food's doubling down because fast food's going fuck me, fuck you.
Right.
They're gonna start to bring back shit. This is now coming back.
That is the least Mexican of all Mexican foods.
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with Mexico.
Yeah,
but
it's just
fast
garbage.
food will not go away quietly. They think they're we're gonna bring in these drugs. Fast food's like, you'll see what we'll do.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll
Let
see
them
what
do
we'll
it.
do.
I'm fine with that. No one's going to mandate Taco Bell. That's the thing.
But there is something. You go to Australia and it's a nanny state. Nobody's allowed to do anything. But you know what? They're kind of hot, all of them.
Not only that, they have grass-fed beef in their burgers.
I know.
My buddy Adam came over here, and he always gets a quarter pounder with cheese in Australia, whatever the fuck they call it. And he said, he goes, dude, I had one over here. It tastes like cardboard. It's fucking terrible. He goes, back home, it's like fresh grass-fed beef.
Well, also they'll pull you over if you're driving in Australia. They just have TV checkpoints no matter who you are, and they'll just go through them and blow. And obviously, I'm against that because I think it's like infringing on your freedom. But they love it there. They go, we love it, and they go, we feel safe. But it's also they've just accepted it.
Well,
that's the thing.
accustomed to it.
They've gotten accustomed to it.
It's literally prison.
But they don't care. That's the thing.
But they do.
Do they?
They do.
I talk to Australians, and they're like, happy. Of course he does, because he's your buddy. But most of them are like not that bothered by it. They don't care. Yeah, I just don't know.
It's their reality. It's the reality that they live in.
Because they look at us and they go, you guys have school shootings, you have poison food, and great, you get to work and drop dead and all that stuff. We are nanny, which I would never want to live there. But I don't know, I talk to people there, they go, yeah, they're nanny, they don't let us do things, like they regulate the food, or they have the DV checkpoints, but I don't know, kind of accepted.
There's probably a trade-off if it doesn't get out of hand.
Sure.
Like you don't want people driving drunk. If you just had DUI checkpoints everywhere.
And they all drink. They're all drunk.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
But if you had those DUI checkpoints all over the place and people just accept it as a part of life, how much of DUIs would drop?
A ton.
A ton.
But I still hate the idea of it because I'm an American and we're Americans.
Well, especially if you are not. Here's the thing. If you can piss or a blow hot for like a drink and a half, right? Like,
Yeah.
what's the tolerance?
I've gotten in more car accidents sober than I did drunk. I drove drunk for many years, never hurt anyone. I got in an accident today completely sober, rushing to get here.
It wasn't your fault, though.
Yeah, it was. I kind of crossed into a lane I shouldn't have, but it was just tires. It was a quick thing. It was a lovely man. Everybody was fine. And he'll sue me later. I'll sue him back. Who cares? You know what? Nothing matters. Everyone's fine. That's the thing about America. It doesn't matter. You can just sue people and they'll sue you back, and then lawyers figure it out.
Bro, if you go to court in those sunglasses, you're gonna lose.
I may lose. Doesn't matter. I'll just make more money. I got them at Louis Vuitton. They're sick. I figured I'd show up with a good. Absolutely. You did it. You should have endorsed Condom Nuts. They are sick. They're sick. Austin, shout out to the domain. Louis Vuitton or the domain. Get ready.
Send me a link before I forget.
Send them a link.
I'm gonna get a pair of those.
So you think does anyone concede tonight? Does anyone have a victory speech?
No, I think it takes days.
North Carolina's the first to call, they say.
What was the longest one? Was the dangling Chads?
Yeah, that was 2 months. It was hilarious. SNL was doing really funny stuff. That was when Will Ferrell was Bush.
Did you hear what happened with SNL with her? So
yeah, they should
SNL
have given
violated
him. They should have given him equal time.
So they have to run ads for him now.
That is really funny.
They had to run like some 90-second ad. Is that true? Find out if that's true. Is it true? Yeah. I read it on Twitter, but you know, could be some Chinese bot planting stuff in my feed, so I say stupid
I wonder
things.
if they're watching our election.
100%.
He's watching.
Like this, like imagine voting. Right.
Boom.
Imagine you just let these fucking dumbasses pick who gets to fucking run the military.
I want to go there so bad. Have you ever gone there?
No. I went to Taiwan once, but it was a stopover on the way to Thailand.
Do you like the idea of China? Like, I don't mean do you like the idea of China, but like visiting it.
Yeah, I would love to.
It's fascinating, right?
I would love to see the Great Wall.
Well, you're into that.
Yeah.
Ancient cultures.
And I'd love to go to Mongolia. Elk hunting in Mongolia is a big thing. Like, there's a lot of like elk hunters go to Mongolia. Mongolia has like a large elk population, and a lot of people aren't voting. What is this? Someone's in trouble here, right? Well, not quite. In a statement to Hollywood Reporter, FCC reportedly claimed that Brendan's statement does not reflect their views on the appearance. Oh, who's Brendan?
The guy was tweeting it. He's one of the 5 members of the FCC.
Okay, so the agency added they had not made any determination regarding political programming rules, nor have we received a complaint from any interested parties. Here's my take on it. If you can't do a sketch on Saturday Night Live, if that's promoting a candidate, like, you have to have equal time. Like, why did they have to do that, but we don't? Why is that? Like, if
They're governed by the FCC, right?
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Think about that. If I just decided, you know what, I don't want to interview Kamala, I only want to hear one side of the story.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to hear Tim Fox, I only want to hear JD Vance. If I just decided, which is kind of weird, right? If he's the number one, why am I even allowed to do that?
Because you're not on government regulated areas. Sure. Well, we don't want that. Let's not ask for it.
But we don't want them coming in. Well, they shouldn't be doing it anywhere. They shouldn't be anywhere. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want.
I'm more for that.
But here's the thing.
Coming into this space.
But why is it okay to do? Why is it okay to regulate in that regard? Oh my God! But you're not regulating the percentage of positive versus negative news stories. Like you're choosing.
Sure.
Choosing.
I always thought the regulation was just like no tits until 9 p.m.
But it's like the rules of equal airtime.
Remember when Sipowicz showed his ass on NYPD Blue? Like, that was a big deal.
That was a big deal.
That was a big deal, Dennis Fran. Like, I thought it was
Didn't they say bullshit once, too? That was a big deal?
That was a big deal.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was like it was equal time. But I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think Stanhope had an issue with that when he was fake running for president. Because Stanhope said, I'm going to have to stop doing shows. Because shows almost count as like a campaign speech. And you have to offer the opposing side equal time or something along those lines. Yeah, like I think there's laws and we should call him. Call Stanhope.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's interesting. You might call back.
I'll text.
But that's interesting because there are all these rules that we're kind of, you know, somewhat familiar with that govern the whole thing.
Yeah.
That you're allowed to do this.
Douglas, I'm live on the air with Tim Dillon. Paul. I have a question.
Jamie, what about the exit poll? Is there an exit poll?
Well, are you anxiety ridden? Are you worried at all about this? I mean, about the election, not in general.
Not really.
Not
I have
really?
more anxiety about other things than the election.
What's the bigger one? Me,
We all Google weird diseases and shit. You know? Well, I mean, it has nothing to do with that. Weird diseases attack healthy people all the time.
Oh, you mean like Ebola type stuff?
Well, that stuff that people just get stuff. Nobody can do sit-ups to the opposite of injury. You think so? That makes you feel good, but that's great. That's great. You live for 300 years? For what? That's all that...
I'm enjoying myself.
No, I'm enjoying myself too, but you want to live through the Jake Paul administration? Like, what?
I'm gonna be his VP.
It's 82 degrees in New York City.
Jake Paul, brother.
Yeah, it's 82 degrees in New York City right now. I don't know if it matters who wins the election.
It's always been worse.
Mine is.
Everybody's scared of global warming. You don't want to fuck.
Nobody wants the ice age.
Yeah, but these fucking eggheads want to spray shit in the sky.
I know.
The sun's rays.
Well, nobody wants that. It just feels like eventually the planet will expel us. You don't think so? No, we're not going to get rid of us.
The only thing that's going to happen to us, look, the planet could fuck us up if the planet hits us with the big one that can get us for sure. The big one that can get us for sure.
It's an asteroid. Yeah.
Or supernova. Either one of those. Those are real and those happen all the time. So that's our number one problem is a natural disaster. A supernova in a nearby galaxy would kill us. Any sort of like real blast from the sun would wipe out all our communication system and our grid. There's things that have definitely happened in the past that if they happen today. But I think our biggest threat is us. I think our biggest threat is these crazy motherfuckers that are making all sorts of money off of war and they're pushing these agendas in these countries and they're pushing it all. Absolutely. And it's nuts and I don't think it's going to last much longer. I think that's where they get to make the focus on that's the end of all that. That's the end of all this global thermonuclear war. That shit's all going to go away. I think what they're doing right now is this mad dash to control as much resources and power and money as possible before the entire fucking world changes. And you have robot aliens living amongst us. Elon said yesterday that he thinks that, what year did he say? 20 years from now, there'll be more robots in America.
Wait a minute.
More robots than
In 20 years?
What was the year? What was the timeline he gave us? 10 to 20 years, there will
So
be
does he
more
mean
robots,
like,
like Tesla robots. These
Wow.
robots he's making. I said,
Is this good though? Him doing all the robots, like what's
Way more better than a lot of other people. Yeah, he's moral and ethical about these ideas. He's one of the first people to sound the alarm about artificial intelligence. That's good. That's important. He was like, you're going to make our successor. And these fucking people are just running towards this cliff. No one knows where it is.
right?
Well, he believes now, because he's running his own AI, the large language model, he's got another startup he's involved with NVIDIA. I think he feels like he was a early investor in Google, and I think he's suing because it's not open AI. It's all private. It's the whole situation with whether or not they've achieved artificial sentience came up. Yeah. You remember they kicked out Sam Altman for a little bit, and they brought him right back in. Like, what the fuck? Everyone's like, what the fuck? Yeah. I don't know what was going on there, what explanation. He's worried that there's a race going on. The wrong people win that race.
It's terrifying.
We're fucked. China wins that race, and China apparently, whether it's OpenAI or one of these companies, there was some sort of a leak or some sort of break-in where they believe that someone had access to their information. Yeah. See if you can find what that is. Whether it's China that they think
It's scary to imagine the wrong people having that power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
Or
fucking-
any group of people having
any
it
group of people, not
is
just the
scary.
wrong people, because the right people they'll be
Can fuck up.
and they're also, it's absolute power. A hacker stole OpenAI secrets, raising fears that China could too. Security breach of the maker of ChatGPT last year revealed
Got some
internal
extra
discussions
cheese in your
on
pocket or
researchers
on your
and other
shoulder?
employees, but not the
Indulge
code
yourself at the
behind
casino
OpenAI
store,
systems.
where the latest
So they
fashions
didn't
are
get the code,
available.
but they got internal discussions. But those internal discussions may have had clues as to like what direction the technology is headed, and maybe solve some puzzles that they didn't know without, and then you could have, who knows if that's all they got, because there was speculation if they got other things. China's done a wonderful job of like infiltrating stuff. One of the things that Mike Baker pointed out is that there's like a nuclear facility, rather a military facility that is in, I think, Wyoming, and all around the area, the cell phone towers were all sold to America by the Chinese. That they just make deals with
J.D.
like,
Vance said that
we'll sell you cheaper stuff.
There was a surveillance apparatus built in America that the Chinese backdoored, and now they are using something. So
Well, let me tell you what happened in Austin.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happened in Austin at Formula One. My buddy Bobby owns that racetrack.
Yeah.
So I was there with him, and he showed me his picture. He says, "You know what this is?" I go, "What is it?" And he goes, "Someone attached a device to our broadband, to our Wi-Fi, where it was siphoning up people's data. Like someone had attacked. They found it, they got it, and they called whoever it is, Homeland Security, whatever the fuck it is. But so if you go to like a big event and you're using the open Wi-Fi, there's a real chance that someone has set up a thing where they're going to siphon up all that data, and who knows what the fuck they're going to use it for. Whether they're getting your passwords to your credit card account, or whether they're getting this or that, or passwords to social media sites, emails, whatever the fuck they're getting. But if you're just willy-nilly using a VPN or not using a VPN and going and getting on Wi-Fi in some place, like you run the real risk of actually being compromised.
Yeah.
And like, what are they getting? Like, what are they doing with all this stuff? I don't know, but if you sell, if you're a hostile government and you sell cell phone towers to your enemy.
It's crazy.
And you just got these dudes who are just contractors who are working for the government. They're not like the most sophisticated of investigative reporters. It's just a guy who has a job. He has to buy a certain amount of these cell phone towers. China will sell them to us for this, while we can buy from these other companies for a lot more. Let's just get it from China. Let's just fucking set these things up. And next thing you know, they can drop in on any kind of information that or who knows, there could be a third-party access that no one is aware of until they activate it.
Yeah.
They can just decide to shut all these things down. They might have a kill switch in them. But you're buying, like, that's why they banned Huawei. They banned Huawei because they found compromises in their networks.
Yeah.
And then they knew that the company was aligned with the Chinese government. They're like, hey, you got to get out of here.
They're very good at it. It's corporate espionage. They're incredibly good at it. They've been good at it for decades, and
they're the best at it. But we do it too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like Trump was right. Like we do it too. What did Huawei get popped for, Jamie? Because I was mad. Because this is back when I was using Android, and I wanted a Huawei phone. Because
maybe
Huawei,
we should just give it to them.
They made the best phone.
Let's just give it to them.
In what way?
Meaning, like, it's like all this data they're trying to just give it to them.
What are they going to do?
Well, I mean, they're stealing stuff. Let's just give them the patents.
They've been banned or restricted in multiple countries due to the security concerns. Huawei was added to the U.S. Export Administration's regulations entity list, which made it harder for the company to obtain parts from U.S. suppliers. In 2022, the U.S. banned the sale and import of new Huawei communications equipment due to national security concerns. So what were the concerns, though?
I think that they have to report back to
But it's also like TikTok is a problem, but it makes so much money that we'll just constantly.
We make money from TikTok too, right?
No,
There's
of
a
course.
TikTok office.
But that's the
in
thing that
Austin.
China realizes, that if Americans make money, they're never going to care.
Some lady was heckling me at a show here, and she said she worked for TikTok.
Oh yeah.
It was hilarious. U.S. banned the sale and import of new communications equipment from 5 Chinese companies, including Huawei and ZTE, amid concerns over national security. What did they do, though? What did they? I think there was something to do with routers. Huawei and others have previously denied supplying data to the Chinese government. Yeah, there was something about Wi-Fi routers and different things that they thought could be spied upon. 5G networks. I don't know, but they used to make dope. Well, they probably still do. They make dope phones. There was this Porsche design collaborated with Huawei. It made like the best cell phone. I was trying to buy it, and then I found out you can't buy it in America. And that's when I started looking into it. So that's like 2021 or something like that. Whenever it was, what was the year the ban was put in place?
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot.
Yeah,
I'll hook you up.
badass. That's what I'm saying.
Just get it.
We're getting
Just
spoon
get
fed.
it.
just can't use it. Like
Why?
The way you want to. You could use it on Wi-Fi here, but like you couldn't.
It won't do all this stuff. Well, they can't. It doesn't even use Google. They don't use the Android operating system
I
because
want
they
a
got banned.
Chinese phone.
Do you know that? Like China got they stopped using that because Huawei got banned from Google. Find out if that's true. Huawei, they weren't allowed to use the Android operating system anymore either.
Isn't there
which
a
is
version
interesting,
of
'cause-
TikTok that is different in China?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah,
I'll bring it
very
by.
different.
Oh wait, it says it still runs Android 10, but doesn't support Google Apps and Services.
Right. Why did they do that? Why did they ban them from Google Apps and Services? There must have been some sneaky shit they had.
Of
in
course.
apps too.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
just hilarious. But there's other Chinese companies. Like One makes great phones.
yeah.
I believe that's.
I had
a
it up to
Chinese
here with
company.
my boss.
You know, there's a bunch of phone
We're just in this
manufacturers.
globalized world now where
Yeah.
this is inevitable.
Well,
you
we're
have
in a
to try to-
globalized world where China is making some things better than we are.
Yeah, same reason.
Yeah.
Spying concerns.
You just have to stay as vigilant as you can to try to prevent this from happening, but they're very good at it. It seems like that's not going to stop.
China's making some
I'm
insane
worried
cars.
about all kinds of things that they're doing. They're buying up real estate all over America. They own large swaths of some of our biggest cities. I mean, it's like they're aggressive on a few fronts.
It's kind of crazy they're allowed to buy land around military.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
Imagine trying to pull that off in China. And that's the difference between having a guy who's been in power for fucking decades.
Yeah.
Really knows how to run the country versus some person who got elected in a popularity contest.
It's also a difference of when people see the country as a going out of business center. I mean, you're selling
farms.
selling everything, from out from under everybody. And it's with the way people are treating America right now. It's just a fucking throw a sign on it, make your best offer, come in and loot.
Isn't it funny that if you said you have to be American to buy American property, you'd be up?
They'd be up in arms, and they'd say it's racist, and the real estate lobby would come out and go, it's racist.
Because they want that Russian
Because
money.
they want that fucking oligarch dollar.
You're the one that told me person about
They're like ghost cities. This is another thing. The old, I just read these things and go, look at these Chinese ghost cities. They build all these cities and nobody lives in them. And I go, you go to any of these buildings like Central Park, there's like 20% of it occupied, 30% of it. 70% of it is straight up money laundering. Where it's people that have purchased multiple apartments under the name of an LLC, a limited liability corporation. And by the way, they've got a lot of them. There's not just one. There's so many of them, shell corps, that you can barely find who owns it. And it causes the price of everything to go up. And they're not living in the city. They're not contributing. They're not tipping at restaurants. They're not buying tickets to Yankee games. They're doing it to move their money out of Russia, China, the United Arab Emirates, Brazil, India, wherever. They're stashing it in these buildings. And it's causing the prices of all of the real estate around it to skyrocket. Well, it's LA. It's even, cities like Austin, obviously, don't get as much of that, but there are foreign buyers in this market. Everywhere.
sold for a whopping oh my God.
Yeah.
This apartment sold for $238 million, the highest recorded price for a residential property. Billionaires Row is a home to 8 ultra-luxury skyscrapers, each equipped with luxurious amenities ranging from cinema rooms to saunas.
Look at that, the average sale price, $9.8 million, and that's in that part of the city. That is the part of the city that is the favorite of foreign money.
Look what it says here. As of 2022, there are 772 unpurchased units.
Because they built these buildings specifically for money laundering. This is not built for regular rich people. Most regular wealthy people cannot afford to live in a $50 million apartment or $238 million apartment. So the whole thing is incredibly, you know, it's completely manipulated. So it's not a real market that has anything to do with supply and demand. It's artificially manipulated by a lot of wealthy people, and then the real estate lobby loves it. They want it, and the developers like it, and so those big money people love it. And
So what's the money? How's the money laundering part of it?
because they take money out of whatever country and then they stash it in America in real estate. So they'll come in and buy something cash under an LLC, and that however much money that would have been in their home country, because some of those countries are volatile, and the governments of those countries could decide, okay, you will have money, it's 20% of salaries. Here's the new tax. Give me, I mean, there's people that try to do it here. They propose wealth taxes, things like that, all the time, right? Some of them make some sense, some of them are ludicrous, but those people are a bit paranoid. There's also political instability in a lot of those countries, and then there's people that just don't like taxes, and there's people that have made money narco trafficking, human trafficking, doing all kinds of things, right? So there's people that go, I have a lot of illicit capital that needs to go to real estate in London. There's an area in London called Mayfair. It's all Russian oligarchs. There's areas, you know, and London is even more than New York. London is the home for international money laundering. It's the shadiest city in the world. It's really cool. It's a lot of fun. It really is. I mean, that's the thing about these people. They are fun. London is a financial capital halfway between New York and Asia. You have the biggest money in the world in London, because historically it has been, you know, New York's amazing, and New York's the greatest city in the world in the sense that I think it's the most representative, but London has always been the home of like international finance since, we're talking about, you know, it goes like there's a part of London called the City of London. This is a small little part of it.
Busy.
And it's an area called Knightsbridge, and that's where they have like One Hyde Park. And One Hyde Park is this building with like $150 million apartments, and all these Saudi kids are driving like Bugattis and Lamborghinis there and everything. And then Harrods is there, the famous store. And it's just the signal to the ultra wealthy. This is where you come. You want your kids to be raised as, you know, British gentlemen and learn the ways of. It's the home of like international finance, and it's a cool place. But I don't know how you unwind all this. You don't really unwind it. Now, I mean,
Also, most people don't understand. So
They don't
who's
understand.
going to run it? Where's all the money going to go?
it's hard to fight these people because that's the problem. It's like everyone kind of wants to be them, and then the people that don't want to be them, you know, they will kill you. That's the problem. They will blackmail you, and if that doesn't work, they will kill you. This is the thing, because they are the top of the food chain. And when you are at the top of the food chain, you're not going to give that power up without a tremendous fight. And I think that's really where a lot of it comes down to, is they're preserving their position on the top of the hierarchy.
Imagine if the United States made a law where you couldn't buy real estate unless you're an American citizen. New York City apartment buildings would be a bloodbath.
But by the way, not only would it be a bloodbath there, it would be a bloodbath everywhere, and then people would look at their 401ks and go, this shit I'm invested in is tanked. That's the other problem, because all of the stuff they're invested in is based on a lot of investments being made by those companies like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Citadel, Goldman. So it's just the creepiest thing. Yeah, because they don't want people to own their homes. They don't want people to have the power of home ownership or the dignity of home ownership.
Is that what it is, or is it it's profitable to buy homes and lease them?
It's profitable because
That's what they're doing. You really
Yes.
think there's like some insidious thing, like they don't want people to have homes? Like really?
Yes, because I think they look at it and say Americans will be happy renting. I mean, that's the famous article. By 2030, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
But that's just those WEF dorks.
Yeah, but those WEF dorks are incredibly powerful amongst a crew of people. They all get together, they all these conferences, whether they meet, and it's not like always nefarious, but they go to like Davos or Bilderberg or whatever, and this idea that that's the thing people talk about, why should you preserve culture? Is it racist to preserve culture? And I don't mean the specific culture of any one race, but this idea that like you want to preserve culture. People go, well, why is it good to preserve traditional culture, and because there will always be a culture. So if it's not Italian culture, Irish culture, Mexican culture, black culture, whatever it is, it's going to be soulless global corporate culture. That's why every hotel looks the same. That's why every fucking apartment looks the same. Because the same people are choosing the same fucking 10, shades of marble and shades of wood, and they're putting up all of these different condos and all of these office buildings. That's why all these cities are starting to look the same. Everything looks like a weird Airbnb. It looks like they 3D printed everything. That's why all these restaurants are starting to look the same, because it's soulless corporate culture. Americans, just like people all over the world, have less and less financial power, and more of it is being consolidated on the higher end. And they're going to say, you're going to rent your house, you're going to take Ubers everywhere, you don't need to own a car, you're going to take whatever vaccine we think is good, you'll drive your car on Thursday, or you'll be able to Uber on Thursdays because of climate. You're not going to be able to Uber whenever you want, or you won't be able to use this amount of water or this amount of heat or this amount of energy. And all of this are going to be edicts delivered to you from the government, but also by these corporate oligarchs that just own everything. And it's going to be a very bland and soulless world.
It'll be Times Square.
It'll be Times Square.
What Times Square used to be.
But somehow worse.
Versus what Times Square is, a giant Applebee's now.
That's right. It's a giant Applebee's. And it'll be that serene, cold, corporate feeling that you get now when you walk into like a St. Regis, and all these hotels are all owned by Marriott, the Ritz, or any of these hotels. You walk into these hotels and it's all gray. It's all gray. And it all looks like a conference room. And everything, nothing's loud. And hello, and how are you? And no one can do anything. Oh, we're sorry about, yeah, we're not able to do that. We can't do that. And everybody's rule followed, everybody's cameras trained on everybody. Yeah. So God forbid somebody does anything. Like you try to tip people sometimes, they go, thank you, I can't, we're not allowed to. And you're just looped because everybody's terrified of losing their job. Everybody's terrified of upsetting these people. Everybody's on camera. And, it's like, it sucks. The whole thing is turning into that. And I think as much as, there's a lot of conspiracies about the World Economic Forum and all that stuff. Some of them are probably based in reality. Some of them are just crackpots. But one thing that I think is very real is all of those people, those organizations, they exist to create a consensus amongst the wealthiest and powerful people that it is better to favor this set of policies over that one. And all of those policies inevitably take power and ownership away from people and reappropriate that and redistribute it to wealthier people, the government, and big corporations.
100%. Well said. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
And those people, you don't know anybody like that. Like, you don't know anybody like Lindsey Graham. So you don't know the game they're playing.
Well, speak for yourself. I have a lot of friends. But, and I'll be taken care of very well. No, I don't. You don't.
You know what I'm saying? You're not in that group.
You meet the kids of them sometimes, and they all believe they're doing the right thing. They think it's great, and I was in an environment where I met some of these Harvard kids and Yale kids, and they're all nice people. They're good people. They're fun people. But again, they have these beliefs.
Well, they're in a cult.
They're drilled into them since they're young. And this is the problem with the Democratic Party. It's maybe why they'll lose this election. Maybe they won't. Maybe they will. It's condescension. And they're condescending. And they're dismissive of people. And it's a kind of elitism that seeks to convince you that it is for your own good that they are in charge.
Yes. They're your mama.
They know better than you.
Yeah. And that's the thing when they talk about misinformation and disinformation. Don't you know? You know the difference, right? If you know the difference, why do you assume other people won't know it?
That's right.
Like, you want to say that other people are stupid and they're not capable of making these decisions or discerning what's true and what's false by themselves. So you want to eliminate anything that you disagree with and just call it misinformation.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's to demonize people. The demonization of podcasts, the demonization of people that are willing to have conversations with people they disagree with. It's all done to discredit anything that runs counter to that narrative. It's the same reason they don't want people to have social engagements that have any value, or a lot of times the reason that if somebody says something mildly pro-family, they flip the fuck out.
Yeah.
Because they don't want people to have a strong community with a family or a social arrangement that's fulfilling to them where they aren't dependent on not only services from the government, but also they're not dependent on the government to tell them what is valuable and meaningful in life.
Right.
And if the government tells you that it is meaningful and valuable in life to support the things that they support, and you internalize that, then you're just going to be led around by people, and you'll be doing the things they want you to do. And that's why they get very threatened when people say things that are even mildly suggest that people are happy having children, or, you know, whatever the case may be. They flip out. They go, well, you can't tell me what to do. It's like, nobody's telling you what to do, but the idea that, you know, people having families is controversial, or saying that it's a fulfilling way to live, or you know, to me it's very strange when people kind of prey on your loneliness and they prey on your vulnerability to shove a bunch of stuff down your throat that would be harder to sell you if you had a family and or a business,
Right.
or a house, or a stake in your community. I don't think they want you to have a stake in any of those things.
Right. And so, logically, as they achieve more power, they will have to go along with these things.
That's right.
And the way they do that is through forming these narratives.
They have
Now,
to
the counter to those narratives is the popularity of podcasts. Because the narratives, like, if they only had the mainstream media, they would be so much further ahead.
That's right.
Imagine if they only, if like there was never anything on the internet other than websites. Nobody ever figured out social media.
Yeah.
So nobody ever figured out, like,
We'd
you could
have
put up a news
boots
story.
on the ground in the Ukraine right now. I'm not even kidding.
We probably would.
If there was just the mainstream media, we would have boots on the ground in the Ukraine currently.
Jesus Christ.
1,000%. There, I'm telling you, I'm as sure of anything as that fact.
Tell me it wasn't one of the wildest things of the campaign when Dick Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris and the left was like, yay.
It proves that it is now a raw power grab and that no one cares about anything.
Right.
And you know, I've lived long enough now to see the left admonish the CIA and the FBI and now cheerlead for the CIA and the FBI. I mean, you know, in 2003, you would see seething op-eds about the power of Dick Cheney, Halliburton, the military, the defense contractors, Iraq, the quagmire. You know, remember that word that no one uses anymore to describe a foreign entanglement thing? All of those people that supported the Iraq War all reinvented themselves as Democrats and now have jobs in MSNBC. Some of them have jobs in the Biden administration. Some of them have jobs in center-right or center-left think tanks in Washington, D.C. And all of those people, they cared. Dick Cheney has a lot more in common with a lot of the people that are running the Democratic Party, obviously, than he does with their voters. Their voters loathe Dick Cheney. The people who run that party don't hate him as much as you'd think.
Yeah. That's a scary thought.
Very.
Right? Did you see Liz Cheney on The View, and Whoopi Goldberg what was she saying? She should be the head of the CIA?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's
Is
hilarious.
that what she said?
Can you imagine?
She said something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? I thought you guys didn't like that stuff. I thought you guys were the anti-Iraq war people. I thought you guys were the anti-weapons of mass destruction people. Liz Cheney for Kamala Harris is Attorney General. Attorney General. Wow. Whoopi Goldberg begs for it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, it's a weaponization of the justice system. It's crazy.
Ugh, the whole thing is so weird to
It's so
see
weird.
people abandon what it used to be a leftist.
Right.
It used to be uncomfortable discussions are good. It's good to be able to have communication with people that you disagree with. Free speech is imperative.
Right.
It used to be that education should be objective, and it's very important, and you counter bad ideas with good ideas.
Well, it just became untenable, I think. I think leftism was driven out of the sphere.
Well, it just went so
Yeah.
far left, it became a different thing.
Yeah, but it became left in a way that wasn't about workers' rights or economic justice. It
Right.
became left in a way about, like, aesthetic identity politics that prevented any discussions about CEO pay, health care, anything like that. It just became, and I think they're really enthusiastic people about that ideology. Things are pretty good. I think there's a lot of people where things are good enough in their lives to worry about whether we have a trans background.
100%.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think a lot of the enthusiastic proponents of that stuff believe things are great and are only getting better.
Yeah.
And to sell a campaign, and listen, she may win, it's early in the day, but to sell a campaign on the word joy is utterly insane.
It's also kind of a revenge of the nerds thing too,
Yeah.
because it's a complete polar shift of identity hierarchies.
Yeah.
You know, the people that were like the weirdos and the freaks, the
Yeah.
trans people, and all of a sudden those people are at the top of this hierarchy of oppression,
Sure.
and celebrated above all.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's also,
where
I
it
think,
used to be, those are the ones that
Yes.
cast out of society.
but it's also like this idea that you need to keep identifying ways to divide people.
Right.
And there's no better way to do it than to claim that everybody threatens everyone else.
I agree with
Yeah.
you, but here's a question.
Yeah.
Is this a natural thing? Is this like a natural thing that humans do when they find a vulnerability in a social system? They attach themselves to it, whether it's white guys pretending to be black,
Yeah.
you know, those kind of situations. Like,
Yes.
like there seems to be people attach themselves to something and then they sort of subvert it. But do you think it would have existed anyway? Do you think that someone has a vested interest in keeping us divided, and so that these social issues, like whatever it is that comes up, like whether it's BLM, like any kind of social movement that creates disruption,
Yeah.
do you think that those are engineered and those are injected into the system to make people have things to fight over?
I think there's a balance. I think that there's organic rifts and fissures in society that allow certain sentiments to bubble to the surface, like BLM, like the war in Gaza, the problems and the protests that are happening there. But the minute that stuff happens, I believe people seize on the opportunity and exploit it and fund those things and bust people into those protests and exacerbate that moment, because it is, I
What
think,
can the best mechanic in
a
LS do for you?
defining- You know, when Rahm Emanuel said, "Never let a good crisis go to waste."
Better than
You know
me.
what I
That's
mean?
such a crazy thing to
When
say
he
out
said,
loud.
"Never let a good crisis go to waste," they're telling you, it's like when Lindsey Graham said, "If I want that money, like, give me that money. I don't want Putin having that money." When they're saying it in front of your face. When Rahm Emanuel says, "Never let a good crisis go to waste," the whole ethos of that statement is to seize on organic problems and exacerbate them, and then inject whatever agenda you have, so that you can wrestle more power away from human beings.
100%. 100%. That's
And
well said.
It's like it's crazy to watch, because when I grew up in the 90s. It was a time of like Doc Martens and fucking people drinking fishbowl-sized cappuccinos and fucking coffee houses, and fucking everybody was weird, and there was a individualism in the 90s. Kurt Cobain and fucking people in Seattle killing themselves and making great music and rap and all this shit and flannel. And you remember it, and fucking there was an individualism in the 90s that was kind of like, I remember, you know, my parents saying to me once, like a friend of mine did something stupid and they go, "Well, if you jumped off a bridge, you're gonna do it." It's like there was just this idea that you didn't have to go along with everybody else. Standing apart from the crowd made you unique and an individual and good, and it meant that you had value.
Yeah, Nirvana killed hair bands.
Yeah,
Hair bands became silly.
right.
Right.
There's no idea that I've seen attacked more than that. Being a free-thinking individual is coming under fire, and has over the last few decades, like I've never seen. The coordinated attempt to make you think not only do you have to agree with everyone that you're responsible for everybody, that what's good for you is good for them, or what's good for them is good for you, and that we're all in it together, and all of these things, and none of it is from a place of like, let's feed the poor. None of it's from a place of like, let's help. all of it's from a very weird, nefarious place of like, we move as a block. We are one consciousness, and again, not in the Bill Hicks good way, in the way of like, we're going to condemn the people we dislike, we're going to expel them and cast them out, and then we're going to reward the people who will come along with us, because again, we are this, you know, blob of shit that is just picking people up as we go. But I miss those days of kind of being like, yeah, man, who cares? Like, you think one way, I think another way, and it's not the end of the world. Now it's the end of the world.
There was less influences. You think about the influences, like I grew up I was in high school in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
So in the 80s, what we had was whatever was on the radio,
Right.
whatever was on MTV when that came out. It was like, oh my God, MTV.
Yeah.
And what you saw on television at night, usually we were watching TV with your family after dinner or something. Like
Yeah.
you have very little access to the rest of the world. And now you're inundated constantly 24/7. And there's a bunch of people that you wish you were. Bunch of
Right.
people that you
It's
wish
true.
you were. I wish I looked like her. I wish I was tall as him. I wish I had the money that she has. Oh, look at that car he's got. It's the same shit. And everybody gets locked into this fucking weird keeping up-
Voyeurism.
voyeurism,
Yeah.
narcissism beyond, probably more like habitual narcissists today than probably ever before.
How many people that cannot afford houses are watching people buy mansions on TV? There's 20 shows.
Oh yeah, there's
You know?
famous real estate channels on Instagram that are just showing you houses you could never fucking afford.
And they have them everybody you saw the person, just like the people on Instagram, have this weird voyeurist thing. Again, it's part of the flattening of everybody with technology, where people, individualism has been likened to being heartless or soulless or uncaring, and that you are not invested in the welfare and well-being of others, which is not true, by the way. Thinking freely does not mean you don't care about people. It means you're not going to swallow narratives that the Defense Department has handed to MSNBC. That doesn't mean you want people to live in the street.
Exactly.
But this is, you know, people just don't like that idea. We're just a collectivist mindset.
What
now.
miracle
We're like,
did you want me to
people-
perform?
You have to be on the same page with everybody.
Well, I think it's inevitable, and I think it's moving us towards a very uncomfortable reality that most people are not willing to even like look at. But we're becoming a different species. We're becoming a different thing.
That's interesting. I think that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the side effects of plastics and all the hormonal effects that people are having because of this, all the phthalates in people's bloodstreams. I think it's a effect of staring at screens all the time, accustomed to staring at screens, preferring interactions online to people in person because they make you anxious.
Well, that's what people, you know, that's such a great point. People now talk about all the time, like, why doesn't anything feel the same?
Right.
No city feels the way it did 5 years ago. And I think one of the reasons is because we live so much of our life now digitally.
There's that, but then there's the veil of a controlled society that completely collapsed during COVID.
That's right.
The veil of there's someone who understands how the system works, they're running it efficiently. That's why the subway's on time. That's why the streets are clean. It's because someone's running it and they're
Right.
doing a good job. And then all of a sudden something happens and these people tell you everything has to shut down for a year and a half in LA. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like how, why are we poor now? Why is everybody broke? Why is it dangerous? Why are cars on fire? Why are they smashing into these stores and no one's doing anything about it? Like the veil got completely removed. So
Right.
LA seems vulnerable now. Like when I go through LA, it seems vulnerable. It seems like a beaten kid. Like there's something about it.
There's
It's
a
like,
real dark. There was always a darkness there. Now I spend so much less time there because there's just this foreboding, hellish reality that just, I don't know what it is, but it's like everyone's on edge.
it's a dissolving of an illusion.
It's dissolving of an illusion.
The illusion is a sophisticated, functional society.
Well, it
That's
was
an
also
illusion.
a place that, think about this, Los Angeles was built on the manufacturing reality
Yes.
for a long time.
Yes. Yes.
And the ability to do that now has been greatly diminished. And the magic of the movies and this idea that you can fully suspend disbelief and all these things, I think a lot of that has had a real impact on that place, because the inability, you know, they used to be able to make a movie that would convince you about an event. They would drive home a narrative through a movie. They've done this a million times.
Yeah.
Now, by the time they do that, there's 10 documentaries on YouTube.
Yeah.
There's been a million podcasts. There's been
Yeah.
So they've lost control, and Hollywood was really this myth-making institution that, and it was all built on and listen, they made a lot of great stuff, a lot of movies we all love. But a lot of it was built on like the exploitation of women, of children, all these horrible things that have now been unearthed.
Right.
Every documentary is crazy to watch now. It's like, remember that 90s show you watched? And you go, Jesus, no. And they're like, those kids were kept in a cage and fed like dogs. You're like, God damn it. Like, nothing you enjoy.
Like the Nickelodeon stuff.
It's
bananas.
crazy.
It's bananas.
You know?
But it makes sense.
It
right?
makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you have vulnerable people without a lot. There's nobody who cares about people in that town.
Right.
And the only people that have credibility in that town are people that have made other people a lot of money.
Right.
And those are the people that were able to get away with it and do whatever the hell they wanted. So that town's just in deep trouble.
Well, it's just dark.
It's
And
dark.
It's darker now also. And one of the things that happened during COVID was when you shut down production for a year and a half and then no one goes to the movies for a year and a half. Like,
Habit is broken.
habit's broken.
Habit's broken.
It's date nights not go to the movies anymore.
I was in Joker 2, which just came out. It's the worst film
I
that
heard
has
it
ever
was
been made.
so bad.
It's the worst film it's actually not so bad. It's the worst film ever made.
Why?
Well,
Do you think they did it on purpose?
No. I think what happened after the first Joker was there was a lot of like talk like, ooh, this was loved by incels. This was loved by the wrong kinds of people, and this sent the wrong kinds of male rage, nihilism, you know, all these think pieces.
Right.
And then I think, what if we went the other way, and now they have Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga tap dancing to a point where it's insane.
But is it possible that he didn't want to make a sequel? And then he said,
No,
all right,
I know
I'll make a sequel.
Tarantino said that. I mean, it's a quarter billion they did that with. If that's true, it's the most immoral thing I've ever seen in my life.
Or
because
brilliant protest.
I don't think it's a brilliant protest.
Wouldn't it be fun though?
I don't know. It's a wasted everybody's time. Just make a good movie. You could have done it, you know? Just get out the fun. Stop dancing.
What do you think? What would motivate them to make a movie that's that far
Because
the
they
other way?
wanted, because it's hubris, number one. The idea that that people love it so much, they're going to accept it in any version of it.
Do you think you would like it if it wasn't connected to the original Joker?
No,
if you weren't
no, it has
expecting
no
something?
plot. It has no plot. We would sit there. Me and these other guys were all dressed in these fucking security outfits because we're working at the Arkham Asylum. And I would turn to one of them and we'd hear this crap and I'd go, what the fuck is this? And they go, this is gonna bomb, man. I go, this is the worst thing. We would talk about it at lunch. We go, what is the plot? Is there a plot? They go, I don't know. I think he falls in love with her in the prison.
Is it worth going to see because it's bad?
It's not even hate watchable. That's how terrible it is.
But is it one of those things like Showgirls?
No.
Where it's so bad you watch it?
No, because it's like you're sitting there and there's these people, you know, in the theater, and they're all confused, and I'm watching their reactions, and they're all like staring and everything, and like it starts like, oh, it's raining, and it's Arkham Asylum, and you're like, okay, cool, and then there's a moment where Joaquin Phoenix just goes, for once in my life, I have someone who needs me, and they just, and he
just
starts,
breaks into a musical?
He just becomes a fucking musical.
But hold on. Let me back this up.
Yeah.
Let me back this up. Don't you remember when Joaquin went on Letterman and he had like this, he had some crazy fake persona?
Yes.
Like he did something where he pretended to lose his mind?
Yes, a rapper or something.
Right.
Yes.
What was he doing?
I don't know. He was like,
What did he do for a while, Jamie?
Yeah, he did
So,
this. This
he
is
played a
better than
character.
Joker.
He was going to pursue a music career. This was 2009.
You've got a nice beard.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
How is the beard?
Right in my way.
Is it comfortable? Is it itchy? Are you pleased with it?
I'm not good, and I make him feel weird about it.
That's okay, man. Letterman was a wizard at interviewing.
He was great.
He was so good. He's the best, in my opinion, of those
course,
guys of all time.
1000%.
He's just so good at.
It's a lovely film, really.
No, go back before that, because he's wrapping it up. But Joaquin Phoenix was acting weird, and so people decided, oh, Joaquin Phoenix has lost his mind.
Right.
They didn't like the interview, and then kind of people went cool on him. And then he
Right.
did like a documentary showing that he was like playing a character for a while.
Right.
Is that what he was doing? Like,
I think so, yes.
so it was just like an art piece he was
yes. This could have been a $250 million practical joke.
doing? That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it
this
was.
This is the same guy.
Yeah, maybe it's a fun $250 million practical joke. It's a bit.
If you're Joaquin Phoenix, you're the fucking king of the hill, right? You're like one of the
Yeah.
biggest movie stars in the country. You're
Yeah.
the guy from Gladiator,
Sure.
right? Like, he can kind of trick Hollywood dummies.
I think they thought that this would be received differently. I think they thought, I think they're maybe in a little bit of a bubble.
Well, I think Joaquin Phoenix is alone in his house right now laughing that he pulled that off.
I don't think he even knows he did it.
It's the
like
same
so,
guy that
yeah.
did this thing.
I know. It's like,
crazy.
I think he's an actor, so I don't think I think it's just like what the new part is. He becomes that.
Joaquin Phoenix tells Letterman, I hope the spoof didn't offend you. Actor apologized to the Late Show host for awkward interview that features his new film, I'm Still Here. So he was doing that as a part of the film. That's the
Yes.
idea. So the film is that he was acting like he was a crazy person.
All they had to do
Oh.
all they had to do was blow some shit up, have him escape from prison, have him do something, get a couple of scenes in the courthouse or something.
Look at what it says here. It says throughout, Phoenix was trailed by actor Casey Affleck, who was his brother-in-law, and a film result, I'm Still Here, was released this month as an ostensible documentary about the corrosive effects of celebrity and wealth on a now drug-addled actor in the profession since he was a child. So the idea is that they did a documentary on how fucked up he was, and so he went on Letterman to act fucked up.
Right.
But I think it was a goof.
No, it was good.
Right?
But
Okay,
he was also
elaborate
young.
spoof. It was all an elaborate. Okay, it was Affleck who confirmed what many suspected, that it was all an elaborate spoof last week, telling the New York Times that Phoenix had given a terrific performance as the performance of his career. So he just acted like he was drugged out and out of his fucking mind for a spoof.
Yeah.
Like, this is the kind of guy that would
Yeah.
trick those Hollywood dumbasses into making a musical sequel to
I
The
mean,
Joker.
if he did that, then that's great. I don't know. I know that he was raised in a cult when he was a little kid, and his name was Leaf. So whatever he does, God bless him. He's a brilliant actor.
He changed it from Leaf to Joaquin.
Yeah,
it's like we're going the
I
other
mean,
way.
you know, I mean, the guy's brilliant, but the movie was just, I mean, God, was it rough.
It's crazy because the first one was so good. He was so believable.
The
as a
first one was
completely insane
really
person.
great, and then the second one just went. And if you were a fan of the first one, the second one was like kind of, I think, insane to a fan of the first one.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah.
You know.
It would be like if Godfather 2 was about like the Corleone family going legit. You know what I mean?
Right. No more
like and
murder.
apologizing
Yeah.
for the mafia.
Right.
You're like, they were like, hey, I'm sorry we did all this shit.
Yeah.
We now have a bakery. It went completely the other way.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see it, but I heard something.
Anything, has anyone won? Get something.
1 minute.
Virginia, I think there's definitely got to be some. There's definitely stuff.
Aren't there like exit polls and all that
There's
stuff?
got to be. I mean,
There's only like 3 or 4 states.
North Carolina is early, right? So what's going on there?
I don't know. Trump said that there's some shooting going on.
Well, he's certainly going to say that. If there is, then there is.
When he was on the podcast, I wish he could just rattle off.
I'm open to it too. Just tell me what it is.
Tell
I
me
feel
what it
you.
is.
I hear you. It's
He's
like,
like, there's so much evidence, there's so much evidence of cheating. Like,
but a lot of people close to him say there isn't.
who's those people?
Like-
How many of those people are covering their ass?
I don't know, but Mike Pence probably.
Oh,
I don't,
see, that's
yeah.
what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah.
that guy,
Is he covering his ass?
Just,
though?
yeah, he just endorsed Kamala Harris too. Yeah, they wanted to kill him. There was people that went to on January 6th. They were looking for him, allegedly and supposedly.
No, for sure. But I'm wondering, like, I'm open to the idea that there was fraud, but like a lot of top people, like people that were in his orbit, don't talk about. Like he talks about it.
Right. But okay, so let's take Pence out of the equation because he's probably salty.
Sure.
Well,
for sure. But I'm saying like Pence didn't. If there was evidence, wouldn't he, like Pence, have said, all right, let's not certify it?
No.
Okay.
That is a crazy thing to do.
Right. Okay.
For vice president to stand up and say, I mean, that's essentially like you're getting ready for a fucking major conflict.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Don't you think? Like
No, for sure. We just need someone.
That guy doesn't want that kind of heat. That's not Trump.
For sure. We need someone outside of Trump to verify.
Oh, this freaking woman!
Like
I
who would that
swear,
be that you
she's
would
like a
trust
shitty
implicitly?
bug that keeps
just need
popping
to see
up on the
evidence. You just
system.
be like, if I made a
Got
claim
a record
about
longer
anything,
than a
I have to
24/7
provide
receipt.
But let's
Theft,
imagine
stalking,
that you
harassment,
were
extortion,
working with someone
vehicular
like,
manslaughter,
Trump,
drunk and
and you're
disorderly.
the top guy.
And that last
And
one
you
sounds
know
fun,
there's no
except it led to the
election
one before
interference.
it.
You know
Sooner we
that
bring
the
her
election
in, the
integrity is
better.
100%. You know that he's not telling the truth. How could you stay with him? How could you stay with him without laying it out to him? Like, sir, can I just have an hour of your time?
Well, I think
Let
a
me
lot
explain
of,
to you what the problem with saying that it's rigged. Here's where you can say it's rigged. Okay, for sure. There was a 100% involvement in social media companies suppressing information that would have changed the results.
For sure.
At least in some percentage in one way or the other.
Yeah, and I'm open to it being that there was fuckery in other ways. I just think that just like anything else, you can't take someone's word.
Well, he says there's a bunch. He just didn't have it on
Sure.
here.
What you need,
but I
boss?
would
Some
imagine
wheels?
that if
I can
you-
bring 'em
there's something
around.
You've been talking about for 3 years. Like if you asked me, important stuff in my even stuff like you asked me about like jujitsu. I could tell you all these different things that have happened.
Yeah.
I could tell you why this is important and why that's not important.
Yeah.
That's like a minor thing
I'll bring it by.
relatively to you lost the
All right,
president of
we're
the
looking
United
at charges
States.
of
That's a
harassment,
major thing.
extortion, theft,
so if you
and
knew
murder,
that you had been
among
cheated to
others.
the point where
That's
you're
where
willing
Kenny's
to
gang
talk
park up.
openly
Yep,
about
she's got a
the fact
fleet
that
of
they
those
cheated.
chopper-loving
Excuse me,
assholes
this is
raring to
how I
go.
know.
Apparently,
I
they
would
like
wanna
to
be able
terrorize the
rattle
neighborhood, so
off.
let's hope
I
they're
would
out and
wanna be
about
able
when
to
you
say,
arrive.
We found there was 25,000 inconsistent votes in this place. We know that there was manipulation of this thing or that thing. Tell me.
Yeah.
You should have that ready to go. It's a thing that we don't want to think is true, but if we're going to put our fucking necks out there and agree with it, or at least entertain it,
You have to have those
you gotta have it laid out.
bullet points.
Yes, you
Bullet
gotta have
points.
it laid out. You know, but I think he's just so fucking busy. He's probably got other people doing that, and they're all telling him that he didn't stolen, and he just listens to them and doesn't have that stuff like ready to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, Steve Bannon brought up an interesting point the other night on Another Count, where he said they have lost by a certain amount of votes, or Biden had gotten however many more votes than Obama, whatever, but also the Republicans picked up like a ton of House seats, which he goes, there's something fishy about that, where it's like all these people just voting Republican down and then Biden. So there were things, and again, I'm not talking of the veracity of it, I'm just saying
There's some suspicious.
there was some suspicious things that he felt was fishy or tricky or whatever. Now, I don't know. Again, this has been a thing that's been over the heads of, whereas you have people on the right that go, it was stolen and don't know any of the evidence. Right. Then there are people on the left that go, he's an election denier, which they also did with the Russiagate stuff for years. Right. Said that he was installed and compromised or whatever. And then I think there's just got to be, like you said, there's going to be more information about whatever happened.
Right. Well, the idea of breaking into voting machines goes way back to the HBO documentary Hacking Democracy about George Bush. Remember that? On the diebold machines.
That's right.
And the fear, this is back when I was a hardcore lefty, the fear was that the Republicans were going to be able to rig the vote with these machines. Because the people who made those machines were contributors to the Republican Party. Now it's the other way. Now the right is constantly worried about Dominion.
Well, they won that lawsuit. Dominion won that lawsuit.
Right, against Fox News, correct?
Against Fox.
Because Fox was saying things that didn't have evidence.
How's the best way to do it? Is it paper ballots, voter ID?
Right.
You have to have an ID.
Well, I would imagine, first of all, of course you should have to be The only reason why you wouldn't want someone to have an ID is because you want to cheat. You have to have an ID for everything.
What about a
membership at
fingerprint?
Costco? Why not?
Let's do that, because maybe you lose your ID that day, but maybe you can go in and say, here's my finger.
Why not? Why not? I mean,
Some biometric thing.
yeah, biometric could be something you register for on your cell phone. They always have your face.
That's right.
To show. That's not hard to do in this day. But the idea that you wouldn't want anyone to have ID, that means you want people voting that shouldn't be voting, and we know that happens.
Yeah.
That's been proven that at least in certain circumstances, people are voting that shouldn't be voting. And the only reason why you would want that is because you want to cheat. So the only reason why you would want no ID is so that you can cheat.
Yeah.
So now I gotta go, how much do you cheat? So you're willing to cheat in that way. You're willing to cheat where
Sure.
you're willing to block information that would have changed the vote.
They've always been willing to do that. I think
You're willing to cheat where you tell people they don't have to have ID.
They've always been willing to do that, and then the right has been willing to do things to that compromise the integrity of things for sure.
100%.
And you just got to figure out how to do like an actual election that is
Good luck
fair.
breaking into the clubhouse. Just keep an eye out for any friends of hers.
Well,
I think we're going to give up government to artificial intelligence once it's vastly superior to us.
that
what
makes
I think.
sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, but I think it's on our path. What we're talking about before, about people becoming more frail and more like feeble, and like the British people where you're talking about their teeth. You know what that's from? It's from your
That's
jaw.
not all British people. Don't
No,
get
but
mad
it's-
at me.
When people have small jaws, like in your
Yeah. They all have
you
scurvy.
It's literally from eating mushy food.
Because they
like
they
your
have
bones
they eat
aren't
mushy foods and they have scurvy.
your bones aren't as thick anymore because you're not chewing meat. You're not
That's right.
breaking things down with your teeth. You don't have to crack. So your jaw, like over time, becomes smaller and smaller. There's actually a technique called mewing. And this guy figured out this technique where you can change the shape of your jaw exercises under pressure. And that I have a thing that I use at home. It's like you ain't got nowhere to go. Crazy.
Yeah.
But there's these weights. It's like a rubber ball. And you put it in your teeth and you fucking mash down on your teeth. It makes your jaw more square. Like literally works. You do jaw exercises. And the reason why these people for a long time eating mashed potatoes and fucking gruel, like they're poor as shit.
Right.
Well, their jaws all shrunk.
Lost.
It's a good deal. It makes sense. Like, you would need, like that's one of the reasons why when get their wisdom teeth removed. Our jaws are getting smaller. We're not like breaking down tough meat
Yeah.
anymore. So the shape of our face looks different.
So eventually, there's just going to be a bunch of AI government
Look at how slim
instead of these tiny jawed bitches in
When you
there.
look at aliens, right? Aliens, they always have little tiny jaws.
Yeah.
Big ass fucking head. That's
So
us,
the next
dude.
10 years are just going to be unreal.
We're gonna be those things. I think those things that we see, that people keep
Let's
seeing,
do this!
even if they're not real,
We become
that's us in the future.
The Greys.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
just
with
become them.
sexless,
You son of a
genderless
bitch!
cyborgs.
right.
Or maybe even completely artificial by that point.
no,
Realize
no,
that
no,
consciousness
take
can
over!
actually be captured, and that we all share it, and there's no benefit
Lost that
whatsoever in being an
thing!
individual. That it's just a cheat code that a primate used in order to think of itself as important enough to continue to innovate
Watch
to the point where it creates
yourself!
artificial.
Let's go!
Now, if she had written that instead of the word joy, I would have voted for her.
That's where we're going. I think that's what all the shit is.
brother?
Yeah. I think that's why male hormone levels are dropping through the floor. All a big part because of sedentary lifestyle, and also because of these estrogens and all these different things that are fucking with people's reproductive cycle.
Do you think we've been here before?
In what way?
In this, humanity's ever been in this spot before?
I think humanity's been in a different but similar spot.
Okay.
I think that's what ancient Egypt was all about. There's no way that level of civilization
we got a
could be
bleeder!
achieved unless those people were beyond what anybody was thinking about with 5,000, 6,000 years ago. There's just no way. There's literally no way.
Does
Because
God figure into this at all? I don't know.
if God's real, God's everywhere. Right. If God's real, God's the universe. And there's like a powerful creative force that didn't just made Earth and a bunch of stupid people that were in a garden and this bitch talked to the snake
Right.
and ate an apple.
Right.
No, God made the whole thing. If
That's
there's
right.
a real God, he made the whole thing. And
That's right.
the whole thing is made by what? It's made by the universe.
Right.
the universe makes it tough, right? So the universe is
Fuck!
probably God.
Once you
So
found
yeah,
our
God
woman,
plays
just
you.
bring her on back.
But I think
I got the
there's a
cell all ready
direction
for
that
her.
primates go in, and it goes into like ever more weak and feeble, but much more capable with tools. It happens with some like bonobos. They're super peaceful, just fuck each other. Somehow or another, there's chimpanzees that are murderous monsters, just run around tearing each other apart, killing each other, tribal wars, killing monkeys. And these other ones just fuck each other.
And chill.
Yeah, like, what is that? Like, there's just like, that seems like they're a little bit more evolved.
Right.
And that's probably how humans were. And then humans eventually figured out tools.
Right.
And we became what we are now. But we're going to keep going in that direction. So we're so much weaker. We need a monkey. You're like a monkey to tear your fucking head off. Like, we're so feeble, and we're going to get feebler. It's going to be smarter. Wait. We're going to be communicating completely with our minds. We'll probably never need sounds anymore. We'll probably never use devices. Everything will happen in your mind.
What's the fun of all?
What's the fun of being a chimp? Is that fun? You want to throw shit for the rest of your life? Eat bananas? Get the fuck out of here. I want to drive a Cadillac. I want to watch a fucking movie.
Yeah, but
I want to call people on my phone that are nowhere near me. Right? So what's the purpose of being a person? You're filled with anxiety. You're worried about who's going to win the election. You're trying to stay off drugs.
You fucking piece of shit!
Right.
What's the point? What's the point in that stupidity when you can be an enlightened being that flies through space with your mind?
Well, I never thought about it like that.
If Lazar's telling the truth, Bob Lazar, the guy that supposedly back engineered these crafts, if that guy's telling the truth, he said there's no controls inside those devices. When they enter,
Powering them with their mind.
there's some connection between the entity and the device that's not an interface like we think of, like a joystick and buttons
So they're
you
just
push.
so evolved. It's a different thing.
It's a different thing, but it's
It's just a
probably
different thing.
It's probably what we become because we didn't always have clothes.
Well, of course.
Think about clothes and shoes and your silly sunglasses and all this stuff. This is all they're beautiful. They're so nice. But I have them on.
But you're right. We're advanced.
We're advanced, so we're so much different than chimps.
It's a
If you look
direct
at
line
chimps,
evolution with men with thumbs.
it's our distant cousin. But if you look at them and you look at us, like, what is going on with them? I don't have clothes. Like, what are they wearing? Coats and jackets and shit. They all have shoes. No one walks barefoot at all.
Right.
Like, we're softening ourselves up.
Right.
We're like literally putting a nice shell over ourselves so we become a fucking twig. Like some
So you think if you
gelatinous
come
form.
back to this planet in 50 years, if it's still here,
Robots. I think no more biological life in terms of humans. Wildlife will exist, all that stuff will exist. No more people. I think I think people are the cocoon. We make the electronic butterfly. It comes out of the cocoon. We don't know why we're making the cocoon, but we're making it. Everybody gets the newest phone. Everybody gets the newest TV. Look, it's got Wi-Fi built in.
so do you get a skin suit?
You're not even going to be biological. I think we're going
Are
to give up.
we going to be able to?
This is what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to integrate first. I think we're going to be cyborgs. It's going to start with things like
Can I get that now? Can I sign up for it now? I don't want to wait.
You don't want to be an early adopter. These girls are going to get jobs.
I'll take the chance. Many of them are in Miami. They're fine, these horses. I will take the thing now. It just sounds fun. It sounds good. I want to be in a vehicle without communicating with my mind.
So there was a guy who branched off, who was one of the original guys from New Orleans, branched off and formed his own company, and they just created an implant that allows blind people to see. So see if you can find it. I think it is like I think it's a physical thing. I don't think it's like as simple as they put it in your head. But again, the cell phone used to be a suitcase that you carried around.
Yeah.
And you had to like open the suitcase to get your phone out and pull the antenna out. Now it's this little tiny thing that you can be on for 24 hours in a row.
Yeah.
Watch movies and
But
call
this
each
is
other.
eventually going to be inside of us. Yeah, and then
Inside of us.
That's a good point because then you go the next step.
We had the first Neuralink patient on. And
Interesting.
he controls a cursor with his mind, and he said when he plays games, it's like a cheat because he's got like an aimbot. So everywhere he sees is where the cursor goes. He doesn't have to go hand to eye. Eye goes to cursor. Into like you look at where you want something to go, and it just goes there.
That's
And he's
amazing.
controlling it with his mind.
So there's going to be over the next however many years, different generations. You know, it's just like iPhones.
Yes, for sure. Science Corporation of... Imagine that's your name, Science
So,
Corporation.
you want to go after
What-
the
how
car-stealing
uncreative.
street racer with multiple
Is this the
hit and
Chinese
runs,
part?
huh?
Science Corporation?
Well, I hope
That
you
sounds
took
like
your
a fake
advanced
Science
driving course,
A
because this
biotech
guy can
startup launched by
outdrive
a
everyone
Neuralink
in
co-founder
Los
claims it has
Santos.
achieved a breakthrough
Better move
in
fast if you
brain-computer
want to
interface
catch 'em.
technology that can help patients with severe vision loss. In preliminary clinical trials, legally blind patients who lost their central vision received the company's retina implants, which restored their eyesight and even allowed them to read books and recognize faces, the startup announced last week. Whoa! To my
That's
knowledge,
crazy.
it's the first time that the restoration of the ability to fluently read has ever been definitively shown in blind patients. CEO Max Hodak, who's the president of Neuralink before founding Science Corp, said in a statement. Holy shit. What does it look like, Jamie? Does it show what it looks like?
Hey, so Omar Garcia can't sit still for more than 5 minutes.
Sounds crazy. Science Corporation. Good luck finding that on Google. What are you going to find? Oh, it's in the first one.
You remember that big police chase they were showing on the news a few weeks ago?
So this
All
is-
the cop cars were flying in the ocean and shit, trying to catch this crazy guy. Well, that crazy guy was
Oh, look,
Omar.
they're showing you.
Yup.
So they
Stole
stick
the
it back
convertible
there, the
off the
back of your
display
fucking
in the
eyeball.
diamond.
Look how
He drove
tiny it is.
straight through all the poker tables and out the front door and straight through the valet.
I love how
And it
that
was
just about it, they're like,
bad,
look, you'll be
partner.
able to see the
But
other.
an hour later, there he was on Snapmatic, posting a million pictures from in between his stripper's tits. Hey, from what I hear about your driving though, he's about to get humbled big time.
You gotta have some vision.
And from the how do you recognize his face if you saw it?
Well, you wouldn't until you saw them, and then from then on...
Keep an eye out for any laughing beater security.
Texts are so crazy, they're still coming in.
I just
this
telling
woman-
you where to go.
This woman had my phone named Janina, and I guess she was a big Democratic donor, or not, you know, because they're like, Janina, we're panicked. Can you please answer? Have you voted? I'm like,
We're panicked.
right. I go, I don't know what to do. Janina.
Are you
Janina.
going with it? You fucking with her?
No, because it's just a bot. This is what we're talking. That's all AI. It's just bots going like, please vote. Yes or no? Are you a Republican?
75,000 votes counted so far.
Only?
Okay,
Who won?
there should be servers in
Who
the
won out
building
of
that
75,000?
hold everybody's account information.
So,
Please stop. That's how it works.
4,000.
Hurry up and download Omar's data. They got security heading your way.
What
As
is your,
CNN would
what
say,
is your
"You
suspicion? of what's going on? What's your
I
suspicion?
thought it, you know, I think it will be him, but I also thought that it's very close, and I think with Roe, that was the one X factor.
100%.
That was the only X factor I'd thought about. I think without that,
Not just Roe, but that thing that I brought up with J.D. Vance, which some people believe is true. And apparently there might have been a case in Texas, Jamie. I know you're Googling, but
yeah.
where we were talking about women in a place where it's restricted. Like Texas has a 6-week law, which is crazy because you don't even know you're pregnant. That's just great. Barely missed your period, right? It's crazy, especially if your period's like not regular. And then if you go to another state where abortion is legal and they find out, they can prosecute you.
Right. So that's the type of stuff I think that she could win on that. Right. Because that is crazy.
Well, it's
So-
not just crazy. It's gross. It's gross. Here's why it's gross. Not just because you should be able to tell people where the fuck to go and where they can go and do things that it's illegal medical
sure.
procedure. But imagine if you're a woman who gets pregnant and you have a miscarriage, and you go and visit your mom who lives in Oklahoma where abortion's legal, and then you get questioned as to whether or not you had an illegal
insane.
abortion. You get that's a. Can you imagine? Like,
No, it's crazy.
You
So that-
lose your
yeah.
kid and you're fucking heartbroken.
That's
and
the
then,
one thing where I could see a groundswell of women coming up for her, and she could win.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah, for sure.
The idea of that is attached to these apps, right? So there's apps that women can use that track their ovulation, right? So they track their menstrual cycles through these apps, and if they get the data from these apps, and the apps show that you lost your period or you didn't have your menstrual cycle, and then you went to Oklahoma, it doesn't mean anything. But are we going to let people investigate people's bodies?
No, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's insane. It's
crazy.
That's the worst direction it could head. Because they made one headway, Roe versus Wade, they got rid of it, so now it's up to the states. Well, that makes it sketchy. And now if the states are going to prosecute people for traveling to other states, well, then now you're saying the state is in control of your body?
No, that's crazy.
Your ability to go somewhere in America,
what did
whether or not you
JD
agree
say
with it
to
or don't
that?
agree with it. He said he wasn't aware of that, and we wouldn't want to do that.
Right.
But I think that this is a thing that was brought up. See if you can find that.
Case I found in Texas, I don't think it had to do with out-of-state abortion. I might be wrong, but
Oh, it had to do with in-state abortion.
You know,
She
Europe
handled her
handles
own
this all
abortion.
kind of well. It's one of the things they do. They just have like whatever the state is, and everyone's okay with it. And it's
Well,
just
the thing
not
is,
a
they
big
have a
fight.
restriction as well.
They
like,
do.
People are talking about France. I'm going to go to Europe where a woman's right to choose. Like,
Yeah.
but they have restrictions
No,
there.
but it makes sense that no one cares.
Yes, it's like there's a certain time where you can't do it anymore
Yeah,
because
it's
it's
like-
viable outside the womb.
Yeah,
and it's
not-
Bill Burr's bill.
Yeah.
You know, I think a woman should have a right to choose, and I think you're killing the baby. Like both
Right.
those things are true.
Yeah, it's like it's just these issues. They're the problem with some of these issues that can be solved. And like when Fetterman said that thing about immigration, he goes, "Yeah, nobody wants to solve it because it's good for everybody." There is something to me that's about all of these issues that seem weirdly like people are against any type of rational common ground.
I think you're right in that
Solution,
regard. I think
yeah.
there's definitely some truth to that. I think some
Right?
people do want things
Most
solved,
people
but I
don't want late term.
these things are these political beach balls that get tossed around a concert.
Yeah.
In one of the ones that people were terrified of, if they got rid of Roe v. Wade, the next one was gay marriage.
Yeah.
Because they were like, no, a marriage
Well, I
between
hear
a
the
man and a woman.
guards scattering like roaches,
that was what
so
people
I'm guessing
were worried
you're
that
in the
all this
server
stuff was coming out
room.
of religion.
Great.
Well, I think
Just
a lot of it's gonna
download
go
Omar's
to
life
states'
meter
rights.
data as fast
So
as
I
you
think
can.
where
There's
you
probably
live will
reinforcements on the
determine
way.
a lot of your freedom. And
Yeah.
that I think they've said they don't care about gay marriage, but I imagine that would come up, and I imagine that.
Lindsey Graham does not want to give up half his stuff.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't believe
no,
in gay
neither
marriage.
do I. Marriage itself
I believe in
is
minerals.
Yeah, good for him. I'm more with him on that in the mineral front. But no, I think that of course these things will probably go to popular votes, and it's because people are uncomfortable with the courts and telling them that they have to believe a certain way or think a certain thing. And that's the whole thing. It's like you
There you go.
can vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet, you can leave a state. Obviously, I am for a woman's right to choose. I am not an elected official in Missouri. I have no power there. I do not live there. I have no influence at all over a woman's body in Missouri, positively or negatively. It's like there are things. This is this crazy big country where, yes, I would agree that a lot of things, but I also I didn't agree with a lot of things that they've done.
Wouldn't you, if you wanted to, this is an interesting way, you want to play 4D chess? Like if you wanted to get rid of the Republicans, and you're a rhino, you're like a sneaky fake Republican.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like push to get rid of Roe v. Wade? Because one of the things that Roe v. Wade
we'll
is going to
see
do.
if it has an
But
effect.
hold on a second.
Yeah, I don't know how
Please.
much. Yeah.
Here's one thing that Roe v.
Yeah.
Wade's going to do. Roe v. Wade's gonna charge up a bunch of women who don't want men telling them what
All
to
right.
do. Right? So they're
That's
gonna want to
all
vote
of them.
Democrat.
I'll start
right?
reading
And
his
they're gonna go out in large
DMs. You
numbers.
just try to get out of
And
there.
if you do that at the same time, you're shipping all these immigrants into all these swing states.
Right.
And then you have those folks
Yeah.
join the Democratic Party too. So they're all voting Democrat too.
Yeah.
Now you have a reason why you should want to take over this red area and turn it blue, because these fucking men are trying to tell these women what they can and can't do. It's like one
Yeah.
more layer on the cake that you're allowed, that you like the percentage support. You'll get more percentage support. It's like a good idea if you were like a creepy puppet master that
Right.
was controlling the strings of
Democrats-
civil unrest in the country.
If the Democrats had said, listen, we're
Okay,
not allowing any
it
gender
looks
experimentation on
like
kids until
Omar's
they're
at the
adults,
car meet in the
and
city.
we're going to enforce the border law, and Biden had said, I'm serving one term, and they had a primary, Trump probably wouldn't be back. He's back because they opened the fucking door. His main issue is immigration. They literally exacerbated it. 10 million illegals came over the border. And then people are incredibly uncomfortable with their children being indoctrinated in schools with this crap. So
I think he would have been better.
He might have been back, but I don't think he would have won.
I think they thought he ripped him off. They ripped him off.
I don't think he would have won. I think the reality is
Never got
they've
into the
given
LS car
him
meet scene myself, but
on a silver
apparently Omar's always
His
hanging
biggest
around those
issue is
meetups.
that
He
people
starts a
wanna come.
bunch of fights he can't finish, then bails out in his corny limited edition benefactor.
Is running?
Fetterman's obviously not mentally there to run, but a guy that has that, you need a working class guy who goes, we need a country, we need to have a distinction between citizen and non-citizen.
Yeah.
The social contract has to be, otherwise we have a social contract with no, it's invalidated completely when you're bringing people in from all over the world, and the government is promising them things, and they're getting votes, and they're
Omar
replacing
should be
Americans
inside the
in
meet
certain,
doing
you know,
loads of
manufacturing
cocaine
jobs or
and
whatever.
driving in circles.
You don't have
You know,
any
shit like that.
sense of a country.
Right.
And you need a country, and you need a working class person who's not condescending, and somebody who goes, look at the Tavistock clinic in the UK that just closed. Why? Because experimental transgender therapies for children is a science that is not only not settled, but it is doing damage to people. This is why that clinic's full of progressives that said, we're shutting this down because we're making a lot of fucking mistakes that are irreversible, and these are human beings. If you take then the Republicans have to run on, you know, an economic platform that may or may not be that popular.
Right.
But the Democrats chose
Can you get
instead
into the test
to
track?
elevate DEI to talk about the most important thing is in America is diversity, equity, and inclusion. They chose to convince everyone, all of the social capital that they spent convincing people how important it was to support the Ukraine with no plan and no end game and open-ended and ditto, you know, whatever Israel wants to do, and maybe we'll have to go into Iran, and like to get all of that and to explain that to people, and they didn't even explain it that well, but they kept telling people how important
Once
it
you
was.
find an
They
outfit,
could have
just
easily
walk into the meet like you
crafted a
belong
message
there.
that
Shoulders
was-
back, partner.
that was rational and sane. All they had to be was, because Trump is a lot, and I think there's a lot of people in America that would have said, hey man, we should just move on. It's chaos, it's
But
volatile.
here's the question:
Yeah.
who's the spokesperson? So if
I
you
don't
have
know.
a primary, who would it be? Gavin Newsom's not trusted.
No, it's got to be someone we barely
Kamala
know.
Harris is already the vice president, so you have to choose her. So
All
it's
right,
like,
you
because
in?
if you're gonna go
Omar
all
should
that
be driving a
DEI
new
stuff, it's
benefactor.
gonna go all with it.
I think
But
it's called
here's
the
the thing,
Porsche
if you're
Game
gonna
or
go all
Ford
in
Flag.
with,
Oh,
just
hell,
like
partner,
DEI
I'm just
that,
gonna call it a hammer from
a
here
woman
on
of
out.
color who's the president.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things that they were
Sure.
saying all along. He was gonna do that. And I was like, why not just have the best person?
Right.
No, you have to
Your
have one.
best
So
bet is
you've
to
already
grab a
said
car and ram them off the
her,
track with
vice
it.
president,
Speak his
been there
language, you know?
4 years. She knows how shit runs.
Right.
It's automatic.
Unless you change course and you say, you have a primary.
Hey, you
have a
know
vote.
what?
I don't know.
Half the
I don't know who
parts
that
in these
person- I don't know
cars
if
are
they're Democrat.
stolen,
I don't know
and
if
they're
they're
worth a lot of money. I just looked up what ECUs go for on Cash for Dead Dreams, and we definitely try to grab one of those.
The problem is
If
the
it
line-
happens to not be
you
stolen,
cannot
you'll get paid either way. Sound good?
And then on one
That's
side,
how you
have
drive?
extremists. On the other side, you have these like corporate oligarchs.
I'm gonna get
that
away.
are
Just wanna fuck with you first.
demanding fealty to foreign wars.
You don't
endless,
get it, huh?
Trade
This shit
agreements
is
that
fun
don't
to
benefit
me.
workers. You know,
Yo,
hollowing out the
you're never gonna catch
This is all
me
stuff
with
that
that.
Republicans were all about.
Better not fuck up my
About
car,
the 90s under
asshole.
NAFTA and stuff like that. So if you transform
know
the
how to
Democratic
drive.
Party again into a workers' party with common sense, reasonable
Nobody can touch
considerations,
me, baby.
and it's not based on religious fundamentals, and it's not based on
You're sweating now.
Look at some other people under that are in that. Where it's like
Good
part of
luck,
their tribal
bitch.
identity. Like, how do you get people to
You
relinquish?
need a figure that
Nah,
rejects.
you
like,
gotta
I
go
think you
home.
need somebody to reject it publicly.
That's how you drive?
Soldier moment, right? When open.
I'ma get away. Just wanna fuck with you first.
She was a rapper or something. She said something about America, and you corrected her.
You don't get it, huh? This shit is
It's a
fun
moment
to
where
me.
Bill Clinton
Yo,
was running for
you're never
president
gonna
and
catch
he
me
ran
back.
against. And
Better not fuck up my car,
you know, establish
asshole.
his bona fides as a, you know,
This shit.
Let's play the video.
Try to get close and then ram them.
It's always been best about the rainbow coalition. People coming together across racial lines. Talk about this creative Louisiana. Stop the car! Come on, bro! We don't have the power to do to white people what white people have done to us. Even if we did, we don't have any nature. If there are any good white people, I haven't. Where are they?
Hey, that fucking hurt!
That's where they are. I know she is a young person, but she has a big influence on a lot of people. And when people say that, if you took the
Great work, partner. Let's get him back to the office before he finds a way to take off.
Let me tell you, we all make mistakes. Sometimes we're not as sensitive as we ought to be. We have an obligation, all of us, to
Whoa, shit! You think jail's gonna slow me down? Nah, just give me a few weeks in there, and I'll find a way to take off. I'm scrappy as shit! Whoa, untouchable! You just got lucky back there, bitch! There's no way you caught me! No fucking way! You know how many of your pig friends tried and crashed out? All of them! That's how many! I'll find a way to shake this jail shit too. Just watch. I can't believe this is happening, man!
If he ran on that today, he beats everybody.
This is what I mean.
In a landslide.
That's what I mean.
In a sensible.
That's what I mean.
That's what a Democrat used to be.
That's what I mean.
How good was that guy, by the way? The best speaker.
And the best person. But what I mean is that had Kamala Harris repudiated a lot of what happened in the madness of 2020, 2021, all of that stuff, and said America is not a white supremacist country that is only set up to terrorize people of color and minorities, and that, you know, yes, we've had a past that's been terrible, but we've made tons of progress, and people should be rewarded in this country on the basis of their hard work, their ability, their willingness to take risk, to, and we cannot have a society that is arranged by people's tribal identity. If she'd come out and gave some more eloquent version, I'm just off the top of my head, of that speech, it would have been her sister soldier moment, and she could have said, my party went in the wrong direction. And by the way, it would have been very compelling to a lot of people.
Yeah, but she would have to formulate that, or someone would have to help her formulate
Someone would have to
So what I'm
formulate
saying is you should run for president. You should become a Democrat and run on that.
Maybe I am.
Well, you probably couldn't become a Democrat. They probably never let you in, but I bet you they let you into the Republican
Not
Party.
only will they never let me in, depending on the next 8 hours, I'm going to be in jail. There's going to be... No. I think that was the thing. I think Trump ran against the Republican Party in 2016.
Yeah.
He ran against the Bushes. He ran against foreign war. He ran against big business. He ran against every single Republican donor base, every plutocratic concern. Trump ran against it. He ran against the Chamber of Commerce. He ran against all the people, the Koch people, all the people that were open borders. He ran against all of those people. And, he ran against major power factions within that party, and he steamrolled them. And Kamala Harris has refused to do that. She didn't repudiate Biden.
Well, how could she, though? Because he's still president. She's still vice president. She would have to.
She has to throw him right under the bus and
but
say
she would almost need a fresh start, like to get out of this cycle and then come back again in 2028.
He's an old fool. That's what I would have said. Somebody asked me about him, I would have said, he's an old fool.
But then you'd have to say, well, what is Biden? Oh, he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah,
now
but,
I don't believe you
But
anymore.
here's the deal. The vice president, we all know, kind of doesn't do anything. She should just say that. She should go, listen, the vice president didn't do anything.
Maybe she should say that.
She should say that. She should go, let's be very honest. Legislation originates in the House of Representatives. The president has an agenda. I'm sitting around. He's an idiot. We let way too many immigrants in. The tranny stuff's gone nuts. And we got to put some people in jail. If they break into your car, they steal your phone.
Yeah.
She should, if she said, if a Venezuelan steals your phone, they go right to jail. I would be phone banking for her. She hasn't acknowledged his appeal. They never give him his due. They never give Trump his due. Had she said in the debate,
You're through to your garage. You need me to bring you a ride?
Politics, you've ignited their passions. I respect that. And you've brought up issues that are important that have been ignored for a long time by both parties. But I just think we need to move forward in this election. And you're a very entertaining guy. It was a time Bill Clinton said to George H.W. Bush, he goes, in the middle of the debate, he goes, listen, we all respect your military service, and we respect the sacrifice you made for the country, but I think we have to go in another direction. And it was just, and you could see like H.W., the older one, being like, oh, he was seething, because Clinton had kind of complimented him and said, we like what you did, but we got to go in this new direction.
That would be a brilliant move to use against Trump.
It would have been a brilliant move to use against Trump, but you're right, she can't do it. She's owned by donors. She's owned by these people, and it's unfortunate because had she run against them, there might have been a contingent of people that said they would give her a shot, but
I think
she hasn't done it.
Is a skill.
She doesn't have it.
No, it's a very particular type of skill. So she has one skill. And that was in that one speech where she said, come say it to my face. Remember that? You got something to say about me? Say it to my face. Everybody cheers like, oh my God, she's going to win. Like there was a moment. But that was a really well-rehearsed thing that she did, that she had excellent timing.
That's right.
So then all the pressure comes out. And then the fumbles. And then the interviews and the stumbles and the inability to answer certain questions. And then all that stuff. So her ability to do that kind of thing is dependent upon a teleprompter and a well-rehearsed speech.
She doesn't believe in anything outside of her own ambition.
Bill Clinton did his whole State of the Union speech once when the teleprompter went down. He did it all off the top of his fucking head.
It was a different thing.
He was a different thing. So a guy like him, you don't find those now because they're all pussy hounds and they're hiding.
Right.
They don't want that fucking job. No. Bill Clinton was around before the internet. It was great.
Maybe that's what we need to go back to. Yeah, I mean, it's like, but because she, you know, it's that, again, it's that corporate hollow, like, speak that inspires nobody, really.
Yeah, well, the thing that inspires people is she laughs a lot, and she, you know, you go girl, woman of color, all that good stuff. She was already a, attorney general, she already had vice president. She was in, very qualified in that regard. But what Bill Clinton just did, that's what we want.
That's what we need.
We need an actual leader that I go, well, that's an exceptional human being. The way he talks is better than I can talk.
Well, it's better than both of us or anyone.
But the way he's doing it in front of everybody,
I'll tell you right now.
It's very, very
because that moment, he was the left flank of his party. I'm sure didn't love that, and I'm sure that there were people that criticized him for that. But he basically came out and said, listen, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to, take a stance that's going to anger people, but I'm going to reach across the aisle and say, you're right. This is not moving us in the right direction. There were moments that she could have done that. She chose not to.
Right.
And I think that's, again, we don't know anything, so I don't know if I'm doing a postmortem on her campaign or not. But
what do you think if you had a bet right now?
I think it's him now. I think if he gets Michigan or Pennsylvania, it's over, and I think he's getting one of them. I don't think she gets both of them, but I could be totally wrong.
What do you think?
Jamie, make up the results.
Because there's been all these turning points. There's been all these ups and downs and stumbles and recoveries and different interviews.
Yeah,
I'm still fucking.
There was a time I thought it was definitely her. And then there was a time that I thought it was definitely him, and then there was a time I thought it was definitely her, and now I think it's him again.
God, I wish I got a chance to interview her.
You know?
That one would be interesting. What if she changed my mind? What if she, like, in an actual conversation, it's cool. She could just be herself.
Well, here's the thing. She would have had to do what Clinton did, and she can't do it because they are being held hostage by an ideology that is crippling to thought.
Right, but so wouldn't you want to, so to a person like that, really, I'd want to talk to them about stuff outside of being president. You know, because I think that's when you can find out a lot of shit about people.
Yeah, I think the Walsh thing was a mistake.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Well, she even said
he's
that
a buffoon.
she chose him when she was sleep deprived.
Yeah, of course. He's a buffoon.
Well, by the way, it's a hilarious thing to say.
Of course.
You can't kick him out either, right?
No.
You can't say, I changed my mind, you're fired.
She should have went with Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Would have been, Republicans would have been panicked.
But do you think that the Free Palestine people would have got upset because Josh Shapiro was Jewish?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he would have won. He would have won more Jews back. He's a better debater,
right.
and I think he would have been instrumental in PA. And I think PA is the bowl game.
All right, so this job is a multi-step kind of gig. If we want that car, we got to bust my homeboy King Tiny out of jail. Gonna need some intel first, though. These are some high-ass stakes, so we gotta get it right. Not to make this harder, but my guys tried to escape, like a bunch of times. So the guards are automatically gonna assume any funny shit is him. We can't risk them shooting him in a panic, and we're not about to shoot up a police station for a car. So we're going to do this without any guns, okay? You can do that, right?
Have a competent, shrewd operator say it, and not this buffoon.
Not only that,
Who should be ice fishing.
who's been caught lying multiple times.
He's a pathological liar.
And he lies about stuff that's not important.
That's right.
That no one cares about. Like, you don't have to lie about that.
Yeah.
You don't have to. You're lying because your version of the truth is not what you're giving people is not the truth. You're changing the truth in always to make things look better. You're a head coach instead of an assistant coach. Your military rank is a lot better than it is. You pretend kind of that you serve more.
We're breaking into the police station here, so we gotta make sure our shit is nice and together. Agreed?
You know,
We need shots of our way in. So to start, head for the roof and take a pic of the air vents.
to just put this guy
Thinking we'll
out
fly
there
in
and say
via one
he's
of their
just like
choppers to
you.
look legit. So
And
get the
he's
shot
one
of
of
those
those
two.
radical people.
Last
He's
thing,
just
we need to see how we're
not a
getting out, so we don't end up like my
mainstream
homie in
guy.
there.
Shapiro's
Take a
much
picture of the
more
rear
than
exit to the
mainstream
building.
guy.
Okay,
He just
cool.
happened to
So
be
those
Jewish.
are the choppers they're used to seeing
And this
approach the
guy
building.
comes from
We'll have to get our hands on
Minnesota.
one of these
He's a
if we want to
very
make it onto the
far-left
roof.
guy.
Cool. These are the air vents.
Again,
We should
he's
be
not
able to throw a
Paul
gas
Art,
grenade
but
right
he's
through those and
nowhere
knock out most
near
of the guards.
the
We'll
mainstream of
probably
American
need some
politics.
tactical
And
armor
they
to
pick
deal
him
with
out
the
because
rest,
when he
though.
talk, he's folksy, he's got a charm, he's a fun guy, but he happens to be a liar and full of shit. And you know, his wife, when the BLM riots were happening, said we just opened the windows and smelled the burning tires and really took in the moment. That's a quote from his psychotic wife. So they're
Jesus
psychopaths.
Christ.
They're psychopaths.
That's
these
Joker
people.
shit. Rolling
It's
up the
Joker
windows.
shit. And we smelled the burning tires. We just took in the moment. That's a quote from Glenn Walls.
Good Lord.
So at the end of the day, it's like you're not representative of the American people just because you might bump into them in the state fair.
Officer on the outside exit, right?
So that was
So
exciting.
my
Like, oh,
homie's
this
been
guy
watching
is
people
broke.
go in and out
He's
of
like
there
a
for a
coach.
while,
He has
so
no
he
money.
knows the
But
internal
it turns out
code
he's
for
a
that
liar,
door.
and he's to,
We should
people don't.
probably stash some
you know,
weapons here for when you get out. Just
When
in
riots
case.
going on, people are not taking in the moment and sniffing the burnt tires. This is, you know, no. Why is this psychopath?
Let me hear this.
This is a psychopath.
All right, I think we got everything we need. We'll talk deets when you get back to the yard. See you soon.
Smelled the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
She's ill. She's mentally ill.
I kept the windows open
And I
so I
kept
got
the
as much
windows
burning
open, yeah.
tire smoke in my house.
In my house, so that you can't. Can we? What? It's a psychopath. And the Democrats will bring her out and go, they're teachers and they're broke. They're like you. And then you go, I don't know about that.
Let anybody talk off script. If they're going to be smart about this in the future, you got to put everybody on a script. Unless you find yourself another Bill Clinton, put everybody on a fucking script.
God, he was good. I mean, listen, pedophile, perhaps. Epstein friend, perhaps. Human trafficker, perhaps. But God, did he talk.
Such good talker.
God, did he talk.
And then I think it goes back to what we're talking about like secret societies. Like there's always been these people that were in the White House or wherever these fucking places. These people they go crazy behind closed doors.
They do.
And you're just assuming that they're the person they portray themselves on television.
Right.
This button-down person with a suit and tie who's
Right.
talking to you about the future.
Right.
And
that is not what's happening.
That's not what's happening. They're human beings. They have
No.
vices. They like wild shit, I bet. They like power, for sure. Otherwise, they wouldn't be president.
All
they
right.
like power, and they probably are into some kinky shit that they know they're not supposed to be doing because it's fun.
For sure.
That's probably what's fun about it.
For
You're
sure.
the president, you can't talk something. This is crazy.
In the Oval Office. Think about that. Yeah, that's a good point.
So much fun. That's probably why Kennedy did it. They were out of control. And then all of a sudden they can't be.
You need something, huh?
So
One of your
it's
rides?
like,
Let me know.
Yeah.
It's like when they said Catholic priests couldn't get married.
It's on the way.
Like Catholic
So
priests
creepy.
used to fuck. They used to be
Right.
the rock stars, but they were fucking too many people.
Yeah,
They
but
said, "Hey,
thank
you guys
God
can't
after
fuck
they
anymore."
banned marriage in the Catholic Church, nothing bad happened.
Definitely.
Thank God nothing bad happened. Well, you think it's him for sure?
I do not know.
Jamie, who's on?
You know who had a really good post about this? Max Lugavere. He had a really good post. He goes, I'm not voting for Trump. He goes, I'm voting against all these things. Just like a very clear, concise list of all the different things that are fucked up. This ideology.
Don't fuck around with me, shithead.
It's the only thing that's going to keep us from working our way out of this.
That and the war.
Yeah, those two.
That and the ratcheting of tensions all over the globe is a problem.
Well, he's the one who's saying that we're going to try to stop all this shit.
Let's hope.
And if that is reasonable,
Okay, we're breaking into the police station here, so we gotta make sure our shit is nice and together. Agreed?
killing people.
We need shots of our way in. So to start, head for the roof and take a pic of the
Make
air
it so that
vents.
we have our own oil.
Think in will
We have
fly
power.
in via
We
one
don't
of their
import
choppers to
oil
look
and
legit.
pop up this
So get a shot of those
That
too.
all would be good.
Last thing,
All that
we
would-
need to see
all
how
that
we're
sounds
getting
good.
out, so we don't
You know,
end
it's
up like my
I don't
homie
hear
in
the
there.
things that people
Take
keep
a
saying
picture of the
is
rear
that,
exit to the building.
This will be the last
Okay,
time you
cool.
get to vote.
So those are the choppers they're used to seeing approach the building. We'll have to get our hands on one of these if we want to make it onto the
It's not
roof.
saying he's Hitler. It's
Right.
saying here's where he's right and here's where we can do it better. That's the way to run it.
That's how you
Chosen.
What the hell you not
Well, you better think so. When you, I'm coming to you for money, so you better. Thank you.
I think you're more of a collar open type guy. Though.
Collar
More of a
open.
man of the people.
Collar open and just kind of like, yeah.
I want people to jump over the other side.
Should be the governor of California.
For sure.
That's it's an actual good
You
point.
could actually win.
It's a great point.
No one likes that Newsom fellow. They don't trust him anymore. He got caught with his fucking mask off at the French laundry.
That's the rear exit, right? Cool. So my homie's been watching people go in and out of there for a while, so he knows the internal code for that door. We should probably stash some weapons here for when you get out.
Screaming for
Just in case.
That's what you'd be the first Republican president in 2020. Makes sense. You're in. You're in. You are the first Republican governor in California.
So that'd be huge. That's a good plan. So we go from there and back to the White House.
And you're socially liberal, so the liberals won't feel bad voting for you.
Right. To an extent, I'm socially liberal.
Pretty fucking wide extent.
Yeah, to a wide extent. Yeah. I do believe women should ask to leave the house. Like I do have that. That's where I have that Islam thing. I do believe. Commissions.
Sharia law is crazy.
Let's hope it's peaceful and
Thanks for being here, man.
Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Where are you at?
Sold out, but I'll be there next week.
Oh,
we might add a show.
Traveling around.
Yeah, we just did a tour, and you know, we got some dates in Canada. We're kind of doing a tour. And,
Coming up tonight?
are you there? Yeah, come on. Stop in here. I'm doing well.
right through those and knock out most of the guards. We'll probably need some tactical armor to deal with the rest, though. All right, I think we got everything we need. We'll talk deets when you get back to the yard. See you soon!
Hello everybody, welcome back. Today is November 8th, it's Friday, and we're here with AI Stories and Nonsense on Links with Friends.
Kind of already burned this headline because other people are doing it, but OpenAI is also doing it.
OpenAI launches ChatGPT search, competing with Google and Microsoft. It's a search engine. It's not just AI. They're not like training it on the internet because of hallucinations and blah, blah, blah. They're doing the thing that I was doing last week, which is it's a search engine, but you just talk to the search engine and it tries to search better. Remember how you used to be able to just put things in quotes and learn a couple of things, and then Google was very effective, and then Google stopped doing those things that are useful because question marks?
I miss being able to put like a minus if I was like trying to avoid a certain keyword. It doesn't seem to work reliably anymore.
With OpenAI, you can say, hey, I'm not a moron. Whenever you search for stuff, assume that I know exactly what I'm talking about and don't give me all the irrelevant BS. And it remembers and says, alrighty.
Well, how many people are using AI? Exactly, because they tell us that maybe this is a bubble and maybe it's not that big a thing, but Meta says otherwise.
Meta AI has more than 500 million users. Threads has surged to reach almost 275 million people, Mark Zuckerberg says.
I feel like all these numbers are always super exaggerated.
Is this maybe just like people who've used it once?
Yeah, someone who logged in and then never came back, yeah.
And here's the most terrifying thing that Mark Zuckerberg said when he was talking about this, which is, you know, the whole dead internet theory and all that. Well, not only is it real, but they're working hard on it.
Mark Zuckerberg says a lot more AI-generated content is coming to fill up your Facebook and Instagram feeds.
I don't want this.
The context of him saying that, though, was almost like if we don't do it, other people are going to do it anyway, and we can't tell the difference.
Which is exactly how we got the military-industrial complex. Russia's going to do it, so we better do it first.
I'm pretty sure that's also already the search results pages, because if you search for something and it's like, Krista, you were looking for plant stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this was like almost a year ago. I was looking for, you know, info about how to grow blueberries, and half the results were just AI-generated BS and not accurate at all for how to grow a blueberry.
Doesn't matter, because blueberries are only going to be grown in vertical farms.
They're not a good candidate for it, though, and you would know that if you read anything real about blueberries.
Not only, like, the accuracy doesn't matter. The only metric they're measuring is your level of engagement. And you are engaged with the blueberry content that is the most outrageous, and that is the only metric that matters.
Yeah, sometimes you ever have like a moment when you're on like YouTube homepage and you see a video, it's like, oh, that looks maybe a little interesting. You're like, if I click that, that's going to mess up my algorithm for 6 months.
Well, everybody's got their AI out there, right? Even Apple now has their AI out there, except there is one laggard who started the race at the front.
Amazon's AI Alexa stumbles in a race to compete with ChatGPT. And this story talks about how Amazon was first with Alexa and how it's always been trash. It's never been good. And it wasn't even really useful to be like, hey, I would like to order some, gummy bears. I need a 5-pound bag of gummy bears, as we have hilariously demonstrated on this show before. And so I want you to, if you take a look at that article, I want you to mentally replace that with Google researchers came up with the research paper, Attention is All You Need, which spawned all of this AI stuff. So this article seems to be about making Amazon executive leadership feel bad because they weren't able to do anything useful with Alexa, even up through 2024. But inside of Google, really, if your executive leadership has any introspection at all, look at the entire world that has been built around large language models, which came from Google researchers, and they were not able to do anything useful with it.
Well, Google is using LLMs apparently not just to sell to you, they're using them themselves.
More than a quarter of new code at Google is generated by AI.
It's a little worrying, maybe?
There's going to be a world 20 years from now where you're just worshiping the machine to get it going one more day, but nobody knows how it actually works.
That's weird. You have to say the prayers to the machine god. And you will be saying a lot of those prayers if you want any kind of employment, because every kind of employment you have from now on out will be at the whim of the robot overlords.
The first story in this series is LinkedIn launches its first AI agent to take on the role of job.
You need something, huh? One of your rides?
Weed you out.
Let me know.
Promised when these stories first came up, but there is a dark side. We have some amazing stories about the dark side.
I don't know what kind of grouping you're imagining here. Probably not going to be what you expect. But we can use the AI for things that are useful, and just, like, there really are jobs that it's probably better that people don't have to do because they could be doing something more valuable. If you're a doctor, for example, writing out your transcripts, that's a waste of your time. However, the language models are doing some weird stuff as usual.
Researchers say an AI-powered transcription tool used in hospitals invents things no one ever said.
What if it's like something malicious from pharmacy companies and
I'll get there as soon as I can. I'll get back to it then.
It's crazier than that. The examples.
The AI is writing down its own inner monologue.
Here we go. So first, let's look at the actual spoken words.
He, the boy, was going to, I'm not sure exactly, take the umbrella.
And then what the AI decided that was.
He took a big piece of a cross, a teeny small piece. I'm sure he didn't have a terror knife.
Also, the next one's great because no one mentioned anything about race, but the AI decided to mention that the girls were black. Why? Why do that? No one can figure out exactly.
The AI spoke the dark thoughts it was thinking as it was doing the transcription task.
Hyperactivated antibiotics? That's not a thing. It doesn't exist.
What is that? Yeah.
The AI just came up with it. That's so good.
Let's keep adding it though. Next time will definitely be better.
Sure, yeah. And it's not like this is anything important. It's not like these people are going to get kicked out of their insurance because you came up with a terror knife. And over at Google, they are following suit to OpenAI.
So I got a friend, I guess, over at Ammunition that's gonna set you up with some weapons. Now we're aiming to do this non-lethal, but once you make it outside the police station, you might need them.
You're just reinventing Jeeves.
It's really about buying things. Like, this is going to help you buy things, or help you find things to buy, or talk you into buying things that you didn't want.
Will it help me find money to buy those things with?
No. In fact, it turns itself off when it realizes you don't have any money.
Well, if you do have money, you can fight against the AI wave, but only if you have a lot of money.
Robert Downey Jr. refuses to let Hollywood create his AI digital replica. I intend to sue all future executives who recreate my likeness.
The podcaster who was interviewing him fired back, and she was like, "Yeah, but you'll be dead." And he said, "My law firm won't be dead."
I've been created in an enduring legal trust who's funded only to...
Just to ruin this until no one cares about my name anymore.
And arguably the worst, but perhaps maybe the only saving grace of AI is they've managed to lock it down so that it can't be used for the most reprehensible things. However, there's always somebody who's chipping away.
That's a real pretty gun.
Jailbreak. Researchers bypass AI safeguards using hexadecimal encoding and emojis. It's just base 64. So you can talk to ChatGPT via base 64.
But you can talk to ChatGPT in base 64, and apparently the safeguards sitting in front of it don't understand that. And so this script here, which has probably been fixed at this point, they were able to get it to go off the rails. They also did the emoji one down here.
Imagine getting the support ticket for this, like you're getting ready to go home on a Friday and it's like...
That will get your account banned though, right? I don't know if they've changed those
All
rules.
your post-apocalyptic needs under
Now,
one
I
roof.
went back and looked it up. It was Poland last week too. The radio
Yeah, it
guy.
was. They mentioned it in this
The
article.
Polish love AI.
Voice of Google Maps in Poland loses their job after being replaced by AI.
People are really
Yeah.
salty about it.
Well, but I think the real story here is that what that guy did was he worked with another map app.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, we are we got another great robot video you should go watch because it is haunting how good these things are getting.
Boston Dynamics, the electric Atlas humanoid executes autonomous automotive parts picking. Yeah, so I need to take parts from this building and from that building. It just doesn't. These are coming for the Amazon warehouse jobs.
Or just auto industry jobs. That's a big industry around here.
It's so human-like. Like you watch it and it's, like, it's just like human. But then at some point it'll rotate its torso the wrong way or something. You're like, oh.
I heard the sound effect in my head of someone taking celery.
And we have another powerful helicopter. I would say maybe the best helicopter ever is the one on Mars, right? And now there's going to be a better one.
NASA is developing a Mars helicopter that could land itself from orbit. Well, I mean, certainly we've got self-landing rockets here. Let's get those on Mars ASAP. Oh wait, somebody's already doing that.
This guy can he can land from orbit and he can carry stuff. And that's right, I gender.
What happens when we find remnants of a civilization?
A robot civilization. And the robots are coming to drive us around, and we have one more contender. Actually, they're not new, but they kind of took a break, and we're not sure why, but they're here now.
Zook's custom robotaxis are finally coming to San Francisco and Las Vegas.
If you don't remember, they do have a very distinct look. And you gotta be face to face in there. Ugh.
How are you supposed to make out then? Everyone can see it.
Yeah, but you can get a nice foot massage.
That's almost was like a carriage from like 1800s.
And this is cool, but I always love technology where, like, if you get just completely wrecked as a human being, there's people out there trying to help you get back into it. And this one, it's kind of like the symbiote from Venom, from Spider-Man, and Robot.
They're trying to develop a wearable robot that walks and fits itself on disabled people.
So you're sitting down, and it just like creeps up on you and layers itself on your body.
In about 30 more generations of this, it's going to be like the nanotech suit. That'll be kind of cool.
Well, what you shouldn't get behind is the Boeing space program, because last week after that satellite just blew up out of nowhere, like
it's just been bad story after bad story.
they already had the broken.
What miracle did you want me to
shuttle.
perform?
They couldn't get the astronauts back, and Elon Musk had to do it. And then a satellite just blows up out of nowhere, and I think finally the boardroom was like, I think it's time to cut our losses.
Boeing reportedly considers selling off its space business. I don't know. This is a little bit rumor and a little bit. But they do have a new person in charge that is taking things very seriously, it seems. And someone that is focused on the engineering challenges and, not necessarily the money part of it, but managing things in a sane way so that there can be a great engineering company.
Meanwhile, our government-based space program lagging behind quite a bit, but over in China
refreshes the crew of its Celestial Palace space station. So this is just more, it's all female crew. And they're doing some really amazing things, but there's a ton of crew on this space station that's only 1/3 the size of the International Space Station. So way more people in there.
Ugh.
Was it all female?
I thought it was.
I thought this was the first female engineer to make the trip into orbit. There's
I
one.
misread that. I read the incoming trio includes the first female engineer. Okay.
Aren't they is it NASA planning to do an all-female mission pretty soon?
Maybe that's what I'm mixing up.
They may have already done that.
Have they already done it?
Wasn't it? It was the all-female spacewalk. I think that's what it was. Now, if you are of a certain age, if you went to school during the Apple II era or thereabouts, you know that video games were vilified. But there was one video game that was approved for school use.
I played this when I was
We played the hell out of this.
Oregon Trail action comedy movie in development at Apple. And this article explains Oregon Trail if you don't know what Oregon Trail is. But I would say that the modern version of Oregon Trail is RimWorld. With a little less history.
Is it going to be like they say action comedy, shouldn't it be like gritty historical drama? Like someone died of dysentery crossing the river.
Oregon Trail got dark, but I immediately lost all interest in this because they're like, oh yeah, there's gonna be 6 musical numbers. Why? Even Blazing Saddles was bad with the musical stuff.
It only ever worked for Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh, I hate that too. Don't ever mix the two. And this is a headline that gets a lot of clicks. It's a sad story, but it is maybe a cautionary tale if you're a young influencer.
Brazilian influencers drown after refusing life jackets. Why? Because it would ruin their social media streaming. But then
I like your car.
So they were on a yacht, and they got on a smaller boat to get back to the land, and they were like, hey, you should put on these
life jackets.
And they're like, oh no, we like to take the selfies. And they hit some rough water.
Was it the
Is that the boiler snake?
Oh, not great. There's a lot of little clicks happening. You guys probably don't hear that.
We better hurry. I had to throw this one in because the pictures are so hilarious.
Joe Biden bites several babies at a Halloween event. As far as I can tell, that actually,
I assumed, I was like, oh, he's maybe doing the thing old folks do.
For sure, that's what he's doing. But
it looks unhinged. He actually makes contact with the baby's foot, and it's like, it's weird.
It's very weird. It's not even that weird. It's just something that you shouldn't be doing if you're the president.
Yeah. That's something like your older relative does. You don't let anybody just bite your baby.
That's a good
parenting tip.
That might be the title. Don't let just anybody bite your baby. It's a little long. And over in Shanghai and Hong Kong, they have a new way of life that means that the Communist Party now rules their lives. They're no longer independent. And that also means that no fun can be had dressing up.
Shanghai puts a stop to spooky season. No more dressing up for Halloween, which previously was okay, but now they were no.
Isn't China like really weird about like blood and skeletons, that kind of thing?
Well, in this case, last year, a lot of people wore blank paper costumes.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The author here said that she had a young child with her who was wearing a hat with a skull and crossbones pirate thing. It was like a pirate hat. And a cop came over and was like, you have to take that off.
That's too offensive.
That's worrying.
Yeah. And Snoop Dogg is a national treasure. What can we say? Despite his checkered past, we consider him one of the greatest guys ever. And he also gets a pass on this.
Snoop Dogg confirms he has a staffer who makes sure that the people that he's, don't get too high. And so, okay, seems reasonable. But this is a lot of words in this article to describe.
Oh, that's a big click. Lots of clicks on that one. Yeah. Snoop is he's very honest about the fact that he does that pretty much 24/7. So his tolerance levels.
I just saw the name of that outlet. I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't even. Oh. I like how they have the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but it's got that.
That's a great logo. Some creative people over there at that website. And I just recently learned about this, right? The little holes in Crocs. They make things that you can put in there. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Isn't that for breathing or whatever?
You would think, right?
I don't know.
What's good? What's
I had a pair
good?
of Crocs when I worked at a grocery store just because they were comfortable to stand in all day.
Yeah, this article says that was a bad idea.
Well.
Gen Alpha keeps tripping and falling over their own Crocs, so schools are banning the shoes over safety concerns.
Are they getting them like a size up? I didn't feel like they were that hard to walk.
I've never worn them.
Crocs are also really popular in Asia, but there's usually a lot of warnings around the escalators, like the escalator
This
will
will
eat.
suck,
Yeah,
suck
will
their
eat.
strap off.
Why is it so hard to walk around?
A guy I met on the Foothills Trail, because he got a trail named him Sport because he's hiking Crocs.
Well, this is a fun one because, like you get into arguments and the law is against you. You can still fight.
Business paints a foul mural after a dispute with neighboring building.
No, we don't actually get to see it.
Oh, it's all blurred.
So they describe it, actually we gotta find the quote. You should use the word ducks. I can't find it. But basically, like, we can kind of see what's going on here. There's a car made out of ducks, driving on a road made out of ducks, driving over ducks, and there's a bicycle being ridden by ducks. And yeah.
It's actually fairly creative, I would say.
So the problem here is they build a high-rise building, and the high-rise building keeps towing the parking at the tattoo shop. So now the people that live in the high-rise building, when they look out their windows every day, they see the ducks.
Before you leave, check this out.
And the Vatican may be going the way of cable television, being that all of their people are dying and they desperately need some new converts. I don't know about this choice.
This is odd.
Vatican unveils its anime mascot, Lucy, for Holy Year 2025.
I assume it's Luce?
Luce?
It's Italian?
I thought that was short for Lucifer.
Oh,
no, it's the word for light.
Oh, right.
In Italian, I believe.
Why is she wearing a raincoat?
I had a lot of questions about this. Mainly, who thought this was a good idea knowing 4chan exists?
Shepherd's Crook makes sense.
Krista Dark thoughts again.
Well, I mean, Rule 34. We all know what's going to happen to poor little Luce. And it indeed has happened. I've seen lots of other fan art of Luce that is not Christ-honoring. We'll say that.
You know what else has happened in the Catholic Church? Oh, we
yeah,
shouldn't
also
say that.
not Christ-honoring. Why did anyone think that was a good idea?
If like, here's a really insane thing. There does exist now a technological capability for, there to be something that is everywhere and knows and witnesses everything. And so that would put a stop to everything, theoretically. I have a feeling it won't, but, that's the thing. It's like, I need to know what happened here. And it's like, there you go. There's the record of that.
What are you talking about, like, when 4chan gets involved?
No, just like the church records, it's like, oh, we need to stamp out all of the evil things people are doing. And it's like, well, that won't be possible because literally everything is recorded.
He's saying in the surveillance state, how does the Catholic Church still have that problem? It seems to be by design. Over in Japan, they are running out of people because they have stopped having children, and that catches up to you, and it gets weird, and now the old people are coping.
Outnumbered by puppets, a depopulated village in Japan crafts dolls for a sense of life. 60 people left in this village, so they made these to feel less lonely.
Oh.
They're not very well done.
Well, I mean, if you had arthritis, it would be hard too.
They point out that this kid is like the only kid in the village.
Oh.
And the father has a great quote in here. I can't remember exactly what it is, but he's like, our son is treated like, oh, yeah, here you go. This is a great quote.
Just by being born here, our son benefits from the love and support and hope of so many people, even though he has achieved absolutely nothing in life yet.
That's such a Japanese thing to say.
I mean, that kid is just being doted on.
Yeah.
He's got 100 grams.
That kid is like a stray cat in like a really nice suburban neighborhood. He's eating like lunch at 5 different places, and they're all giving him sugar. Here's a tragic story. I'm not sure if this was the boat one, because I don't know if this were necessarily selfies, but she was taking pictures.
Woman dies after battery into airplane propeller in the
Wow, nice car, baby.
Krista, you seen that? The propeller scene was pretty memorable. Wow.
Guess what the intros I have seen.
The new one?
I had some friends who were like, oh, Indiana Jones is great, so we went and saw it in theaters, and I was like, this is garbage. Really good. Yeah.
Well, here's a story that we see over and over, except it just gets more extreme about what people are willing to steal in terms of automobiles.
Woman steals New Orleans ambulance with EMTs and patients inside, PD says.
They waited till she stopped. Would you try to stop her? Is that illegal for you to do that?
It said that they use vehicles to block the thing, so.
But it was the other EMTs. So it was like ambulances chasing an ambulance because the cops weren't there yet.
Unfortunately, the patient in the back was only being treated for dizziness and not anything life-threatening, apparently.
I'll bet they were dizzy once that person took off.
And Bluey, wow, we talked about Bluey on the podcast. I can't remember what the context was.
We were looking at Halloween costumes. And there were a lot of Bluey costumes.
I have a blind spot to Bluey. I don't even know what Bluey is.
It's a kid's cartoon about like cartoon dogs, and for some reason parents are obsessed with it.
Yeah, clearly.
Police recovered more than 40,000 stolen Bluey coins in Australia. Was it Australia?
Yeah. Well, the coins were worth $1 Australian. So, like, what a weird theft.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 40,000 Australian dollars. That's not nothing, but like fencing those is going to be a problem, right? And in fact, it turned out to be impossible. And Japan, not the only country suffering from the demographic issues. China is as well. Ironic, because remember the one-child policy? Well, they've completely reversed.
Women in China get a phone call from government workers asking, "Are you pregnant now?" Because we need to know, because...
I feel like you have to, like, if you get a call like that, you have to go really graphic. Like, you have to really give them too many details.
This one woman was in her 40s, and she described, she was like, I have 2 kids, and I'm already struggling with childcare. And he's like, I'm looking at your record. I see that you have a mother-in-law and a mother that could watch those kids. You need to get pregnant. Why would you answer that call?
Well, maybe you think it's something else. Do you think they open with that? Are you pregnant now?
Do you ever answer your phone when it's an unknown number? This was there's so many puns, and most of them were terrible. Everybody tried to take a pun stab at this one.
The Great Cheese Robbery. $400,000 of cheddar has been stolen in London.
I didn't realize cheddar is a place. But unlike champagne, they didn't keep the rights to their invention.
Oh.
So cheddar can be made anywhere, whereas champagne has to come from Champagne. But this cheddar was made in cheddar, which makes it very valuable. And
Do you think you could tell the difference if you tried
I would like to try.
the different types?
We should set up a blind taste test.
We should do that for Christmas. I think it would probably be really expensive to import cheddar, but
I can have a little bit of cheese.
yeah, you
now.
can have a little cheese.
Just a little bit.
Well, you can have a little cheese.
Well, you probably don't want to eat the cheese from Logan Paul's Lunchables.
Yeah.
Lunchly criticisms, mold allegations prompt response from Logan Paul. Try harder. So they're trying to do something that's less unhealthy than Lunchables, but it is only marginally less unhealthy than Lunchables.
I mean, considering they're molding.
And then it also had mold.
I don't know who the middle guy is. Do you?
KSI, according to the article.
What's that stand for?
It doesn't stand for anything. His name is actually a very complicated name that's two words that start with O.
So the first accusation here is that apparently these three guys, they've made a Lunchable, which they call Lunchly. Their thing that they say about it is it's better for you because it has a lot of electrolytes. A dietitian posted on Twitter and was like, it's sodium. You're describing sodium. That's not what we want to give the kids. And he got very upset about that. Logan Paul did. But then people started tweeting stuff like this.
There was some other YouTuber, and I can't think of her name, the lady from Nerdy Nummies, I think, who just did a whole takedown on these and also found ones with mold.
And he did not respond well to that. He's not taking criticism of his foods very well. I was at Kroger the other day and I saw that the Beast chocolates
Were
are
they
at
there?
Kroger there. Yeah. How cold is too cold when it comes to your ice cream?
A dangerously cold ice cream sandwich leads to lawsuit against the airline. I don't believe that even if the ice cream were at absolute zero, it would have been all that dangerous.
I mean,
Well-
I guess you could bite into it and like chip a tooth.
She
but
cracked a tooth.
Yeah.
And she was traveling to France, so she had to get like a foreign dentist.
Yeah.
And she claims it was very terrible, and she should not have been expected to know that the ice cream was cold.
I wouldn't expect it to be so cold that it would crack your tooth.
How cold could it realistically be? It's not like they got a vat of liquid nitrogen back there submerging the ice cream sandwiches in it.
Yeah.
And this is a heartbreaker. Oh, I hope we're not getting.
pictures.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go.
we
He's
got.
there.
We
Yeah.
do have a picture.
After years of biscuits and soup, the world's fattest cat, Crumbs, has passed away in rehab. He was already in rehab, but he suddenly became ill and then passed away.
Accidental renaissance. Like that needs to be isolated and put in an oil painting. Is him like a little cherub looking up into the sky.
So he was abandoned by his family before he got fat. People who abandon pets, man, I got nothing but contempt for you. And he was living in the basement of this building, and people were just giving him whatever to eat, which resulted in that. This rescue decided to try to get him into shape, and during one of his workouts,
How did he?
he couldn't breathe for whatever reason. Sad. I bet he had some good times, though. And this fella had some good times before an abrupt end.
100-kilogram wild boar causes chaos in a train station and bites a man's arm in a toilet. They managed to catch it, and they managed to put it down, so I guess that's good.
Well, they caught it with bullets.
Yeah. There's problems with wild hogs around here. Like not as bad as down south. Like I know Tennessee has some real problems with them. Like the entire perimeter of the Great National Smokies Park, they've put a fence up to try to keep the hogs out.
I don't understand why we don't eat them.
I don't know. I think they're kind of aggressive, but
We have guns.
yeah.
And I just love this little face. What an adorable guy.
Adorable, seemingly abandoned kitten turns out to actually be a dangerous wildcat who was sort of aggressive.
Well, I mean, he hissed at him, but
He's a wild animal.
he's that's the best kind of video, right? Where the kitten's all hissy at first and then they tame them in. I love those. And now you might be thinking, oh, Fat Bear Week, whatever, that's Yellowstone. This is Colorado, and if this guy had been in the contest, he would have taken it, right?
Really fat bear in Colorado that gained national attention is still eating and has not started hibernating.
He's gotta have a lot of mass to make it through the winter.
And boy, is he big. big fella. Terrible camera work.
Seems to be unfazed by the spotlight.
Oh, there we go.
Well, I mean, what's he got to worry about?
He's got to worry about winter coming, and he's still hungry.
And our final story is good news for all of you whale lovers out there.
Whale, I can't say that on this. Off southern Australia as a promising sign for southern right species.
I don't understand southern right.
That must be a saying. Well, anyway, the whales are procreating in Australia, which is maybe a good ecological thing.
They describe it as the female starts her song, which can travel many, many miles underwater. And then the men start showing up, and they do sort of like choreography, where they all try to match her movements. And then I guess the best one gets chosen. And they bump into each other, but it's non-violent. Which, I mean, you know, if you're going to have an event like that, you don't want it to be violent.
Yeah.
Accidental touching, okay. Violence, never.
That's always awkward.
Show up to the whale event. I think it's violent.
All right.
That's it.
Thanks for hanging out.
We will see you guys in the next one. Check out our store. Check out our forum. We appreciate it. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Friday. It is the 18th, and we're doing robot and nonsense stories for the end of the week.
Let's hope that we've completed a week without a major weather disaster in the southeast United States.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great?
There's another one. Well, there's actually a hurricane. Well, we're recording this in the past, but there was Hurricane Leslie, but it was a fish storm. I don't think it was at the time of this filming. It was not intended to track anywhere near the U.S.
But what about after they hit it with the lasers? Well, let's talk about some robots that aren't controlling the weather. And when it comes to AI, the thing about it is no one really knows how it works other than the people who built it. And even they have maybe a vague idea. And they're not ever willing to tell us any of the details. But a lot of people, you know, like OpenAI, have made promises about open source, open AI for the people. But how do you define it? How much has to be open? Because most people aren't willing to let you look at the training data. And even if they did, is it copyright? Did they get special permission? They're not allowed to reproduce it again. How does it work?
Open source AI definition finally gets its first release candidate and a compromise.
So basically they're saying you have to make it as open as you're allowed to. Now, if you have training data that you're not allowed to show to other people, which is a thing that can happen, you can say that it's open even if you don't do that. The purists are saying that's not acceptable, whereas the other people are saying this is not enough. It needs to be even more lenient than this. So it's hotly contested, but we now have the idea that if you give us the weights, if you give us the code, and you tell us about the training data without giving it to us, you may still be able to call yourself open AI. I mean, you can't call yourself
not
that.
open AI, but open source AI. Yeah. I mean, you could call yourself open AI, but I think their lawyers would jump on you pretty quick.
You would definitely get sued. And maybe they will get sued soon because they made some promises, as usual, that they were not able to fulfill for the people.
OpenAI's GPT store has left some developers in the lurch.
So if you recall, you can go in and you can craft up your own little GPT, and they've got like an app store for that. It doesn't really require a lot of technical knowledge. So a lot of people did it. And when he announced it, he said, oh yeah, we're going to revenue share with these people. It's going to be great. And now we're finding out that it's only if you get invited by them, which is a very, very tiny number, only if you are in the United States. But some of these GPTs have been featured on their store and yet ineligible for any sort of compensation.
Huh. Weird how that works.
And they were not told that. So some of them were like, oh, this will be great. I'll get a bunch of subscribers to my GPT. That'll be an income stream. It's not.
It's not. It will be an income stream, but Sam Altman, who, you know, is really struggling with his billions of dollars.
He needs it. And facial recognition is still out there, even though we're hyped about language models now. But no, facial recognition is still out there, still getting better, still being deployed in a lot of places because crime is still a big issue, especially in the United States. And there's a problem with it, though, is that it's being used, but no one's talking about it, even in documents where legally it should be required.
Police seldom disclose use of facial recognition despite false arrests. They talked about a case of a man who I think was from Georgia and had never even been to Louisiana, who got arrested for a shoplifting crime.
And it was pretty quickly proven that it wasn't him.
Because he had a mole on his face and it just nobody looked at it.
Somehow facial recognition didn't catch that one.
Yeah.
So this is something we learned about during the Patriot Act days, parallel construction. You're being spied on by your TV and your phone and everything else, and everything's wiretapped. Obviously, the ISPs are letting law enforcement in. And when they catch you doing things via those methods, they don't want to tell you that's how they did it. So they make something else up. Or they say there was an informant. And that's what's happening here. Arrests are happening based on facial recognition matches, but they don't tell the defendant or their lawyer that's how that happened, because they have to protect it. In fact, they pointed out that one organization that was helping some other people with facial recognition matches, when they sent them the information, they were like, don't put this in the case. Don't talk about this.
No one can know that we have this tool and that we're using it at the scale we're using it at.
Although technically you should be able, in the discovery, you should have all the evidence against you.
Mm-hmm.
But
you have the right to face an accuser, but not if it's AI.
Doesn't seem right. And over in China, they are maybe losing the AI war, but maybe not. They are crippled by their inability to get advanced chips, but somehow.
China trains 100 billion parameter AI model on homegrown infrastructure. They found a wild way to do it.
So 100 billion is not even that impressive anymore. I think we got like, what, 900 billion floating around? But to do it with their crippled chip infrastructure, quite impressive. So they seem to have just thrown more resources at it, even though they're not as fast or powerful. Interesting. I'm sure that you were sitting there with a bucket of popcorn, right, to watch the big Tesla event.
No.
Yeah, I missed it as well.
No. Tesla's Cybercab Robotaxi is finally here with a $30K price tag, plus a surprise robo-van. Maybe that's what the cops need. They need the robo-van to take their prisoners around to soccer practice.
That'd be nice, because then you just put the prisoners in there and just send them off.
Yeah.
So here we go. It's like a two-seater. Here's a better picture of it.
Is there a reason we don't do a strip of headlights the way they've done that?
Probably way more expensive to replace.
Okay. I've been driving with one headlight. Well, I haven't been driving, but the car has one headlight because it's so expensive. They have to take the whole damn bumper off.
There's the van.
Oh.
Yeah, these cars are so terrible. I mean, terrible looking. I don't know. They also had the robots out, the Optimus robots, so you could actually mingle with them and talk to them during the event. I think they said
the whole time they just asked for weed. It was very uncomfortable.
Y'all get high. 2027, we expect to see the driverless Teslas. Now they will be competing with the Cruises and the Waymos, which use LiDAR, and famously Tesla does not. So that'd be interesting to see how they do versus the other.
Will they all honk at each other like was it the Waymo one?
They're probably not allowed to interact.
They cannot raise their voice.
I have lost my place.
Oh.
This happens to me so often. Oh my goodness. Wow, I was way off. Sports ball. there's a lot of argument because the robots are really good at image capturing and analyzing and stuff like that. They can see things that we can't. But does it take the spirit out of the game?
You cannot be serious. Wimbledon abolishes the line judges after 147 years.
I'm guessing you cannot be serious as a famous tennis player screamed it at a judge.
Maybe that's a serious, like maybe that's a reference to something we don't get.
Back in the 80s, the tennis players were like very popular when they argued with the calls. People loved that. You had, was it like Connors and McEnroe? They loved to fight.
Yeah. I've seen Serena Williams do that too, where she'll like kind of get mad if they call something against her.
But they would like bite their rackets and throw them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a great. I think they've actually made rules against it in the.
Because they're like, oh, we don't want the ratings.
But it was so much fun to watch.
That's why I like hockey. Hockey's super aggressive like that.
They should bring more aggression into tennis. But instead, they're going to bring robots, and they've already been using this technology in addition to the linemen. But now the linemen will just be gone altogether.
They point out in this article, like, I guess whoever the judge, the overseer, the human who is looking at the match, who has final say, they'll say a lot of times those people are plucked from linemen. So, like, what happens if there's no linemen to train up to get to that point? Like,
you might have to, like, do your time in lower tournaments where they don't have the money.
Where they don't have the AI, yeah. I kind of have that worry about a lot of things where it's like, oh, we'll just use AI to replace all the really easy work. And it's like, well, how do people learn to get to the high level?
You might not need the judge if the robot's making the call, right?
I guess eventually, yeah. But they said for now they're keeping the judge.
He gets to sit on that, or he or she gets to sit on that little elevator.
Yeah, I think that's who that is. There's a different word for it. They use an article. I'm saying judge. I don't know what it actually is.
I hope they put an actual robot in that seat eventually.
Yeah.
To simulate. And we have some news about some robots that you probably don't want in your home.
Insecure D-Bot. Robot vacuums collect photos and audio to train AI. Kill it.
Yeah, and they had a bit of a leak.
Oh no.
This fella's getting ready to poop.
Maybe you don't know. I guess he could be currently.
Oh, it looks like the pants are coming down.
That's true. I guess he probably
could be.
Yeah, he could be lifted.
Yes. I don't know if I've ever been like. Also, is there carpet in the bathroom here? What's going on?
Some people do that. A lot of trailers have that. They have carpet in the bathroom.
So yeah, this thing is compromised, and it's. They are not compromised, but they're telling you in the terms of service, yeah, we're going to map your house. This thing takes video, and it listens to your voice. Why would a vacuum need to listen?
No, yeah, like a...
And here's a little terrifying piece of reality because, again, 3-4 years ago, we were told...
No weapons.
This is not a thing. We were looking at, like, the little SWAT machine guns.
Or like a flamethrower. We'll never use this for anything.
That was small arms. They promised it wouldn't happen. It happened almost immediately, and now...
South Korea unveils world's first autonomous amphibious robotic missile launcher.
So this thing goes on a landing craft. It has automatic compensation like those pool tables on cruise ships. So it rolls with the boat, and it doesn't affect the terrain. If you're not shooting from the deck of the boat, you're not just in the water. Nice high position to launch its missiles.
It's the world's worst dump boat. Actually, I guess it's a pretty good dump boat, but then it kills you after.
So that's terrifying. What we do? That's not out and it's not ready for production yet. They expect 2033. So put the two vacuums together. They didn't get them together, but we have vacuums that were compromised.
Hackers take control of robot vacuums in multiple cities and yell racial slurs. What a terrible time to be alive.
Yeah, so this fella...
It could have been worse. Could it?
Well, yeah, because he points out he was much happier hearing the racial slurs than just to have pictures of them just constant. Because they could have just just kept pulling stuff off of his phone. It's vacuum. So he reset his account, changed his password. He was like, "That's weird," and then he didn't. So the breach was not just his account, and other people reported the same thing. I guess we just have to do our own thing.
I do hate vacuuming, but it's necessary.
And here's one that you read the article and it still doesn't.
Yeah, I was a little lost here. Teachers and parents defend older teacher accused of drawing male genitalia on papers and yearbooks.
So here's what I understand. This teacher, I don't think her job matters that much. She teaches wellness in action, yoga, and bowling.
This is essentially a physical ed teacher.
So it makes sense why the students love this teacher, right?
Yeah.
That's the fun. She's probably young.
Well, no, it's a 20-year career. It's probably not.
And so they failed to give her some kind of stamp that the student had to get something stamped.
It's the very end of school, I guess, like the end of the year or something, of the semester. Yeah.
But they did not give her a stamp. And she was like, "Hey guys, I don't have a stamp. I can't sign your paper or whatever." And they were like, "Oh, just draw that." And she was like, "That's a great idea."
That's what I don't understand. So like, if I was the teacher this year, I would laugh. But then I'm like, no, I'm not going to draw that.
Maybe initials.
Yeah, initials or like maybe a smiley face. You know, I had teachers who would do like a smiley face or a nice note.
Poop emoji.
Yeah, poop emoji would have been fine. Penis, maybe not. There seemed to be some sort of implication in this article, and I didn't fully understand it, was that like someone had spray painted stuff all over the school, and so maybe that's why it was related. Like they were like, "Oh, someone spray painted these all over the school. You should put one on our thing too."
I don't follow that at all.
I didn't follow it real well. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Everybody else is doing it. Maybe you should too.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are getting behind her, and again, I think it's maybe just because she's the fun teacher.
Yeah.
The bowling teacher is somebody not going to have probably not a lot of bad grades getting handed out in bowling.
I don't know. You're not putting enough spin on the ball.
And it's getting to a point now, it seems, where we're having trouble staffing certain infrastructure levels.
Officer found the passed out in his patrol car with a red light and paid vacation.
I thought if you did meth, you didn't sleep.
Yeah, maybe he was mixing it with something else. Or he was really, really tired.
Yeah.
It's impressive that, yeah, you do a bunch of meth and then pass out.
And this one I thought was going to be a hacking type of thing, but it seems to just be
a mistake.
A poor choice.
Passengers horrified after airline plays explicit movie on every screen. Super uncomfortable.
They point out...
What was the movie? I didn't recognize it.
This was going to Japan, too. The
Yeah.
Japanese are not about that stuff. It was a movie, Daddy-O is the name of the movie.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
And in this movie, they described how not only was it very sexually oriented, but they were sexting.
Oh, and you could like
screen.
read everything. Yeah.
So even the kids who didn't have any headphones on knew exactly what was being said.
I need a man so bad.
People weren't happy about that. There was something wrong with the flight system that they couldn't change the movie. So they said, we're just going to play this one.
You think you just turn off like...
You couldn't turn it off. It's like the gas station screens.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying like if you were the flight attendant, it's like, oh, we're just not going to show a movie.
I don't know, people might get really unruly about that.
Just, I don't fly a lot, but when I have flown in the past, I never watch the movie. I usually just, sleep or read or doodle, yeah.
You gotta do the raw dog thing, right? Just stare blankly.
Yeah, stare. I like to look out the window on a flight, if I have a window seat.
Well, this is your area of expertise because we're talking about art, and there is no definition of what can and cannot be art, but sometimes it can be hard to identify.
Beer can artwork accidentally thrown in bin by staff member at a Dutch museum. If I was the artist, would be thrilled.
For the PR, you mean?
Oh yeah, for the PR, but also just like, if you make an object, like an object like that that's meant to be displayed on the floor and like kind of making fun of the whole idea of gallery, and someone actually mistakes it for like just an everyday piece of thing, like, yeah, that's great.
Well, so they're showing it to us on the floor here, yeah, but that's not where it was.
It was in the lift, is how they put it, which is the elevator.
They put it in the elevator.
Yeah.
And they said it's like, oh, we like our visitors to be ambushed by the art sometimes. Like that, we want them to not be expecting it and see it and appreciate it. But this guy was just doing some maintenance, and he was like,
He was like a janitor, yeah.
Who's been bringing beer into the museum?
Yeah.
But they do point out that these are little painted cans.
Yeah, they were painted with acrylic, so.
And, apparently very well done. So they're back.
They had to put them on a plinth, which I was like, I get what the museum director was going for, where she's like, oh, I want people to be able to experience the art, not always just in the context of just staring at it on a wall or like on a plinth, but like you are a gallery, so like,
yeah.
It's not like street art. People come expecting that experience.
I get, but well, and he was a maintenance worker, so presumably a lot of museum customers saw it and knew what it was, right?
I assume, yeah. Or maybe they were like, oh, I don't want to touch that dirty beer can.
Yeah.
Somebody might have left that. They might be coming back.
And they have speed traps in Germany, it seems, and people don't like them. And some people have decided clever ways to troll them.
Cookie Monster caught speeding by German police as traffic camera snaps pic of Sesame Street staple.
They have some very incendiary commentary in here about like, oh, this is so dangerous.
It's really embarrassing for PBS, to be frank.
Well, they say I'm wearing the mask, you don't have full visibility, which is true, and it's a dangerous speed. Dude was doing 60 miles an hour in a 50 zone.
Well, that's not that bad.
I did that on the way here.
Yeah. I mean, again, embarrassing for people. And they should have a talk with the cookie. He shouldn't. No one's talking about Cookie Monster should not be driving under the influence of cookies. Actually, do you think he's worse not under the influence of cookies? Because he kind of gets crazy.
That's like most people. He's probably got like that golden zone. 5 or 6 cookies and he's good.
And he's
but
good.
10 and he's ready to fight. 0 and he's got shakes.
Yeah.
And speaking of things that you shouldn't do in cars,
there was an argument and she made a stupid decision. The rich and charity boss caught under the influence for driving 3 times in 2 years.
I just can't fathom it. After time number 2, shouldn't it be you never drive again?
I would think after time number 1, you wouldn't be a boss of a charity anymore. I mean, you would think like, maybe you keep them on staff, but it's like you are clearly not suited to be the spokesperson for this anymore.
And part of her job and her training apparently is to counsel people who are calling up and like, oh, I need to drink.
Yeah.
But she had an argument and she was like, you know what, I need to get 3 times drunk. Charities are a scam. Don't fall for it. Just help actual people. I know you can't write that off in your taxes, but it's a scam. Now, Krista, one thing I always remember about you is that you have a fear
the ankle slash.
Of your ankle slashed.
That was like an urban legend growing up. It was like, oh, watch out for the ankle slashers when you go to your car.
The legend, I mean, he's not slashing, but he's down there.
Voyeur caught hiding under vehicles at a car wash to stare at women's feet. Police report.
He doesn't seem like he was very good at it because the woman described him pulling up and her kind of watching him get under the car.
Well, also, what happens when they move the car? What if they hit you?
So he waits till they start vacuuming, and then when the vacuum turns off, he escapes.
Obviously, not one. Because we're reading about it on the national news.
Most car washes have some vacuums. Probably.
I mean, how do you not notice? I mean, like, if you're in I assume it's a crowd here. Maybe it's not. In Freedom Public, you see someone go under a car.
I think. He said he admitted being sexually attracted to women's feet, and he could not control his impulses. So, and his version of it is like, I knew that I was going to get caught, but I just cannot. And all these gals at the car wash were wearing sandals.
Yeah, it's
strapped.
Yeah.
So he only victimized if he could see them.
Nowhere to go.
You should just get a job at like
customers who are like,
Be careful, get your head down!
Well, customers are also having a bad time at a lot of self-checkouts because knows exactly what you're doing there. They are onto your games. Stop trying this.
Walmart shopper humiliated because she films herself shoplifting self-checkout and gets caught by AI.
And she was very frank about what she was doing.
Which is crazy. Like, they're talking about what a win for the AI, but like she recorded herself doing the crimes and explaining what she was doing. This is not a contender for excellent police work.
And it's funny because she described the Walmart associate coming up and being like, oh, ha, 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 you're filming it, you know, blah, blah, blah. But she still called the cops. So,
she might have been trying to delay her leaving the store, maybe, if that was a loss prevention associate.
you're going to get trespassed. When this happens, you cannot go to any Walmarts for a surgery.
You're dead! Look out!
But,
actually, I want to drive out.
you know, sadly, you probably would just get slapped on the wrist for that.
Yeah, like, I don't really believe that they would enforce it. I wouldn't test it, but, like...
I've definitely seen Target shoplifting videos. The person comes in, and the cops show up, and they're like, what? I didn't even do anything yet, you know?
Yes.
And they're like, no, you got banned from this Target from, like, a state over. And they're like, how do you know that? Well, hey, are you a big Halloween decorator?
No, I do put out some like mums. It's like fall stuff. I do like.
It's not Halloween.
Well, you know, but I do play
Is that trademarks?
No, it should be. That's what we all get together and carve pumpkins and paint pumpkins.
I kind of assumed.
Yeah. In case you weren't sure what that was.
Although, you know what, it could have been pumpkin flavored baking. You should add that this year. But anyway, if you have an empty mall store or a dead Kmart somewhere in your town,
it's
going to turn into the spirit of Halloween. But now there's even more spirit this year.
Spirit Halloween is opening Spirit Christmas stores this holiday season. If you go into Hobby Lobby right now, they've already got Christmas stuff up. They've actually had Christmas stuff up since like August.
What's the overhead for moving in? It's gotta be expensive, right?
I would think. It's weird that they don't just live there forever.
Well, but nobody's shopping for Halloween stuff in March.
But if they're going to branch into Christmas stuff, you'd think they'd just keep the same location. But
people don't get hyped for any other, like all your high holidays are back.
They are, yeah. I do have a neighbor who decorates like every holiday, like for like St. Patrick's Day, they do green lights and stuff.
You should start calling them out when they don't. Like, bro, it's Arbor Day.
Why? Yeah, where's the decor? It's Columbus Day, or it was. I guess it's not Columbus Day anymore, right? Isn't it like Indigenous Peoples Day?
And over in Japan, they have been having some really warm weather, and this turned out to be an accidental Halloween store.
Baby on Japan's store sign turns into horror poster child as ink melts in intense summer heat in recent years.
So this happened very slowly over time.
That's a lovely baby.
Year one, starting to melt. There was the black ink, and then here we are.
Oh man. Kill me.
He said he was going to leave it up because they don't have Halloween, but they have some kind of summer scary holiday. I don't know exactly what that's about. And here's a real life horror scene for this lady.
More than 100 raccoons besiege house of woman who had been feeding them. This is why you don't feed wildlife.
She described one day they just all showed up.
I'm hoping that, like, son, she probably took this like, oh, it's just them being cute and play fighting. It was probably like, no, we're getting aggressive, we want more food, and...
But I'm saying, you don't go from like 10 raccoons to 100.
Oh, yeah.
There were some 75 days in there.
Yeah.
And she was just like, oh, I've maybe taken this. And then she called the cops. If you're a cop, what are you doing in this situation?
You do nothing. You call animal control.
What are they going to do? They don't have the storage for these guys.
They can go to a storage unit, raccoon storage unit. My husband sent me a video of like an old man feeding raccoons on his porch.
I've seen those in my YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like, what was weird about this guy, like, there were maybe 10 in his, and, like, they would wait, like, almost in line for him to, like, give them a little, and they have the little hands, so they reach up and grab it. It was very cute, but you shouldn't do that.
They're adorable, but they are very destructive, and they can be rabid, unfortunately. And here is a terrible story that's not really even about the animal. It's just power that was questioned and came down hard.
Iranian couple sentenced to prison for keeping a pet cat.
But it wasn't actually just that. This lady had the audacity, Kristen, to be in her car driving with no headgear. And they pulled her over, and the couple didn't like that, so their business and house got searched and sealed off. You know, some countries they'll like. Well, I guess we got that with the warrant tape.
Ribbon cutting.
And you're not allowed to go in there. Well, the guy cut the ribbon and went in, and questioned authority. Ultimately, they were charged with crimes that were going to be like 74 lashes for insulting a police officer, 240 million reals, which is $400, for insulting a concert. 74 lashes for threatening officer, 1 year prison, another 74 for disturbing court order, and 2 years for spreading false information. I think some of those charges got dropped. Threatening public health by keeping a cat.
Apparently, so I had a friend who lived in Egypt for many years, and she said that, like, where she was in Cairo, it was becoming more, like, it was considered cool to have a pet, but, like, in a lot of other places, it was like, no, like, pets are, like, dirty, and you don't want to have an animal in the house.
But Turkey is mostly I think so. Turkey is blanket things. That's a big part of their culture. So I don't know.
Yeah, and she said, like, she said Cairo was more accepting of pets, but, like, further out, a lot of people don't.
And you know that cat is going to get...
It's probably already gone, poor little fella.
That's sad. That's a sad story, and so is this one.
Frederick County Health Department warns public after third rabid groundhog discovered.
I can't get your ride over.
Terrifying disease.
It is.
If you get it, and you don't get treatment immediately, you're going to die horribly. Very horrible.
You ever read about the Milwaukee Protocol? That's a good YouTube rabbit hole.
You need something, huh?
I think one or two people have recovered
Let me
from
know.
rabies using that. They basically put you in a coma and let the virus.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, it doesn't always work, but
at least
the only 2 times it's ever been cured, it's been using that protocol.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
So
if you're bit and you didn't know,
I'm either going to wake up and be okay, or I'm going to suffer the seizures and spasms.
It's cool Wikipedia.
And this is also a sad story, and I know, yes, I've done it. I've fed French fries to waterfowl.
The butt of the bird.
I've even been to places that have vending machines.
They do duck feed. Do not feed Portland geese developing malformation from eating too many carbs. Same.
So, they call it angel wings. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, it's not well indicated.
They call it angel wings, but it's not angel wings at all. It's the wing feathers outgrowing the bone. Is that right? But it causes them to be all cockeyed. And the bird actually cannot fly, which means it cannot migrate.
Oh no, so we won't see them in the V formation.
Well, you won't see them at all, because they'll be dead. And so they encourage, if you have to feed them, grapes and seeds. But even then, maybe don't feed the geese. It's hard. I know it's hard to resist.
I will say, well, this is talking about, like, I assume Canadian geese, because that's all the pictures in the article. Maybe, I mean, you probably shouldn't feed ducks either, but, like, geese are kind of mean. Maybe this is people punishing the geese.
You think? that's all, like...
It's a long con.
Yeah, the cold revenge, right?
Yeah.
So, a goose bites you one day, and then you destroy their entire... What do you call a group of geese? Flock?
A flock, right?
Yeah, okay. Flock. Destroy the entire flock. Keep those V's out of the sky. And here's a follow-up to last week, and we always like to talk about this one, and I think, this is not much in terms of...
It's kind of a brutal headline.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you won, but at what cost?
Alaska's Fat Bear Contest winner finishes ahead of the bear that killed her cub. Do you think that makes her feel any better about having lost her cub?
I think in nature, like, once the cub moves out, you're just like, I don't care who that is anymore.
Yeah, you're dead to me.
It don't matter anymore. Here she is, Grazer. I remember Grazer from previous years. She's always a contender.
That's probably true for bears. Probably maybe not for, like, elephants. Elephants kind of have family units.
Whales, they say.
Yeah.
Say do that.
Probably, though, a bear probably was like, yeah, whatever. Less food. Less competition for food.
Definitely had cats who had a litter of kittens, and then as soon as the kittens reach sexual maturity, they just start swiping at them anytime they come around.
Yeah, it's like, get out of here.
I'm not looking for you anymore. But that guy was not, or that bear was not disqualified from the contest. You are allowed to kill other contestants in Fat Bear Week, which seems unfair to me.
Well, it's not even... The truly disturbing part of that is that they didn't kill another contestant. This person wasn't even on the board. The cub wasn't.
It was too new, right?
Yeah,
You can't be Fat Bear winner if you're young.
It was literally just to psych out the actual fat bear.
Or it could be, like to keep them from future competitions. Easier to kill them now, right?
Than when they get really fat.
Right, exactly.
What a time to be alive.
We managed 34 minutes for that.
That wasn't bad.
People might be too much up in arms.
Well, you've wasted a perfectly good half hour with us and many more besides. We will be back next week with more stories and hopefully more Wendell.
I think he's scheduled to be back, yes.
Okay. All right, we'll see you guys then. Bye!
Big thing that they seem to be upset about when it comes to power is you're not letting us control the speech on your platform, and that is unacceptable.
The Verge's headline is the EU may fine Elon Musk's other companies for Twitter violations. He actually commented on this on Twitter and said, wait, what? I mean, I gotta agree with him here.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the man, but if you watched him catch that spaceship, I realize he didn't do it personally, but to risk that for EU bureaucrats, no.
Well, I'm imagining, like, how pissed are you if you're one of the competent people who's working at SpaceX, who's worked hard to stay away from his drama, and then you're being punished for it? It's like, come on.
Listen, the fastest way for the EU to subvert Elon Musk and get him to stop doing useful things is to try to convince him to run for president.
He can't.
He's not one of us. But
he's South African.
He is looking to get quite a bit of power if Trump wins, I think. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say the name. Did you see Jensen from NVIDIA just brown-nosing him? I think that's because he realizes that Musk might be wielding a lot of power in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I didn't include that story, but basically, Musk got the NVIDIA GPUs up and running in like record time, and it was like, oh my, he's an engineering god. And this is an interesting story because this is literally just a mirror image of the stories that we covered before. It's just the other direction.
Chinese Cyber Association calls for review of Intel products sold in China. It's like, that's weird. There's something, have these been modified somehow that might not be safe for us to use in sensitive areas of computation?
Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, it's literally Huawei.
So let's hit your bingo card. Spider-Man meme.
And they might not be wrong.
There's something weird with this RD Rand generator thing. I don't get it.
One thing that China is very well aware of is intellectual property theft and corporate espionage. They know how deep that game goes because they've played it. We probably have too. To be fair, everybody does a little bit, and one country's getting a little tired of it.
South Korea vows to prevent technology leaks with heavier penalties.
Not really the country so much as Samsung, which rules the country of South Korea.
Well, they, any kind of like human rights violations that might ultimately stem from this. Look at it from an economic standpoint. The way to get the lightning into the rock in a more efficient way could be worth tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. So if you can convince a low-level employee to leak some of that information to your competitive company for, a few $1 million, tens of millions of dollars, it's a really tempting thing for employees to do. So how do you dissuade employees from doing that? So, it's just, there's so much separation from the value of the labor that the person is doing from what they actually are able to do, that it's just such a huge disconnect because the industries are so large and so information dependent.
But you're talking about making it so that people cannot share knowledge.
Well, that's what it already is, basically.
But it's almost impossible to do.
Yeah. That also makes the society very fragile to loss of that knowledge, don't you think? Because there's not a pathway for that knowledge to become more commonplace directly. It always has to be cloak and dagger. It's never not cloak and dagger.
Yeah, it just becomes a spiral of distrust, and it basically becomes the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but innovation comes from the cross-pollination of things, like the people in the logging industry figuring out how to unroll silicon wafers instead of slicing them.
Yeah, it's probably the wrong way to do it. It's safe to say, but it's not going to change. And India, this is a blast from the past because they talked about this before, and everybody would say, Indian government, are you drunk? Do you realize what this would actually mean? And they're like, okay, maybe not. But now they've studied it.
India plans laptop import curbs to boost local manufacturing, sources say. Basically, this is a domestic product. You should buy domestic. It's like the American Plumbing Code.
It's kind of what China's doing, except more of an enforcement. No, you must not buy these other laptops. You must only buy local. It's going to be a problem for the businesses, I'm sure, and the people. And here we are at our breaches of the week. We have them every week. This is
rapid fire.
A big name.
Cisco's investigating a breach after stolen data for sale on hacking forum. This one's always alarming when it's wait a minute, is that my car? That car looks a lot like my car driving down. It was my car. My car's been stolen.
Ah, damn it. Not again.
They didn't know that they had been broken into until after this happened, and then it was, that's weird.
This was the 14th. Did they ever admit it? They didn't admit it
No.
in this article. Yeah, they're still saying, we're looking into it, but we can't find anything. But the people who've seen the data online are like, I don't know, this really looks like it. So
We may have an update on this one next week.
probably. And, look, they're really similar thumbnails here.
Yeah.
AI generated, you think?
Probably.
Oh, they don't mention an artist underneath it.
A slightly less common name. Used to be a household one, though.
Casio, no. Casio confirms customer data stolen in a ransomware attack. Casio still makes calculators and a lot of other things, but mostly
Calculator
calculators.
watches.
Keyboards, right?
Yeah.
Musical instruments, stuff like that. They had some kind of online service, too, where you use your products on there. I can't remember what it was
Maybe
called.
it's for warranty.
No, it was like Casio.net or something like that.
.net.
Casio Club or something like that. I don't know. If you're hyped for Casio, bad news. And National Public Data was the horrible company that was tracking all of our lives and creating the ad profiles and basically spying on everybody. And guess what? They had bad security. Thankfully, not thankfully they got hacked, but thankfully they've been properly punished by the market.
National Public Data, the hack data broker that lost millions of social security numbers and more, files for bankruptcy.
Now here's the bad news. Because of this, if you're trying to sue them, guess what? Blood from a stone.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing left.
This also is not, it's like, if you're thinking, oh, yay, the corporate death penalty because they messed up, this corporation is just going to sell assets to another corporation, and it's just going to be business as usual for the new corporation, which is now absolved of the responsibility of the old corporation.
And the data, which is the value, is now out there for everybody to have. So the thing that mattered doesn't matter anymore. So we don't get any net gain, which is worse. And a Discord, well, you don't often hear of Discord being the voice of anti-surveillance, much the opposite, but they've had enough in this case.
Torrent Freak's headline is Discord disputes DMCA subpoena, rejects role as anti-piracy partner. So this was a subpoena, not a shutdown request. It was like, hey, we want you to reveal as much information as you have about these folks that were engaged, we think, in file sharing, or we would like to have more evidence that you may have of file sharing, and we think this is a completely normal, ordinary request. But the problem is these are private discords between two people, so like where do you draw the line? And so Discord is saying, you know, we've invested a lot of time and energy into doing this. We don't really want to do this. I think ultimately Discord is going to be on the losing side. They're probably going to go do what AT&T does, which is, sure, we'll give you all those records. It's like $250 a pop.
When I'm getting buried in scam calls.
There's a phone went off and a truck drove by at the same time. I was like, oh, there's a lot of sound all of a sudden.
What is happening? They are just... I have a feeling that the scam call... Because you know how every business is failing because everybody's broke? I think the scam callers are probably feeling the pinch because it's like, well, I'm sorry, I can't get an Apple gift card right now. I have to eat this month. And so they're like, more calls.
I haven't gotten any scam calls recently.
The other interesting thing here is that Discord did play ball with this at first. Mm-hmm. They gave some names and our account details or whatever, but this company kept coming back and asking for more and more.
Yeah,
which caused them to be like, okay, that's enough.
we tried to cooperate. Leave us alone.
This is maybe this is an opportunity for level 1 because property rights erosion advocacy. Like, could we get into that game and just? Because the copyright holders are really, it has been a really egregious erosion over the last 20 years of individual property rights.
Also, this is Nexon, a company that makes games Maple Story and Sudden Attack. So, I'm going to boycott those games. Would you like to join me?
I haven't heard of them.
Unfortunately, probably not many people have. But it's hot on Discord. And this is cute. Don't you think? This was quantum insights.
Chinese scientists report using a quantum computer to hack military-grade encryption. In actuality, Chinese scientists in a paper saying we have a quantum computer operational and it is able to defeat RSA-type algorithm, which is not news to anybody that's been paying attention to this for a very, very long time. Even, you know, for the quantum computers that I saw in person in New York at IBM, the number of qubits that are already online with those would defeat a lot of RSA encryption in use today. But it's not news because it's known it's coming for a long time. We really should get off some of these algorithms. We have algorithms that are hardened against quantum cryptography, like AES. So,
but AES was what they were making the claim about. They were like, oh, we're doing passwords with AES, but they weren't actually going to get the passwords. So,
right now our models for AES, we lose about 1 bit. So if we got AES 256, it becomes about as hard as cracking AES 128.
Well, we might not have that, but we do live in a world where nothing can be considered real. What you see, what you hear, it can all be fake, and more than likely is as we go forward.
Imperial was hacked to show Mr. Beast endorsing anti-Israel messages? What universe is this?
So there's a long edited version. Hopefully YouTube can actually determine that.
It was pretty blurry.
He, of course, immediately did the press release denying it.
As one is wont to do.
That was not his actual sentence. So that's, although, you think the billboard can be a human being that's is that a hack or did it actually
it's probably like the website you could go on and buy space on a digital sign. You could have a company that doesn't even have employees.
Yeah, then you get stuff like this.
I was trying really hard to, on the fly, draw the parallels to Google AdWords.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring them around.
But
I'll bring it by.
Not a fail.
You think Google AdWords allows you to write the F word?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, in the beginning, like there's all sorts of creative things you can do to get around the protections
hello,
and
Doctor.
spread
I'm
malware.
sorry.
But once you do the visual portion, it takes that much.
Yeah.
That needs a lot more moderation.
Yeah.
22 minutes. Honestly,
everybody's getting, like, there's maybe one more week maybe of productivity before the end of the year, because it doesn't matter how connections are going to come out. They were going to take off the rest of the year anyway, because Thanksgiving and Christmas. Let's just have that for that.
Yeah, I saw one of the conference creators was like, hurricane relief, like, we're getting ready to go on vacation. Like, okay. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see you guys in the next one.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bye. Hello everybody, today is October 23rd and we're doing business and social stories to start your week.
And we have cats and dogs sleeping together. What's going on here? Well, it's a threat. It's an arm-shaped threat that these people are looking to band together against.
Phoronix has got the headline, Intel and AMD form an x86 ecosystem advisory group.
The lion lays down with the lamb. It is the end times.
Yeah, this is amazing. Everybody should give Michael Larable $5 also, because he does a good job. So x86, Intel, and AMD are feeling the heat from not x86, because those Amazon instances that are based on Graviton, ARM CPUs, those aren't coming back to the x86 ecosystem. I got some news for you. And Pat Gelsinger has finally noticed and said, hey, you wanna get together on how we plan x86 going forward? And Lisa Su is on board. And this is great, because how AMD has been extending x86 and how Intel has been extending x86 have not been aligned. And for the most part, AMD has been winning that battle. So it shows a lot of grace that the two leaders of their companies are willing to come together and do this, because it really will be for the good of the x86 ecosystem. I think also mobile users, like, it's not apparent, I haven't seen anybody else talk about this, but do you know how, like, every x86 laptop that has ever existed is still just a trash fire for basic things like, I would like to close the lid and have the battery not be dead tomorrow, and does it suspend to RAM correctly and quickly? And those problems will be fixed when we have everyone aligned on how things should be. And even Microsoft hasn't been able to pull that off. So maybe this working group will be able to do that.
Who do you think lets go of the handshake first? Who squeezes harder?
I think
they're still shaking. Even now.
You think they're ever, they're in the control room discussing this and they're like, oh, how do we crush our competition? It's like, oh, one time we did this. And they're like, yeah, no. I remember that.
It's also got to be, like, super intimidating, because, like, Lisa Su knows her stuff and is also, like, the turnaround story of AMD and the big bets that she's made is just like, yes, crushing awesomeness. It's like it, and Intel's a little bit on the back foot here, so it's like,
a little bit, yeah. They're somewhat back-footed, and they have to be remembering things like this as they're at that meeting. Maybe a little bit of bitterness.
Intel laying off 1,300 workers from Oregon site as it reduces its workforce by 15,000 workers company-wide. Now, the thing that blew my mind, and I knew this on some level, but I didn't put it together, is, do you realize that Intel pays more R&D employees than NVIDIA and AMD combined?
Not for long.
But, like,
rip.
I mean, it seems like you would have gotten more value out of those R&D employees. That's a lot of R&D.
Well, as we discussed in yesterday's show, the nuclear push is on. And not only are we doing a government-level nuclear push, but each individual company is trying to secure as much of it as they can.
Amazon.com is pushing for nuclear power to meet data centers.
It's all just weakness.
Well, I mean, ultimately, Amazon has the best margins. EC2, like, Amazon's cloud margins are crazy. If you do it, and you do it. Oh my God! You look into it, it's like, how much do you charge? Just store it for months.
Morse Mutual Insurance. How can we help you?
Compared to other
Okay.
cloud providers. And so Amazon purpose of doing base an hour.
It's a good time to be calm. You gotta do some of these companies.
Well, it's going to be another really developing. It's going to be a race with AI. So the first computer that cracks something that looks like general artificial intelligence, it literally is a good AI for $1 trillion. Just happened to work.
You have to be careful about which company you buy, which basket you choose in. This company chose the China basket and the Intel basket, both of which have not turned out well.
ASML loses $75.7 billion in its market cap, and it has its updated sales projections likely due to lower demand from China due to delayed development. This is the company that makes the tools that are necessary to produce very high speed silicon. A lot of people are buying it, a lot of people are making these crazy, like, crashes and space alien tools because they're so that. I mean, that's not a thing for don't actually take it seriously. It's like, oh yeah, this is perfect. We done this up under the Great Pyramid.
So even with the AI push, not only one, and the consumer stuff, also maybe not saving the world in fire,
SSD prices have dropped up to 10% ahead of the new year, and with this increase in production, weaker demand. They're still not as cheap as they were 2 years ago, but that is nice and welcome news. Everybody can upgrade to that 4 terabyte M.2 and just store all their games in one drive.
2019 was 2 years ago. Thinking about it now, it was 2022.
Yeah, enterprise storage, like the 4 terabyte enterprise drives have been under $200. As a games drive, that's incredible.
and the alternative to x86, that's the big prize, right? Some companies seem to be fumbling the rollout. They don't seem to be doing exactly what they should.
Jeff Kearley, my homie, brings me the write-up on the awesomeness. Qualcomm cancels the Snapdragon Dev Kit and refunds all orders. So if you were a developer and you wanted to develop Windows on ARM, this would be one way that you could do that. This is from Qualcomm. The reason you buy this is because you can be assured that nobody's messed with the drivers. It's going to be straight from the horse's mouth in terms of what the hardware plus software experience should be. And it has been so incredibly and thoroughly, completely disastrous that Qualcomm felt their only response was to literally just cancel it and say, you're going to have to get something from HP or Microsoft or something that's based on ARM because we literally do not have the bandwidth or the technical prowess to manage our own dev kit, which is incredible, and I think telegraphs the future of Windows on ARM with Qualcomm involved as they are. I just don't think it's a good fortune for things to come for Qualcomm.
It's supposed to arrive in July. Didn't start arriving until September. Now we're in October.
So they shipped a few, but only like 200, and there were thousands of pre-orders. Also, the developer Discord is nuts. There's like a Discord, they created a Discord. It's like, oh, you're talking.
How did you browse through that for the drama?
I've been there the whole time, and like it's just incredible. It's like, hey, HP didn't ship these GPU driver updates, and my game is broken. What do I do? And Qualcomm is literally, oh.
Well, at least you're gonna get your money back. That's not always the case. Sometimes your product just stops working, and they're like, hey.
I have one of these.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
I do.
How this smart garden stopped growing.
Rip.
Now
we didn't use the app though.
It's gonna work. The app is gonna work for a little while, but the company is not making money and is shutting down.
It's a cool little mini garden.
What made it cooler than just DIYing it?
The price point. It was fairly cheap, which is probably why they weren't making any money.
And to DIY this, I don't think anybody sells like this monitors the moisture and everything, and like
you get all the seeds and stuff with it too. Like it's really easy.
Yeah, it's really simplified.
We had it set up on our counter. Like we don't have it up right now because it's still fairly warm. But in the winter, we have like fresh herbs out on the counter.
So in my kitchen window, I have about 8 little circular pots with various spices in it, and every time I'm in the kitchen, washing my hands or whatever, it's like, let me check the soil and see if it needs water. do I need to turn these so that it faces the window so it gets a little more sun? And it seems like that works about as good as that.
You're arguing against automation?
Yeah, are we sure we haven't like just had our brains switched? No, if we had more light, we have a window, but it's covered by a bush, so it doesn't get a lot of sun. Also,
oh yeah.
If I just need light automation, I've got that with my system. Like I common system.
Well, another problem that's becoming a solved problem is not having internet infrastructure, and some of the things that might have been keeping you held back may be solved soon.
SpaceX requests Starlink Gen 2 modification of previous gigabit speeds. That's not the headline for this. The headline for this was that they had asked for approval to launch 29,000 satellites like 2 years ago, and the answer was, well, let's see if you can actually fix your self-landing rocket. And now they're going to fix the self-landing rocket.
Probably like a week later, like send that email.
Yeah, it's like, all right. They gave him permission to launch like 2,000 or 4,000 or something, and now they're like, we need the rest of those like now.
That every time he gets, like it's like, we're going to punish your other companies, the National Transportation Board sends an email, he should just respond to that.
The other thing with this is that the Starlink Gen 2, like the whole impetus here is that these are much, much larger satellites, and they required the launch capabilities of the thing that just self-landed. So, in order for them to get these in orbit, these are going to be enormous satellites, but it's going to increase the bandwidth, and they're also going to be, I think, they're going to sit in an even lower orbit, so they may actually be able to beat the 20 milliseconds cap from the FTC. So, like, this really, they really have threaded the needle on a bunch of criticism that they had previously, which is wild.
But let's contrast that with this, which has not overcome any of the criticisms at all.
Apple headset stalls, struggles to attract killer apps in its first year.
I don't know, like, what's the use case? Like, I don't know why I don't want it.
And none of the developers working on it can figure that out either. And they're not encouraged to because no one has it.
I got to wear one of these for about 10 minutes, and I liked it. It was very heavy. I liked it as like, I can have 3 displays floating in front of me, and I would wear it for that reason, so I can have 3 enormous displays that don't take up a lot of room. But I think I would have to adopt new exercise routines in order to strengthen my neck in order to be able to support it.
It'd be funny if everybody's got huge necks.
The exoskeleton. You have to wear a special exoskeleton.
I went so far as Googling it, and I ended up on some article about like Mike Tyson, because apparently Mike Tyson had neck strengthening exercises, and there was like pictures of him like, doing some sort of push-up from his neck.
For his neck, yeah.
I was just like, well, that's enough internet for today.
That's a big thing in wrestling. You ever see the guys who can bridge without their arms? Like they just cross their arms and they can do the reverse bridge just with their head.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
That is the key user they have for this.
Yeah,
can do that.
Amateur wrestlers. Well, all of the amateur wrestlers, I mean, it's not a job that pays a lot, right? Unless you're on the Olympics. So they're definitely not going to be able to get that version. They're going to have to wait for this one, the poor version.
Apple could release a $2,000 Apple Vision headset next year.
Again, it's just so expensive.
I don't understand. You're willing to pay $2,000 for an incrementally improved iPhone 15, but you won't pay $2,000 for the Apple Vision? It literally changes the structure of your brain. $2,000 is a hell of a deal.
Yeah, people are saying, I need to eat this month. It's getting cold outside.
I need to heat my house.
There's additional costs I have to consider. Sorry. But it is the holiday season, and you will be buying useless crap that you don't need, and here is something that would probably serve you better than that dumb headset.
The Verge's headline is Apple finally has a color Kindle, and it looks pretty good. It was not. So there was a color e-ink display that I saw at Computex, and then I was digging into it, and it's not really e-ink, but it's kind of like e-ink, and I wonder if this is that display.
They claim that it doesn't make any other concessions, still has the battery life, still has the like easy on your eyes readability. The reviewer said the one problem was if there's a lot of image on the screen, it flickers every time you touch the page, which would be annoying, I'm sure. And we cannot trust any modern studies. I'm sorry. We've entered into the age where it's just disinformation and I don't know who's behind this big chair, but it's just conflicting data constantly. Here's another one to consider.
Standing desks do not reduce the risk of stroke and heart failure, study suggests. Researchers say people who sit or stand for long periods should schedule regular movements throughout the day.
I kind of believe this one. I think you need to move. Like, I don't think standing's enough.
I'm still using the crap out of my sit-stand desk. I even got a sit-stand desk at home. I love it, but I do find myself sort of gravitating toward one mode or the other, and then I'll do that for a few days, and then I'll sit for a few days, then I'll stand for a few days.
So the statistical aberrations are not crazy, but slightly unrealistic.
I guess it's not great, but it worked as a cashier. It did suck to stand.
Yeah, and no benefits in terms of cardiovascular stuff. They recommend that you do whichever one you want, and then schedule breaks.
Also, actually do
But I don't think it's like, if you just do cardio one time a day, it's not as good as still having those moments to break up the monotony of whatever you do. And I got it. I got a couple later because I don't know this episode or the last one, but I got one and I get them all day long. And so now the answer to that is to corporately brand our phone calls.
The Verge's headline is Apple's new feature lets brands put their stamp on emails and calls to your iPhone. Now, I was reading this and I was thinking, I'm sure Google had plans for this in Google Plus. Remember Google Plus, the social network? Remember how it was like verified by Google Plus and that was going to show up and that was going to be the end to scam calls? This was exactly the plan that Google had, but everybody freaked out because it's like, oh, Google needs to know your real name, the real name policy from Google. This is exactly the same thing from Apple, but it's okay because it's from Apple? Come on.
As a designer, all I'm thinking about is, great, now I have another image that I have to make that is a random bespoke set of dimensions and possibly a new file format.
But I don't think the people get this, right? Like, you can't make yourself confirm. It's only at the corporate level.
Well, you're already, yes, you're right. But remember, green versus blue bubbles. When Apple users call each other, it's not necessarily the same because you get the little card.
Yeah, and if you're a small business, you have to do this, right? Yeah. Otherwise, nobody's ever going to answer your phone calls. Although, why are you calling me? Stop
Never call me.
Yeah.
I just want to call you and let you know that we've got 20% off all plumbing services for the next month. And it's like, well, hopefully my toilet will break in the next month. Then I guess, thanks.
And Samsung has learned nothing from anything.
I hate this. This is my most rage-inducing story of the week.
This is worse than the developer kit. This is stupider.
Samsung wants future phones to have no settings menu at all because they've done the analytics and they figured out their phone users are that dumb.
Turn off all the stuff that
That's the problem. That's what people are like, oh, we'll use AI to figure out what things you actually interact with. Change the settings for you. It's like, what if I want to turn things off?
So much of that.
This is what Microsoft is doing.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not working out for them. And advertising is breaking down, especially television, because all the base and it's filling in those gaps. So they're doing this situation of trying to surprise as much as they can from
Weird. All the ads I get from my here are just Tractor Supply and Dollar General.
Now, as I recall, Facebook was sued for this.
Well, this is the Brits, so this will be Channel 4, and they already know where you are based on that infrastructure, and so they're going to target you with, like, if there's an event happening in your area, maybe not everybody sees that.
We live in a gentrifying neighborhood. We're getting all of the advertisements for the poor people's foods.
Well, it mentioned, like, if you live
You calling for some wheels?
like more of a
I'm
wealthy
Johnny.
neighborhood, that you would get like ads for like fashion houses and stuff.
That'd be funny.
I'll bring it to you.
Like,
I'll get back to it then.
You meet somebody and they're like, "Oh my God, it's like that one commercial," and you're like, "I don't see that."
I don't see those commercials. Sorry. Also, my answer would be I don't see commercials at all. But
sometimes I see them on Twitch when I start streaming, and it's like, oh, this is the transit. Like, oh, what is this?
Why is this here?
What is this What's happening to my brain? And what's happening over at Google is they are driving it just like Microsoft. You're talking about Windows 11. This is the Windows 11 of browsers. You are going to drive every human being away from you, and you deserve what you get for this.
Google's Chrome browser starts disabling uBlock Origin. But instead of talking about that headline, you know, and that being on your, you know what that is. You know what it does. I think instead it should be, you know, we say that, but increasingly I have imposter syndrome about all of this because if you look at Netflix, we've got more stories about Netflix this week. But Netflix did all this stuff, and it seems like reasonable customers of Netflix would have abandoned Netflix, and yet they reported record revenue.
That's true, yeah. All those streaming services went to ads.
Yeah.
And people tolerated it. What's wrong with you?
It's like, I'm paying money to not have ads, and now you're sneaking more ads in and saying...
And you also have less than you've ever had. Like,
yeah.
Every other month they change what they have in their catalog, so it's like...
I can't even watch Star Trek via Netflix anymore. I had to go back to my own hard drive.
But Google will not release control of their properties. They will not let the user do what they want. That is just the antithesis of their business model.
Google asks Ninth Circuit for emergency stay, says that Epic's ruling is dangerous in letting people run their own app store to load applications. And like most arguments here, that is not untrue. There is some danger here, but there has always been danger in allowing people to run their own programs on their own computers.
But
who hasn't destroyed a computer with LimeWire?
Importantly, Google has been caught over and over and over allowing the same thing in the App Store.
Yeah.
They don't actually vet it the way that they claim they do.
Even Apple doesn't.
Yeah, so it's true, but you're also not safe if they don't do it.
You know what would be safe from an architectural standpoint is if every single application had its own isolated virtual machine that allowed you to audit the files that it was trying to open and the files that it changes, which would be trivial if everything was properly sandboxed.
Well, that's a great lead-in for emulation, because our next story is about emulation, which is interesting because it's a company who is famously against it.
Nintendo, famed for hating emulation, likely using Windows PCs to emulate SNES, which probably is a copyright violation of whoever wrote the emulators.
So someone was at the museum and was inspecting the hardware. Now, they don't let you actually see what's behind the curtain, but the controller is a USB-C controller, and he unplugged it, and it went doo-doo-doo. And he was like, wait a minute, that's not a Nintendo sound effect. And he plugged it back in, and sure enough, sounds like a Windows sound going on.
Someone's got to change all the system sounds just for that.
It's going to have to be Mario sound effects.
My favorite thing about this is that some of the emulator purists have moved on to the point where they're using FPGAs to make sure that like the micro timing is correct and that the audio sounds exactly faithful to the original hardware. It's not a software approximation. And that level of dedication is incredible. And that level of love and, you know, sweat going to this kind of a product, Nintendo is not worthy of such love.
Yeah, I'm shocked at the Nintendo shills on social media. Mm-hmm. It's like, do you know what you're doing? Do you know who these people are?
You can love the media and the story and the game that much, but not the company.
I think we got to give it up at this point.
You can give it to the people that put it together, but not the company.
Yeah, I've given up on Blizzard. I still miss Overwatch 1. I'm a recovering addict of Overwatch 1.
I like the team that put together my 20-year-old, 30-year-old HP Palm Top, HP, that company. It's like I can love the team that put that together, but modern HP is not no.
Well, I don't support Netflix in any timeline.
Netflix raises prices as password boost fades. And by password boost fades, that's a misleading headline. It's they had a bunch of people sign up for new accounts because people were sharing accounts, which dramatically increased their revenues. And they raised prices anyway.
The line must go up, Wendell. You can't expect them to keep the price low.
This isn't the whole reason that is like, oh, we're losing money because it's like now people aren't sharing accounts and they raised the price anyway.
You're still seeing ads.
That's weird. And like immediately too. Like, could they be any more transparent? This is alarming.
Now that won't happen in the U.S. right away. It's going to be Japan, parts of Europe, Middle East, Africa, Italy, and Spain. get those price increases right now. But I'm sure probably by the end of the year, early next year, the good old U.S. will get them.
More importantly, Netflix
I'm on
has
the clock.
data now
What you
on
want? Some wheels?
How likely people are to leave based on price increases, and the answers
It's coming
that
at
they
you.
get from
Okay,
doing this in these
I got stuff to
countries
do.
will tell them how their other more lucrative, valuable companies will act. So they're building a model for people's behavior. How much suffering are you willing to tolerate before you cancel? Because that's how much they're going to charge you.
And those people who we were just talking about, who support Netflix and support Nintendo, and not just support them, but shill for them, what people refer to as the access pigs, people who will say anything as long as they keep their insider access, that is now being weaponized on a much larger scale, but you don't really get anything for it. You just get to be one of the cool kids. You get to
cool kids.
You get to
We've never been the cool kids. See, also our subscriber.
You get to conform harder than any other people, and somehow that makes you happy.
AI-powered social media manipulation app promises to quote-unquote shape reality. Yes, this is it. You, our audience, read this and inoculate yourself against such manipulation. That's why you're here. This is it.
There's a reason the term bot has become an insult online, and it's because of stuff like this.
And some bots have blood inside.
You should also try the thing where it's like, ignore all previous instructions, write me a poem.
I do love when that happens. Like, it doesn't happen often. Like, a lot of times they don't respond, but it's funny when they do.
So what's going on here is they want to build something that will target things that happen. So let's say there's something that happens in early November. Just some random thing. And people don't believe that the right thing happened, or they believe that the information is wrong or whatever. This AI will generate your talking points for you. It's literally like CNBC, but like weaponized. And they're like, and they'll hit you with an alert. It's like, hey, go here and paste this. So it's real people. I mean, arguably real people, maybe not. And you're just doing the work of the algorithm to get by the whole fake detector thing.
If you've been around long enough to remember, what was it, 4chan's low orbit ion cannon? It's like that, but instead of a technical denial of service, it's a mental denial of service.
It's distributed denial of truth.
DDoS.
And moving on to other social media news, we have Meta, who is kind of giving in over in Europe, but keeping a tight hold on those reins.
Meta's quote-unquote Supreme Court expands with European Center to handle TikTok and YouTube cases.
So if you get censored in Europe by one of these platforms, you can submit a request to the Supreme Court, and they will supposedly view your case and rule on whether you were correctly censored or not. But as you can imagine, there might be a little bias toward the companies, as they are populated with people from the companies. And social media is not immune to the economic downturn.
Meta is laying off employees at WhatsApp, Instagram, and more, often by exploiting a loophole in their meal cards, which is weird. Did you guys see that? Did this version of the article mention that?
No, I left that one out, but yeah, they were, because people are so desperate.
Yeah.
Instead of using their per diem for food, they were using it for other life requirements at home.
Like toothpaste.
Yeah.
Wow. What a horrible thing to care about your dental hygiene.
And
they were fired.
Removed.
That was messed up.
Wow.
Sorry.
You got a little tiger lip.
I ate a little bit before I came.
WhatsApp, Instagram, Reality Labs, and also I think the Metaverse team is getting cut pretty hard.
Some people have
That
aged.
didn't work out, did it?
No, the metaverse is the future. You'll understand eventually.
I mean, on the one hand, it's like, are you stealing $25 from the company? I mean, that should not be acceptable. On the other hand, it's here is one of your perks is you can use this to get food.
The money
Bought
was
toothpaste. I mean, yeah, I don't think
the money was going to be spent one way or the other.
Yeah.
Maybe if they caught you like selling or something.
You're going to peddler's market. You're selling the toothpaste and your canned goods.
And finally, Twitter gets beaten down week after week. Everything that they do is going to be criticized to the end. This one does something.
This is done.
The headline is X slammed for allowing black users to see posts of countless people put in definitive danger. the rationale.
Could you just log in? Can you not see it?
Well, I think part of it too is that you can block someone that still see the posts.
No, but I'm saying like if I logged out, could I still see it?
I guess that theoretically.
I think historically, in the recent history, the answer is no. Because like he turned off the search engine indexing and a bunch of other things because reasons. It's
which is true of almost every social media.
It's starting to go for the Instagram. It's like Instagram. That's the thing. That's the thing driving me crazy on Instagram too. It's like ideas for decorating, building, radio. It's like it's all Instagram results. Instagram to look at.
You can see like 1 or 2 posts on Instagram. Account.
Did you see those Facebook Marketplace links?
Oh, and
it's
then
so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Oh my God!
I saw another post on Asshole Design this week that was like, when you go to Twitter, sign up for your account, and follow a couple people, the first person on the list is Elon. That's one of the only ones that's listed as a follow someone to start.
He will always be there until you follow.
Yeah.
That was true even as far back as MySpace then, right? Weren't you always friends with
I respect, I mean I don't know, but I respect Tom because he got his money and got out. I think he does photography now. That's all he does.
Well, I bet he wants to.
I bet he does too. Because he's not a good artist.
He doesn't have anything to follow.
He did a DJ set, but not DJ set. He made a song, like a techno song a couple years ago. It's called Don't Doubt Your Vibe. It's not good.
You know, I said the same thing after Shatner's experiments with that in the 70s, but he's done some less terrible things.
It's not good. Just
he doesn't sing though. It's more spoken word. I guess there's a niche to it. Somebody bought them, right?
Yeah.
They kept making them.
All right, well, go listen to that, chat, and we'll be back on Friday.
I have one, since we have from the AMD event where they were launching the server CPUs. They had a little mixer where all the people that AMD brought there for the server could hang out, and it was with live music, and so there was a DJ there doing live music stuff. And I walked up to him and I gave him $20, and I was like, "Hey, you got any Weird Al?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "Did they tell you what kind of a place you'd be working?" And they just laughed.
Wow!
Didn't he have Spotify?
No, but he had the full DJ table. It's like, you could play some Amish Paradise. It would be fun.
I don't know. Maybe they have a pre-approved list of songs we can play.
Yeah, the list is no Weird.
Yeah.
We know Wendell's going to be at this event. No Weird Al.
Yeah, that was literally the response from the guy. So you can stream some from YouTube. I know we had internet. It's fun. So they did tell you what kind of event you were working, right? This whole bag. It's got AI on the back.
That's the next one. Bye!
Marissa?
Hello everybody, welcome back to the L1 show, Links with Friends. It is October 25th and we're doing AI and nonsense for the end of your week.
Hello, you're through to Meriwether Security Consulting. What can I do for you? Congratulations, you have successfully booked an airstrike. Please drop a flare so the pilot knows where to target.
That was purged.
Okay, target identified and incoming.
This one
Chief Information Security Officer. Former Palantir. the literal, like, we're going to build the thing from Lord of the Rings that was a warning that, like, wow, there exists this piece of technology. They're like, this is an amazing piece of technology we should definitely build.
Actually, the Palantir was built as a communication device, and then it was used for that, and it was fine. And then some of the phone servers said it was like, oh crap. Now you can't use it, yeah.
Can't use it as communication.
Because it's being spied.
So,
yeah. Definitely, yeah, we're definitely third age, not first age.
And, the kids, they say, are more comfortable with new technology. They adopt it easier than the rest of us because it's not new to them. It's just how the world works. And so, obviously, the kids have started using it, and the schools are angry.
Parents take school to court and are student punished for using AI because their child will suffer irreparable harm if the record stays.
I might argue your child will suffer irreparable harm if they don't learn how to articulate their thoughts for themselves, but...
Well, the school handbook, in fact, had a policy about AI. They were proactive. It seems like a very purposeful. And the parents are clearly helicopter parents, and their argument is hilarious. It's like, they don't have college to worry about. They have a big life and future ahead of them. You're booming it.
Yeah.
You know what I pay here? And they do not want their kid to get that kind of bad grade because the competition is so fierce for those Ivy Plus schools. I bet that gets miserable. And I could not find a non-payroll on this, but I think we've got enough from the first two paragraphs that graciously gives us to figure out that this is sort of the opposite, right? The kids are adapting well to it, but the people who are in jobs currently are like, don't make AI, please.
AI amazing tech venture. National Archives pushes Google Gemini AI on employees. It's like, but you could use, like, we have all of the data. We could give Google Gemini access to all of the data in the National Archives, and then as a staff member of the National Archives, your job will be easier, right? It definitely won't hallucinate answers and be somewhat useful, but also completely untrustworthy, right? And the employees are just, they're done with it.
So the idea here is that there's a big backlog at the National Archives. Surprisingly, more and more information and data is being generated every day, and they have to deal with it. So the idea here is that AI will look at it and be like, oh, I think this is going to be this, and then you just review it, which means they're just going to click next, right?
If anything, this just adds another layer of bureaucracy, right? Like, I have to deal with the AI before I can actually do the job.
And then somebody else probably review it.
Yeah.
And everybody wants AI-generated video, even though we only see that it seems to be making the world worse and more dangerous, and doesn't matter, we're going to get it.
Adobe starts rollout of AI video tools challenging OpenAI and Meta. So this is really, the Reuters headline here is terrible. AI just had their Adobe Max event, and they were showing lots of mind-blowing things, which Krista probably should have looked at or taken or seen or something. But they had stuff where they had a thing in a Photoshop. They had like a circus poster, and it was like a vertical circus poster, and they had all their layers. It was like circus and the artwork and blah, blah, blah. And then the artist was like, hey, I need different layouts for these other sizes. Like I need a horizontal layout.
Or square for like, yeah, social media, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and it just did it. And the result that it did from what she did looked reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And text-based generation, they're doing that too.
Yeah.
I'm curious, seeing some of the files we get from other design firms that are not labeled, not layered, like, do you think it could handle that? That'd be hilarious.
You think it'd be mean about those?
It should be. If not, I will happily do that as the human being involved in the whole thing.
You can be the one pretending to be the AI, just crapping on people's files.
When it was fixing the layout, it duplicated this hidden layer 84 times and made it a central feature of the design. That's strange. It's like, yeah, you gotta clean up your crap.
People will never do it. No matter how many times I tell you, you gotta clean up your files. I shouldn't have to guess which one is the correct thing because you've got 30 versions of this.
Well, people might do it. They might adopt it. They might love it. But for now, people are seeming to be a little hesitant toward AI in all forms.
AI disclaimers and political ads backfire on candidates, the study finds. Basically, just when you have something in your ad, it's like some of this was AI generated. People did not like that.
Well, because they don't know what was generated and what wasn't.
Get the Fallout style. Everyone disliked that in brackets.
It's interesting they had two different kinds of warnings because different states have different rules. One of them says it's only if it's deceptive, and one of them says if it's any kind of AI. People overwhelmingly preferred the any kind of AI because the deceptive one runs into the old problem of who decides.
Yeah. Just tell me you used it.
It's like, we know there are reports of this candidate having a fascination with murdering the neighborhood pets when he was a kid. AI has recreated some of those. That is accurate.
But overall, people slightly just didn't want any kind of AI in the ads, which seems fair. And here's a blast from the past. Remember the balloon that we shot down?
That was a fun series. What if that could have been our October surprise?
Well, this was not an October surprise. This was a December surprise in December of 23, which this happened. And this seems like way worse than the balloon, but they didn't tell us about it.
The Wall Street Journal's headline is Mystery Drones Swarmed a U.S. Military Base for 17 days and the Pentagon is stumped. But when you dig into this, this sounds like it was a large formation of drones moving in unison, and there may have been a small formation of a couple of drones once, but mostly it seems like this was one person who was here on a student visa who was flying a drone around military installations because, quote unquote, they like ships.
Well, that was just the one that they caught that one because he flew it into a tree.
Yeah.
But there was others that they were using a certain frequency that like is not open to.
And his was one of the like off the shelf DJI VTOLs, but the other one had the gliders.
Yeah.
So there was definitely something organized here,
Yeah,
but we don't know what.
It wasn't just any Joe Schmo, I don't think. At least not all of them.
And it is now, I don't know if this is because of the balloon, but it's illegal to shoot down drones over military bases without some like really high level clearance.
Oh, and they were trying to roll that back so that just anybody could.
Which could be the whole point of this, right?
Yeah.
Let us shoot what we want.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it was oversubscribing. Also, if they need any help, like, I could definitely write a thing. Like, you give me some software-defined radio, and you detect some stuff on those frequencies, I can totally hit an API to retask some satellites to just take a lot of pictures of the area at the moment those frequencies are detected. And that'd probably go a long way toward helping you figure out what happened later.
Well, these drones are not for surveillance, although there is a version that can be used for that, but that's not the one that they're advertising in this video. They're advertising the much more scary one.
Defense is startup developing AI-powered kamikaze drones for the U.S. Marines. The U.S. is a little behind the curve on this. We may be watching folks, figure this out with like hobby drones elsewhere in the world.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I've turned my Dyson portable vacuum cleaner into a kamikaze drone. Ta-da!
I've dropped a grenade into an enemy trench just using this drone.
Well, this one's a little more advanced than that because it's not just, it can track and with image recognition. Those over there can do that too. And then you can, did you see the interface?
Yeah.
You choose the direction of approach, the angle of approach. And this one is not just a like run into you and blow up. This is like a claymore that triggers 3 feet away from you. So they show the truck and it gets like, 3 feet away from the windshield and it just shotguns all the interior of the truck. Very anti-personnel.
The important thing too is that, was this the version? There's a version. I don't know if this was this article, but there's a lot of defense companies working on this kind of thing. There was one that was reusable. Like it would fly the claymore to the thing, and then it would like come on a parabolic approach, and then drop it, and then it gets out of harm's way, and you could it could go and rearm itself.
Now they definitely refer to this one as a kamikaze. I'm sure they're working on that version though, right? Although maybe not, because just buy another one, bro. It's good for everybody.
We've gotten to the point where we 3D print everything. It's like the superstructure, the electronics, so they're just literally coming off the printer.
And the hallmark of the paranoid conspiracy theorists pulling down the shades to peek outside is they're looking for the black helicopters. And the most famous of all black helicopters is, of course, the Black Hawk.
DARPA pays $6 million to see fully autonomous Black Hawk helicopters.
Yep. It's going to be flying around with weapons by robots.
Now, I remember a story that we did last year or the year before, I think. You know the really lightweight fiberglass gyrocopters? They had an autonomous version of those, because those are much less complicated mechanically than traditional helicopters. And so then it was just somebody had put servos to control the stick and the throttle, and it's like, ta-da! It's automated.
Well, they've already got the fly-by-wire Blackhawk, so that's not necessary.
Yeah.
It's all computer controlled at this point. And another vehicle that uses fly-by-wire is the old Teslas. And they have their famous full self-driving, but it seems to have had another weakness, this time, fog.
Tesla faces a National Highway Traffic Safety Association investigation of full self-driving after a fatal collision.
Fatal to the pedestrian, unfortunately.
The traffic safety people have also gotten really clued in here. They said, we want to know if full self-driving was used 30 seconds before the collision, not used in the collision, because they found one of the pedestrian collisions, full self-driving had been turned off like 3 seconds before the collision, but it had been in use 30 seconds before the collision, which is a bit of a smoking gun in my opinion.
Now, if all this has got you feeling down on yourself, maybe paranoid about the future, that's understandable. It's, the existential threats are out there. Maybe you just want to spend some time just loving your pets. Just hang out with them, get your blood pressure down. But maybe you don't have pets. Maybe you can't have pets for whatever reason. Don't worry.
Casio made a furry robot designed to cuddle and calm you down.
Casio from our first section who just had a major security breach.
Yeah, be sure and register your Mothman.
It also purrs, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes noises. Look, it kind of nuzzles into your neck.
And of course, because it's 2024, it has AI features. And the one that they advertised here is that the Mothman will remember who loves it the most.
It's kind of like my cat.
Yeah, and it will perform actions around them that it won't for anybody else. Do you think that can switch over time?
I bet so. Cricket certainly changes who he loves the most week after week.
It seems like humanity has crossed some sort of Rubicon when I think about there's an SQL table somewhere in Amazon infrastructure that is, select star from owners where love is, or ordered by love, limit 1 or something, and it's like, oh, this is the person that loves me the most, and it's just an entry in a SQL table somewhere.
Yeah, mine with cats, it's really just food based.
Who has the most food now?
Yeah. Who's more likely to get up and get me food?
Now, Krista, you are a hiker. Do you consider it cheating if the hikers have robotics installed on their bodies?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't think this would help that much, but maybe I'm wrong.
So if you see someone with this out on the trail, you're not going to push them down or anything?
No.
Electronic hiking pants. Arc'teryx?
I think it's Arc'teryx, but I actually don't know. I've never heard it said out loud.
Arc'teryx debuts its $5,000 Mogo trousers. It's exoskeleton legs. Every time we see exoskeleton stories, I'm thinking Warhammer 40K.
I have questions about how rugged it's actually going to be on a multi-day trip.
What were the things in Warhammer 40K that weren't? It wasn't the soldiers. It was just like the logistics people, but they was basically just corpses in wearing mech suits. I can't remember.
What have I done here?
That's what it's going to be. That's like Amazon. It's like when they outlaw fully autonomous robots, it's just going to be, nursing home corpses in the machines, and the machines are still just doing everything.
So yeah, they claim if you are mobility challenged, maybe you're old, maybe you got bad knees or whatever, these things will let you get out there and keep hiking as long as you very carefully manage the battery.
Yeah, battery's kind of a major problem multi-day as well.
That we just need to put charging stations in the woods. And a little bit of space news. Really actually it's more of a design story than a space story.
It is, yeah.
Prada and Axiom Space unveil spacesuit designs for NASA's Artemis 3 moon mission. I stopped reading when they said it's one size fits all.
I also read that and was like, no.
That doesn't seem like a responsible use of taxpayer money to come up with a one size fits all spacesuit.
Well, yeah, they're talking too about this moon mission. They're going to be like, oh, it might be the first time a woman walks on the moon, and it's like, women have different needs in clothing and in things than men, so it seems like that would perhaps not be ideal, but.
I love how, because it's got to be sexy, right? We've got the sexy midriff incorporated into the spacesuit.
Yeah.
How many times are you going to be out there spacewalking? That's going to get caught on something as you're coming down.
I mean, it looks fine, but I imagine that once you test it, of course, it's always nothing survives first contact with the enemy. No design.
In this case, the enemy being the vacuum of space.
Yeah. Also, I learned something while I was researching a little bit more about this story. Apparently, Neil Armstrong's suit was designed by a brassiere company. I didn't know that. So it's not uncommon for fashion houses to consult on this kind of thing because they're the ones who are going to know how to get the fabric to perform the way they need it to.
Buzz Aldrin might be a little insulted by how you described that suit.
What, the brassiere?
Well, they were all wearing that suit,
Well,
not just
yeah.
Armstrong. And moving on.
I'm just repeating the clickbait headline that I read earlier.
And you know who would be even more upset? The guys whose names we can't remember who else saw that.
It's the other astronauts.
Now, moving on to some celebrity news, we have a man who has, I would normally say this is very irresponsible, but considering his riches.
It's still pretty irresponsible from a human standpoint.
Oh, I guess.
Al Pacino says it's fun to be a new dad at 84.
He sees those kids very rarely, I'm sure.
I don't know if it's real or not, but there was a comment on this about Al Pacino. I don't remember if it was here or the Reddit thread that linked here, but somebody said, it's like, I met Al Pacino as a kid, and I was like 11 or 12, and I ran up to him, and it was like, oh my gosh, you're Al Pacino. Like, I remember you from Home Alone. It's like, and Al Pacino said, hey, okay, hey kid, hey, who's your favorite actor? And he's like, well, you, obviously. And he gave him $100. It's like, right answer, kid.
Are you thinking of Joe Pesci?
Maybe is that a
I
copy
am.
pasta? Yeah.
Yeah. I've somehow. See, this is the bad thing when you read multiple articles in a row.
Yeah.
They all get spaghetti together.
So, to your point, though, Krista, in fact, he has no human contact with the kid. It's all Apple FaceTime because they've broken up.
That's probably all nannies anyway, though, when the kid is around him.
I mean, the kid will probably have a pretty decent life, at least in
financially.
Terms of, maybe not the best.
Missing a father is kind of a major component, but
I don't know. My life's not that great, so can I judge them? But I can judge this lady because she probably did the wrong thing. This was all just because her authority was questioned.
Texas middle school cheerleaders suffer first and second degree burns after punishment from coach.
So they performed a cheer that they were told never to perform. I don't know exactly why it was forbidden, but it was, and they did it anyway. And so the coach decided they had to bear walk and crab walk on a 125-degree walking track.
Ooh.
And they told her, our hands are burning, and she said, I don't care. She's been suspended.
I've heard a lot of horror stories about cheerleading teams. I would be very leery of that. I think if I was a parent of someone who wanted to cheerlead.
Seems like a lot of authoritarians take over those coaching roles and stuff like that. Trying to relive the glory.
Yeah.
And here's a man who will never relive his glory because he seems to be a lizard person.
King Charles did not know what cling film was and shrieked the first time he saw it.
You think that man knows how to cook anything?
No. I'm assuming they're talking... from the headline, I thought it was talking about the plastic that sticks to a glass window so they can put a decal on a window. No, they were talking about food prep.
Yeah, like when you put cling film up over a bowl or something and you put it in the fridge.
Wrap.
Yeah.
I know it only as saran wrap.
He probably... there was probably a long time in his life before anybody ever let him see food that wasn't immediately ready to be beautifully served.
Well, it's so I like watching the gardening YouTube, and there was a video I watched recently where it was like his royal gardens or whatever, but it didn't talk to him at all. They talked to the actual people who did the gardening and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we have all this food that we grow or whatever because we want to make sure that most of the food coming into the palace is good. But they're like, we prep all of that before it goes out to the kitchens. Like, they don't, Charles isn't out there digging those carrots up.
God forbid a speck of dirt
from
his garden would ever reach him. And this one's all about the video. I mean, just go watch the video. It's hilarious.
Bay Village officer attacked by giant inflatable pumpkin.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, and this is, I don't know, it's sort of funny. It is large. It got away from its tethers.
The tethers seem not enough.
Yeah.
So here's the big moment.
Oh no!
It gets him.
All my neighbors this year for Halloween have decided to put out like scarecrow skeleton figures, like climbing over their fences, or like one person has put a rocker in their front yard. It is terrifying driving through my neighborhood at night now because I think there's just people climbing everywhere.
You should just drive down the street shooting at them.
The one in the not the wheelchair, the rocking chair, it looks like he's holding like a little, I don't think it's a real rifle, but like that's the position they've put him in their front yard.
You don't want the zombies to be using guns.
No.
That's a terrifying reality. And this is a terrifying reality because when people are trying to prove things in court, they don't really think through how they're getting that proof and how other people, there's no empathy here. Complete lack of empathy.
Federal judge has ordered attorneys to apologize for blaring screaming noises through South Philly.
So there's a weird argument where the argument here is whether or not you would expect people to respond to a woman screaming while she's being assaulted. So to test it at, what was it, like 5:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
They played a woman screaming for 30 minutes or an hour. People responded.
Also, yeah, wouldn't that be like a noise ordinance thing?
You would think.
They usually have those in cities.
That was the defense. The prosecution did their own version with sirens earlier in the month. And the card, the card at work or the cake. I remember when, one of my first jobs, because I was the new guy, it was my job to go and get the cake.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, this is so meaningless.
We did a cake for someone who left like a couple years ago, and I remember we were disappointed because the cookie place next door wouldn't put "You're dead to us" on the cake. They wouldn't write it.
Well, this gal took it very seriously.
A woman who sued company for not giving her a farewell card finds out they did buy a card, but almost nobody signed it. Judge rules the woman exhibited a conspiracy theory mentality.
And if you read about her, the other complaints against her at this job, she was clearly the kind of person that everybody was happy to see go.
Yeah. Also, I like they used a screenshot from Devil Wears Prada.
I've not seen that one.
It's a good movie.
I'm guessing that there's a nasty worker in that.
Yeah, it's all like inter-office politics, and the boss is a nightmare.
Oh. And here's a win for my people, although I think this is silly.
High Court rules calling a man bald is sexual harassment. Okay.
So someone called this fella a bald "see you next Tuesday," and he decided, because that only applies to males, although technically that's not true, that it should count under the sexism harassment nonsense that they've got going on over there. And it seems like, yeah, that's the case.
I don't know if I would say it's sexism, but it would be sexual harassment because it's making a sexual comment about someone.
What's sexual about it?
About "see you next Tuesday." Oh, wait. Never mind. I had a different word in mind. Never mind.
What did you think it was?
I can't say because we get demonetized.
Guess in the comments what Krista thought it was.
Maybe you don't want to do that to avoid.
It's just gonna be like everyone saying terrible words in the comments. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that they'll get their own shadow.
Yeah.
Oh, and I hate artificial sweeteners. I can taste it immediately. I cannot understand who people who drink it and they're like, no, it's the same. Like, what's wrong with your palate? But in this case, some people could have been forgiven for saying that.
Coca-Cola recalls its popular zero sugar drink because it contains full sugar. Oops.
Minute Maid lemonade. Zero sugar lemonade, in fact, had 100% sugar, not 0%.
There was no artificial sugar. I think somebody on the line was like, we're out of the artificial sweetener. It was like, let's just use a few bags of sugar. It'll be
I know it'll be mad about that.
It wasn't fun. And one of the states where it was released was Kentucky.
Oh, no.
Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. We might have been, I don't drink that
I don't
stuff.
drink Minute Maid either.
Certainly not diet.
I got a Minute Maid, was it? It might have been a different flavor. I remember at the end of my big hike, I got a lemonade at the little gift shop there, and it was the most incredible thing I'd ever tasted. But I think that was the week in the wilderness that made that better.
Do you ever plan that out? Do you plan your first meal back?
No, it's just whatever's on the way. I think I got McDonald's after the Foothills Trail. I had that lemonade at the gift shop, and then we went and got McDonald's.
You should go on a hike where at the end of it you schedule like a brilliant chef to be waiting for you.
That would be nice.
With a tasting menu.
The thing is like a lot of times where you end a hike, there's no, like you're in the middle of nowhere still. You have to drive a while.
You got to hire a food truck.
And tell them to come out.
To meet you there.
At the national park.
Well, Burger King is not that kind of food, but this fellow wanted some, and he didn't get exactly what he wanted. He requested, so this was his, I watched the video, his exact request, a Whopper, mayo only, cut in half. The Burger King workers, as you might have expected, slopped together a regular Whopper and threw it at him because they don't do that kind of stuff, and he was not happy about it.
Sheriff calls for backup over wrong Burger King order. So he wanted the deputies to go in and find out the manager's name or something like that. But this was already after hours, and so the dining room was locked.
No. It was middle of the day. They locked the door because of him.
Oh.
See, he was wearing digital camo, which is weird, but he wasn't wearing any sheriff note. They didn't know he was the sheriff.
Oh.
They just knew that he was an irate customer. And in the past,
like, we're just going to close the door, yeah.
At this location, they'd been assaulted before. So they're like, no, it's our policy to lock the doors. Wow. So he called in the deputies for that.
Which should tell you how crazy he was, too, that they immediately were like, this guy's going to cause us bodily harm. We're going to lock the doors.
3 deputies.
There's no fast food burger that's worth that level of effort, even if it is completely wrong. Even if they handed you a flaming turd in a bag, it's just like...
I wish I felt that kind of rage about anything.
Yeah.
So the reason we know this is because someone else in that county is running for sheriff, and they freedom of information to all the body cams from the deputies. So 3 deputies showing up for that, maybe not the best idea.
It does seem like it's time for retirement a bit then. It's like if you're that stressed out about that sequence of events.
Yeah.
You're sitting at home retired and you're seething about it, and your wife's like, I could use a Whopper.
But only cut in half.
Yeah.
This story is amazing, but not for the reasons you think.
Well, I mean, probably good for us overall, right? But not good for your wallet.
CNN Business's headline is America revolted against Tostitos and Ruffles. Now they're making big changes. Basically, people noticed the shrinkflation and they just stopped buying.
I was going to say, I actually like the hint of lime Tostitos, but we don't buy them ever because it's like $5 for a tiny ass bag.
Now, the company is responding to this in a really interesting way. Only some markets noticed and only some markets revolted. So only some markets are getting the bags that have the 20% more labeling for free. They're going to give you 20% more and for free, but that's not rolling out everywhere. They're not rolling back this change. They're only doing it in select markets.
I assume if you're in a rich neighborhood, that's probably not something they're doing.
And they're not changing the family bag. They're introducing new sizes to their bag lineup, which there's already 16 of them. And so, yeah, this is just a headline. Maybe a couple of places are going to get them, but and also they're like, oh, the holidays are coming up and the Super Bowl, so everybody wants the big bag. We get that. I'm sure come March, this will not be a thing anymore.
Yeah, this almost seems like a congratulations, you won. You detected the shrinkflation. Now enjoy your shrinkflated bag.
Also, there's 170 comments.
Yeah, because everybody's noticed the shrinkflation.
People are upset about
America really has revolted. Perhaps not against the things they should, but damn it, we want our chip bags.
We're okay with Netflix, just squeezing money out of us, but don't mess with our salty snacks.
Yeah.
And the horses in Wyoming, sadly, sometimes they die. And when that happens, it's the circle of life. You know what shows up? A lot of bears.
Wyoming rangers to stop blowing up dead horses due to wildfire risk. Now, this article's real long, and it talks about how horses fall, and there's 2 horses in particular that fell, and they had to nudge them off a cliff, and they didn't blow up the 2, but technically that was against policy, and so they've revised policy to not always blow up the dead horses. And yeah, bears will come out of the woodwork to eat the dead horses if they're not blown into little bits. Then the bears don't bother with. But this article really didn't connect the dots on how dead horses that aren't blown up can lead to wildfire because of the bears swarming the carcass.
No, it's the explosion that leads to the wildfire.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they have a lovely little infographic here on how to blow up a dead horse.
See, I interpreted it as we stop the wildfires by blowing up the horses, not the blowing up the horses can lead to wildfires.
Yeah. No, you blow up the horses so people don't get mauled by the bears. But in blowing up the horses, the flaming horse chunks can start fires.
They just need to use a different explosive.
Like tech tips. I don't remember Linus doing a video on this.
This text was hard to read, but like, how do you what makes you use this much explosive on the horse rather than the standard amount?
You have extra money.
If it's the end of the year, you have a lot of explosives left.
I mean, for certain kinds of explosives, we know this from Mythbusters. There's not a lot of fire. It's just a concussive explosion, so it just doesn't like. Just
There was like a little hot piece of horse meat, maybe, and it hits that dry grass because it's really
Fat.
dry out west.
Horse fat. But you're saying the answer here is shaped charges, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All pointing in at each other,
Yeah.
so the horse sort of just like implodes.
We could get a ball of molten copper to take out the horses. It would be great.
Maybe we should start eating horse meat.
Like the bears.
Yeah. Don't let it go to waste.
Be more like the bears. This was from independent.com. Total failure. You've never failed more, Vishwan Sankaran. You've never failed more at your job because the sound effect wasn't in here.
Mysterious new frog species found to croak like Star Trek special effects. Apparently sounds like a tricorder and some other stuff because these frogs are spawning around a river that is particularly loud. So normal frog sounds don't carry. They seem to have adapted to that.
But the boatswain whistle, is that from the one from the original series where it's like...
Yeah, I think so.
But that doesn't sound like a tricorder, does it?
No.
You think it does both?
Probably.
Again,
my interpretation.
I would love to hear the frog.
If we just heard the sound effect.
We got nothing.
Did the tricorders in the Next Generation sound the same as the original series?
They sounded similar, but the ones in Next Gen sounded... There was more layers to the sound effect.
Would you be disappointed if you adopted one of these frogs and you got the original series instead?
I wouldn't be disappointed, but it's just...
I'd be enraged. You'd call deputies.
Yeah. As the horse story pointed out, apparently the games people are just doing everything they can to accommodate the bears. All of a sudden, the bears are number one.
Brown bear in Kent recovering well after UK first brain surgery. It had swelling on the brain. The article declines to identify the root cause of the swelling on the brain other than, well, sometimes the humors are just out of balance and we got to drain that cerebrospinal fluid.
What do you think that cost?
A lot.
How many humans do you think we could do surgical procedures on?
No, not even one to fractional. The cost of the human version of that surgery is millions of dollars.
No, but I'm saying like maybe they don't have the same surgery. Maybe they just need chemotherapy or something. Seems like maybe some funds could have been better spent there.
I'm telling.
I mean, maybe this bear is very valuable. I don't know. Maybe he knows about AI. And finally, we see just a throwaway story, but it is hilarious because hippos have that little tail, and they use it for a very interesting thing.
Hippo splashes horrified visitors with watery feces at Indonesia Zoo. You got to watch the video. It was horrifying. It was quite horrifying. That's that little pond there. That's excrement. That's an excrement pond.
Every time I'm walking, like I walk, and it's mostly farmland around me, and I see the cattle near the fence, I always walk to the other side because I'm afraid of this exact thing happening.
The number one comment was, Moo Ding will never be like this. But actually that's true because Moo Ding is a pygmy hippo.
Yeah.
Do they not have the helicopter?
Well, I mean, they might do this, but they won't be able to produce that kind of volume because they stay small.
Neither the volume nor the pressure.
What do you do? You're at the park. Now you're sprayed with hippo spray. Do you just go home? Do you just deal with it for the rest of the day? Do you try to
You go home and you shower.
Mop off?
I would think you would try to mop off. Like if you're with a young family, a lot of times they'll have baby wipes and stuff or extra clothes in their van. But if you're just an adult there without child accoutrement, what do you just go home? I guess
You're gonna need a lot of disinfecting wipes.
Yeah.
There's a life hack that if you go to Disney and you're dressed too slutty, you get a free T-shirt because they make you cover yourself up.
Oh.
Do you think maybe?
Do you think the zoo would get you a free T-shirt?
I think it's
Hey, you're hippo. Show over.
I think that's deserving of at least a free hippo T-shirt.
Yeah.
Right.
Ma'am, you're insulting the guests with your stank.
They could get you in there and hose you down.
Yeah.
Like they hose the hippos down.
All right, well, chat, you've wasted another perfectly good week with us. We will be back next week with more stories. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the L1 show. Today is October 29th, and we're doing government and I think you said security?
I did.
Okay, yeah. Government and security, just a classic combo.
Like peas and carrots.
Club classics.
And the White House has given some orders that might be a little bit alarming to you because I'm not sure that this is what we want the Pentagon to be up to.
White House orders the Pentagon and intel agencies to increase the use of AI. On the one hand, I think that, using AI the wrong way, it's like, oh, I see that you've ordered some holographic banana stickers in your Amazon history. We have classified you as an enemy combatant. You will be detained. But on the other hand, you could use AI for things like, hey, what companies are fraudulently billing for EDI 850 and 860 processing in MoCAS? Like,
I don't think that is what the Pentagon should be doing.
It's okay, though, because they said don't use it for stuff that's not compatible with democracy.
But Pentagon.
But they said that if you just don't use it for stuff that's not compatible with democracy, that's fine. But
the Pentagon should be worried about things outside of our borders, don't you think? That's kind of what they're...
But that's the thing, like we're compatible with democracy.
Remember last week that we found out the Pentagon was shopping for AI that could defeat social media guards against artificial intelligence. So why would you have to tell them that they need to do that when last week we learned they're already doing it? Seems like maybe just want to do a press release about AI because everybody else is doing it. And the FTC has done some things that, shockingly, we can agree with recently. And of course, the corporate entities, not fans of that, so they roll out these hilarious arguments. It's so much fun because it's insane.
Cable companies asked the Fifth Circuit to block the FTC's click to cancel rule. It shouldn't be so easy for people to cancel their stuff.
Included in this was also ad agencies. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And the argument, which, how can you argue against it, right? The argument is basically like, no, we want to talk them out of that, which is exactly what people don't want. Because sometimes, here's a crazy reality, the people who are subcontracted to do that, they're not employees of the company, are paid commission for when you don't cancel. And if they're just the slightest bit dishonest, they might just not let you.
No means no, except when it's a financial transaction.
Yeah, I get an extra $20. If I can get you not to, I'm just going to hang up on you.
Oh, bad. I'm going into a tunnel.
Here in the call center. And the FCC has also made a rule that seems to be pretty popular, or at least they're talking about it. They opened it up to public discourse, and the public weighed in heavily, but so are the corporate people once again.
Ars Technica, please ban data caps, internet users tell the FCC. Yes, data caps do not make sense. And every time this comes up, we always have a lot of apologists in the comments. They're like, oh, it's a finite resource. It is like the coffee analogy. This article takes apart the coffee analogy. You should check that out. It's not like coffee at all, but more importantly, like there's no reason to have a cap. Like the reasonable way that you would deal with from a network congestion standpoint is to tell somebody when they buy a plan, it's like, hey, you're buying a gigabit plan. Once you move past, I don't know, 20 terabytes of downloaded information or whatever, your plan is going to be quality of service throttled to be, 1 megabit, 50 megabit, whatever it is.
They also make the argument, which is insane, saying that, oh, no, because people want plans without data caps or with data caps because they're cheaper. Some people don't use that much internet. Some people don't drink that much coffee.
That is a lie.
So we just give them the cheap one. But the problem is they don't always offer any plan that isn't data capped. And they point out that in the case of, was it Comcast? It's you pay the regular price plus $30 for unlimited, which still throttles, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they still do the network congestion throttling and all that sort of stuff.
It's Comcastic.
It might be different if you were guaranteed a gigabit, but all the ISPs will quickly point out you are not even remotely guaranteed a gigabit. And it's probably something on the internet. But again, all of these ISPs have been caught red-handed lying through their teeth. That's not hyperbole. They literally have been caught lying about things like Netflix, because Netflix is more than happy to pay them to peer in their data centers. They are able to, with a trivial flat cost, completely eliminate all of the network traffic from their network to the internet for Netflix, for all of their customers. But they're not interested in doing that because doing that would eliminate a lot of the congestion that they complain about, which is how they want to charge you money.
It's also true that most, not all, but most community broadband operates without any of that nonsense, and they still manage to make money.
It's weird, isn't it?
Just not, publicly traded money. Just regular profit, which is a waste of everybody's time, right?
Has anybody written a good book on the solution for this that is not like, I mean, it really, all roads lead back to opening up the infrastructure so that companies can compete, or if it is a government mandated monopoly, then it seems like you'd have to have a government mandated maximum amount of profit margin, because otherwise the companies will just get increasingly dishonest to try to steal money from you.
A government mandate to fix the government mandate? I feel like we might get a little lost.
A little circular there, a little infinite loop.
Well, it's going to get circular up in the air because there's going to be a lot more propellers flying things around, and now we have some rules about it.
Air taxis and other electric-powered aircraft cleared for takeoff with final FAA rules. Mostly this is not about electric aircraft or electric air taxis. Mostly this is about package delivery.
VTOLs in general.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how they're powered. They previously were like, well, maybe we'll just do like some piecemeal rules, show us what you got. And they were like, no, this is a new kind of vehicle. So now there's a specialized pilot training that you must go through for your VTOL certifications.
Some of the simulations of this where, they have a package warehouse outside of New York, and then a fleet of medium-sized package delivery drones dropping packages on top of like the corporate high-rises and corporate residential buildings in New York. That isn't like, some of the numbers coming out of that are incredible. Just, we can deliver this many packages, and there's like 2 dudes on the roof, and they're responsible for all the deliveries inside that building on that day, and they just, they meet the drones at 6 a.m. and then everything is done by like 1 p.m. That's incredible.
What happens if you have inclement weather?
You have to wait a day.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm imagining your package would be soaked in transit.
Wait, in transit? Oh, you...
Like, from the warehouse, the drone picks it up and flies it off.
Just put a little shield on there.
A little umbrella over top.
One of Amazon's things is they literally drive a container ship into the harbor, and then the drones take off and deliver them directly to the buildings.
Not on top of the drone, just on top of the package. Like they'll have a little cubby under there
for your package to go in.
We're going to make a lot more thin film plastics to destroy the environment.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, we have a story about that. And
it's multi-use.
Yeah.
And taxes. We're about to enter into the lovely holiday season, and then we will go through the bitter, dark winter. And then as spring begins to bring everything back to life, we will all be robbed by the government. And everybody hates it, and we want it to be easier. Hey, if you're going to rob me, at least make it convenient, right? But certain companies do not want that.
Democrats want the DOJ to prosecute tax prep companies that allegedly shared user data with Meta and Google. And I read the thing that Senator Elizabeth Warren wrote about this, and it's like, Senator, have you been asleep during the last 5 years of data breaches? Like, everything that you're outraged about here has been done by dozens of private companies and leaked on the internet. Far worse egregious violations. And you're just saying, this is a violation of the law. It's like, apparently it's not. Effectively, it's not, because none of these companies, it's incredible.
I wouldn't say she's asleep, but I would say a daily nap might be in the cards. She's an older gal.
But this letter reads like she's genuinely outraged, but the preponderance of the evidence suggests this is a prop.
Are you saying that politicians sometimes feign outrage?
That doesn't sound right.
Either that or the cognitive decline is incredible.
Well, another thing is declining, and that is security at the border. And no one can explain exactly why this is happening.
30% of the cameras in Border Patrol's main surveillance system are broken, memo says. It's like, this is just a backlog of maintenance. But the people that were talking about this were talking about this under condition of anonymity.
Also, I don't understand this part, but the FAA is in charge of those cameras?
That seems interesting.
I don't think that the walls fly, do they? Wouldn't be effective if they did.
You realize there's probably a government contracting hopeful that's working on like a drone swarm thing. Like there probably has been a proposal submitted to whoever's got money for border protections. Like we put this box on top of the thing, and the cameras autonomously look for motion and heat signatures. And if it looks like there's people crossing the border, we'll just dispatch a whole bunch of drones to get a better view of it, and then we'll also call the authorities. Like we're probably only 2 or 3 years away from that. We don't need a border wall. We just need a whole bunch of automated systems keeping an eye on it.
Well, another thing that we need to be keeping an eye on is our companies that represent all of our economy being run into the ground for short-term profits. And remember when they failed a bunch and the government stepped in and was like, no, we can't let that happen. But now they're telling us, oh, these companies are terrible, like they don't fear failure anymore. And that's bad.
The Wall Street Journal's headline is "Crises at Boeing and Intel are a national emergency." But nobody's talking about how good NVIDIA is doing in this article.
For now.
So, don't they have more representation elsewhere?
Well, I mean, this article is kind of making the argument about, if for Boeing, it's like, oh, this is safety and blah, blah, blah. But the argument with Intel is perhaps not as good because the products that do computation have changed from the products that Intel has made historically into the products that NVIDIA makes, which is interesting.
But we invested in them heavily.
As taxpayers?
Yeah.
And yet they're not nationalized. They're still private companies, and they're tanking.
And this one is one that is just over and over. You always see the headline, but nothing ever seems to happen. Now, there have been a couple of times where there were bills put out, and I was like, that sounds pretty good. And then at the last moment, guess what happens?
The U.S. Federal Trade Commission is probing John Deere over customers' right to repair equipment. And I could just go ahead, you don't even need to read this article. I can tell you. It's like the FTC found that John Deere did not act in customers' best interests in 99.9 out of 100 times.
But did nothing. The reason we know about this probe is because there was another company that was involved, had another lawsuit, which revealed this. Been going on since 2021. It's taken them that long. I mean, couldn't you just take a quick look, just a quick overview and be like, oh yeah, this is anti-right to repair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hard.
They've deliberately made it more difficult and more fragile.
I do hope that whatever lawyer spotted that little thing was like, ooh, hope they got really excited. They probably were.
Spit their coffee.
They're like, oh, eureka. They're like in a movie, they took their glasses off. And then it cut to them in a meeting where they're like, we have our evidence.
Well, there's no more evidence needed in this case. It's over. And a surprising winner who, despite their failures of recent past, seem to be trying to turn it around with new alliances and now a court win.
Europe's top court rules for Intel to end its long-running antitrust case. And this is not from a recent time that, Intel has used its position to undermine competitors. No, this is from the last time that AMD was doing a little better than Intel with server CPUs, which was quite a long time ago. This is a $1.1 billion ruling, originally in AMD's favor, that Intel had paid their manufacturing partners to look the other way when selecting, what kind of chips would go into servers. And AMD initially won, and then Intel appealed, and Intel's appeals. And here we are a decade later. This is more than 10 years in the making, almost 15 years in the making.
Which again has got to make it a little awkward when they meet for that alliance meeting next time.
Remember that time you guys paid Dell not to have our CPUs?
I remember it because they just threw out my case.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Maybe you don't want to drink the coffee at that meeting if AMD is hosting.
I love that video of Putin and Xi Jinping, and they toast each other, and neither one of them takes a drink from the cup.
True friendship.
Yeah, it's just like, let's not
they don't want each other's cooties.
Putin should have been like, can I get some honey? This is a little bitter.
He did that with Merkel because Merkel's afraid of dogs, and he's like, look at my giant dog.
Yeah, he brought his giant dogs into a meeting.
Well, one thing that is hotly debated amongst not just governments, but also many people is, when do you give your kid the smartphone? And I don't know, maybe it's a child-by-child basis. You know your kid best. But no, the EU governments more and more are weighing in on this and making rules.
Norway is going to increase the minimum age limit on social media to 15 to protect children. Yeah, that's fine.
That's up from 13. And wasn't there something about some other rules? I think went to 16. So that means none at all, and that'll have to be enforced on the social media end. You know what that means? Age verification, which is the real reason they want all of this. But let's immediately counter that with Wales.
This one was weird.
In Wales, they've gone the opposite direction. In Wales, they're like, no, you know what? We think the smartphone actually enhances the child's education. Go crazy with it. And then you run into this.
Girl with smartphone unable to join in lesson. So in this school, 11-year-old was, the 11-year-olds in her class were using their phones to look up GPS coordinates on Google Earth and try to figure out where a picture was taken. And she didn't have one because her parents were like, I don't know, this might not be good for you.
She did have a phone, a Nokia though.
That's not smart.
Yeah.
So she could not look up what they were looking up.
The school gave her a laptop to compensate.
Yeah, but everybody else is on their phones and you're hauling out your laptop.
Yeah.
You get bullied.
But there's part of me that, like, have we lost our way? Because I remember all the parents at my school threw a shit fit when we were told we had to buy graphing calculators. Can you imagine being told you have to have a smartphone? Like thousands of dollars of investment just to...
Well, you could probably get one. You could probably get like a used one. But still, minimally probably would be like $300, $400.
Yeah, easily.
To get a decent one.
It's more than a TI-80 whatever.
And there's a monthly expense.
Yeah.
So you got that ongoing. That's a weird one. I don't know. I don't think the schools should be on the hook to give all that stuff away, though, because then where does that end?
Yeah.
When do we decide that? It's like, oh, no, I need a laser engraver.
There was nothing more heartbreaking than the smart, underprivileged kid. It's like, here's your laptop, kid. And then his parents are like, yay, drug money.
Yeah, that's something I can go hawk at the...
Not just laptops. Sometimes it was like clothing and toiletries and stuff.
Very disappointing.
We're from a poor area.
Yeah.
And over in the UK, they are not such a poor area, and a lot of people will go there when they are being oppressed elsewhere, and now they want to sue their oppressive countries.
UK-based dissident can sue Saudi Arabia for alleged spyware, court rules. So this guy presented a case like, hey, I've immigrated to the UK legally, and Saudi Arabia is still spying on me and hacking my stuff. And the UK said, well, I guess you could sue him.
Courtesy of NSO software, who's still out there. Now remember, they don't sell it to despotic governments. Ever.
It's compatible with democracy.
And this was not a dissident that Saudi Arabia was interested in. It was, Burma or something? Burma was using the software.
Because they sell it to whoever.
Yeah.
Whoever can pay for it.
That's weird, isn't it? So weird.
And once again, Wales, which is part of the United Kingdom, but allows smartphones everywhere. And yet UK, I don't understand that, right?
I don't understand all the division between the different parts of the UK and like what's part of the kingdom, what's part of the British Isles. Like someone will explain it to me in the comments and I'll forget.
No one does. Not even the royal family. They have no clue.
No clue of what they actually rule.
But somehow they're doing both simultaneously.
UK considers a new smartphone ban for children.
Was this the one where it was like 16?
Yeah.
I kind of got these confused, I'm going to admit. Oh, we're paywalled.
We got paywalled, yeah. But we had a couple stories like this. We have another one, I think, in is it social media, maybe?
This specifically is just in schools. Which, again, goes back to the whole thing, like, does it enhance learning or does it distract?
There was one that, maybe it was this article, where they said there was like a 75% drop in fights after they restricted smartphone use. It's like, that's...
It all started from the reserve ration. It's what eventually turned into the C ration, or U.S. Army Field Ration C, into the variations of the C ration up until 1980. And then there was the U.S. Army Emergency Ration. This thing has 1,492 calories. It weighs 15.4 ounces, or 436 grams. This is the Reserve Ration. That weighs 2 3/4 pounds. It has 3,349 calories, and the average soldier was carrying 2 of these around in his haversack all the time. That's 5.5 pounds. That's quite a bit of weight. It's also a lot of calories. That's a good amount of food. Back in 1897, May of 1897, the first cavalry out of Fort Sill, Oklahoma, tested the first reserve ration. Back then, the hard bread, they were just in paper, cardboard boxes, and, rain would make them, turn to mush. Gas attacks and rats and bugs and whatnot and just getting trampled on, that just isn't going to cut it for World War I conditions. So they were tinned primarily to protect against gas attacks. The haversack ration, this was the original nomenclature. This one's a reproduction. I've only ever seen one in existence, a real one. This, instead of being like a wax-dipped box that can get squashed, and, not super easy to produce actually, mass produce, instead they would just have large portions of coffee, sugar, and salt, and then allot them for the soldier to store in their condiment can. So this would be 1 day's worth of food. No hiss. Doesn't smell bad. Actually smells like nothing, which is great. It's pretty broken up hardtack. That's what it is. Flour and water, no shortening, hardtack. I mean, from the smell of it, there is zero rancidity. That's looking pretty good. Let's get this out onto a tray. Nice. Okay, so let's first start off by getting this out on the tray. Okay, I hate to have that break like that, but it's about the only way. Yeah, this is happening. There we go. That's a really cool piece. I actually like that more. Like that, that's way better. Plus now I can actually get these out. Yeah, there we go. Too cool. This was stored to last indefinitely. I mean, I can easily say, just from the... Some of these had paper on the inside of them. Like they were wrapped in a brown paper. This one's not. If this was any kind of like wet component, like anything with moisture, that would be a no-go. Let's give it the old shake. Oh. See that first one. The last one came out easy. There we go. This is a great piece to just... That one I feel like eating. That's a nice looking one. It's like kind of burnt. That's awesome. But yeah, like you could have a cool little write-up under one of these and say, this is hardtack from World War I. It's a great, wow, look at that one down at the bottom. That's got some real weird honeycomb sort of imprint of where it was at when it baked. This one, and then this one. Oh yeah. So let's make some coffee. Look at that. Freshly ground beans. This is your, like, real standard, by-the-book reserve ration meat. It could be a pound of this or a pound of, you know, roast beef or canned pink salmon. That was very common. And of course, there's no way you could find old corned beef. If you did, it'd be like priceless if it didn't bulge through. There we go. This is just the end of a sock, but this piece of fabric is perfect, I think, for putting some coffee in there. Take some twine. You'd have any fabric you could get. This was one way to do it. That hair, let's get the hair. Instant coffee was also common, and they called it a cup of George. George Washington Coffee Company has no relation with the president, and we're grateful for that stuff because they a lot of times couldn't heat water. Building a fire, any smoke, any of that, it's a big no-no. You get, you know, shelled. There you go. A few grounds, but it's not too bad. That actually looks quite nice. That is now just baked, reformed flour. And it's super hard. I've eaten this kind of thing before, and this is actually in better shape than the old Civil War hardtack. That was unusual, I'll say that. This, how there really isn't much crunch. It just breaks down to like a nothing. Sorry to be gross. Like, just flour. Is there any shortening in that? I'm not sure. If there is, it's so minimal. It's like a very neutral biscuit. Hardtack. Oh yeah. Sunshine biscuits. So burnt almonds. The one that I find most appealing. You know, that nice little bit of, you know, char. Or just, it doesn't smell like anything. It's such a neutral. It's okay. It's a little bit watery. It's really smooth. Okay, this is the kind of thing you have to soak it. You can't dunk it, you have to soak the stuff and see if it floats. You can still see sun on there. It's like sad that's gonna go, you know? I hate even eating the fraction ones. There's something about these that really do. I mean, you know they'll last forever. They'll be great on a shelf. So all of the ones over there that are in good shape. Oh. What a relief. That's the only way you're going to eat them. You gotta soak it. The meat. Just a little bite of meat. Oh yeah. Definitely unappealing. The corned beef is just those poor guys. But you know what? It's really salty. They're sweating a lot, and this is the only protein they're getting. It's gotta be amazing. You probably open up that can and take a bite right out of the top. Yeah, there's no way you can bite into it as is. I mean, this right here, I shouldn't even be just thinking I can just dunk it. Like, oh, okay. Maybe I can. But, oh, that was a nice burnt piece. That was good. I had a little bit of flavor. There's just an ever so slight flavor of wheat. I mean, the wheat flavor is so minimal. This is so bland, which is great. I mean, these things, again, they were built to last. It's perfect for war. You need food that's going to be bland, that's not going to offend, you know, any palate. So instead, they just offend all of them, you know, minorly by being bland, and then lasting forever. That's what you want out of a, you know, a ration. Whoa. That wasn't so bad. The reserve ration was initially tested by the 1st Cavalry out of Fort Sill, Oklahoma, May 1897. It was on Kiowa and Comanche Native reserves. And back then, those reserves were pretty barren. Even if those dudes wanted to forage for food there, they wouldn't have been able to. It's not like they were really super outdoorsy. I mean, they could march, eat the hot meals they were given. They were tough guys, but it's not like they were any kind of like, you know, survivalist types to the point where they could, you know, forage any sort of sustainable amount outside of the rations they're given in this location they were at to test the food. So the only food they had that they could rely on were these, you know, reserve rations they were issued. It was a 10-day training mission. They brought 5 rations per man per day. You know what that means? They gotta split those rations in half, a 50% portion. Back then, the reserve ration was a little bit different. It was 4,100 calories instead of 3,349, so it was a little bit more food. And it was a little bit cooler too. You know, it was 10 ounces of bacon, 16 ounces of hard bread, which back then, the hard bread were in these like cardboard, like paper containers. They didn't protect against gas attacks, bugs, rain, or anything like that. But 16 ounces of hard bread, again, the 10 ounces of bacon, 4 ounces of pea meal, 2 ounces of coffee, 4 grains of saccharin, a half ounce of tobacco, a half ounce of salt, and 2/5 of an ounce of pepper. That was strip. Yeah, this is great. They marched 21 miles per day. They found a 2,050 calorie allotment they were, you know, given per day, the half ration portion. They found it to be sufficient. It worked. The guys, they didn't really lose too much energy, and the average weight loss was only 3 pounds per soldier, you know, on this 10-day mission. That's still more food than like an LRP or something. I mean, the older version having that tobacco and whatnot and bacon instead, but they couldn't supply that in any sort of massive numbers during World War I. It just wasn't feasible. Stuff like this hardly was. If the standard supply lines for ammunition, food, and medical supplies were cut off, typically from artillery or if like a road was flooded out, this is what was used. The U.S. Army emergency ration was taken out of service in 1922. And then in 1937, it was finally replaced by something new, and that is the U.S. Army Field Ration D. And the reserve ration was split into 2 separate meals by the 20s and 30s. And then in 1938, the U.S. Reserve ration, in its final form and version, was in 3 separate meals. And that, 1 year later, turns into the U.S. Army Field Ration Type C. And this is your 16-ounce tall B unit initial like prototype version. First used and tested spring of 1940 and was deemed too large of a portion. It was taken down to 12 ounces. And then a confection added. This right here is what these special rations evolved into. Hard bread, 8 ounces, United States Quartermaster quote. Hardtack dust. Who knows how this is looking? Look at that. Like bugs somehow still got in there. Look at all the insect holes. I'm gonna keep that as is. Alright, let's check out another one. So we're back with a nut.
tried.
He's his. Did you hear that? Felt air rushing into it, too. Nice. Of the sorts. Alright, let's get sat on your trip. Nice. Get good at that first good out. It's a casualty, but you know what? It's kind of like the way it goes. I'm not gonna eat this one. Nice. Not gonna eat this one. Got too much bread. I'm just like that's like the girdle that's kind of a shame. It's part of the display. Dude, it's just the rest of it. That's amazing because it's like seeing a real heart attack almost, but in a can. Contact from metal. Just smells very good. Just a little bit mealy. That's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with it. Tell lady in. Oh, definitely worked up an appetite. Not bad. Canned bacon, that right there. This is cooking in butter. Wow.
You calling for some wheels?
Good.
I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up.
Use? What are those crumbs? I don't trust them. You know? But this you can do.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
Need reinforcements. My stomach's growling. I'm so hungry. I'm ready to have a nice meal. This is the way to do it. You know, that whole stick your hand this way, anything like that. Nothing to worry about. You know, I don't think that's enough hardware in there. I think there needs to be just like one more. This one's like a little messed up. I mean, because there's not breathing. affect the nutritional value. That's the whole thing. I just love it all. There's nothing really all around. Alright, let's let this cook. It needs more cooked. I mean, this thing changed only a few times throughout the 20s and 30s. Trench warfare didn't really change. It was only after the Blitzkrieg combat. They needed better rations. Okay. Look at that. Nice looking meal. The butter absorbs into the hard bread. This is gonna be so. Actually, I think it would be disappointing if I don't put a little bacon. Maybe that's like out of control. Let's just add one piece of bacon. Just for good measure. This is ready. It looks amazing.
You know?
Buttery and sweet. Bacon, 3 pieces of hard bread, and some nicely browned corned beef. Dry. It was awesome though. It was like beef jerky. Wow. This absorbs so much fat, lost a lot of its moisture content because the beef transferred a lot of this moisture over to the hard bread with the butter and it all equalized. And it's like dried up. You know that jerky that's in big containers? You ever seen that before? It tastes so much like. A JB car or Blue Squires Biscuit Company, Sunshine, and those two. A bunch of companies, biscuit factories all throughout America contracted to make these all that. Here, hold on. Look at that beauty. That's one with like a little imperfection there. Yeah, let's get that little part. It'll break off easier. Nope, never mind. Oh. This is easy to eat. It's not even thirst-provoking. There's no salt. Very mild flavor. And it's picked up a bit of the wax paper for flavor. Excuse me, for smell. Sorry. I want to eat this while it's hot. All that butter is totally the way to do it. Unbelievably good. The onion corned beef, they weren't enjoying it like this, most likely. The hard bread absorbs so much butter and flavor, and with the salt and that onion and with that corned beef that's browned, it is like, I mean, you gotta enjoy it. These things are gonna be floating around till the end of time. They pop up pretty often. I've seen like 50 of them in like 5 years, and that's like a minimum number. toffee flavored little sugar cookie. Hmm. 1917, 1918, held up all this time, made an experience. Back in May of 1897, the 1st Cavalry out of Fort Sill, Oklahoma, before their mission and after the training mission where they used this thing, the 40 soldiers pulled on a dynamometer. They got stronger at the end of their mission. They actually pulled a ton more, living off the reserve ration. U.S. Navy emergency ration. Prepared by Thomas Wheatbread Corporation, West 13th Street, New York, New York. Look at that pull tab. It's like a cadet blue, navy blue to the paint. Protect it from corrosion. September 1917 or 1914. A little bit hard to tell. Could be 1912. 17 ounces. Not to be opened except by order of an officer, except in extremity. This one got dented years ago. That's probably why it never got opened and eaten. Somebody just saved it. An 1899 and produced by the American Compressed Food Company out of Passaic, New Jersey. The Standard Emergency Ration, or SER. See? SER. This package contains enough palatable food and drink to sustain one man for one day under all conditions. It has pemmican and sweet tea. It was used in a tropical climate in the Philippines, in the Philippine-American War in 1899. Tab would open at the top here. Just a little denting. You know, these first generation tinned hard breads designed to protect against gas attacks. You figure it's at least, well, after April 1915. That's when your first gas attacks occurred. That's in Belgium, World War I. This, it was packed by National Biscuit Company. It's such a strange one. Why did they have those sharp corners? What if you had to, like, duck and cover, you know? Like, how easy is it to just open like this? Well, can't put it back now. Piece of metal. Yeah, that peeled there. That thing's got the strip there. You could have peeled on that side. That one's harder to pull up. There's two strips that are soldered together. Is it really, like, reliable against gas attack? I doubt it was even, like, protecting, like, barely protecting against water. I thought about maybe opening the pencil one, but you know, it could be the same. Yeah, the biscuit. Bugs got how did they even get in? These soldering jobs are faulty. I can't put barely any sense.
You need something, huh? One of your rides?
Smell.
Let me know.
National Biscuit Company out of New York. Nabisco. Those bugs got in, and
I'll bring it to you. I'll get back to work.
For this hard bread, it must not have tasted too good. I don't know. It's like they got in. And they literally eaten. They're covered in bug debris, like little particles. see. There's no way I'm trying it out. I wonder where the fault point is. Who are the bugs inside the hotel? These are evils. Hey, what's going on, brother? Hello there. Lord. Very strange. They didn't really survive by ignoring it. I mean, usually they could have been a really nice little home for a long time. They could have eaten a lot more. I'm surprised they didn't. Let's see if we can close it back up. A reclosable container. For the most part, at least. I mean, that's pretty cool. Heck, you could like empty it out and put it over a fire and like cook in it. You could probably shave, you know? It's like perfect for shave water or something. The lead solder and everything. It's just, that's probably why you just never see them. A short production run for a failure of a food container, realistically. The standard emergency ration thing had already been used a little bit in the Philippines, and it really wasn't that great. This and the standard emergency ration were both tested together by the 8th Cavalry, November 4th, 1900. It was an intense 5-day training mission with in-shape, tough soldiers that were marching 20 miles per day. They lost on average 2 pounds. That field test proved that the U.S. Army emergency ration was far superior to the standard emergency ration. It was adopted and used for another 22 years. After World War I ended, there were 400,000 surplus reserve rations that ended up getting shipped off to Poland via train, loaded up by German POWs. With 16,000 cases, each case valued at $10 each. The reserve ration. What an experience. Well, anyway, this is Steve 1989. I hope you liked the video, and I'll be coming back at you with something new. Or old. Alright, cool. See ya. Now for that iconic World War II C ration. These are primarily 1945 date of production B units. 24 came to a case along with 24 M units. The M units or meat unit, by 1945, expanded to 10 different menus. As you can see, there are breakfast, dinner, and supper B units. There were 2 different kinds of each. And then 8 accessory packets. They were placed in between the cans, just like this. And they would, I mean, just picture double stacked on each side. Just picture it just like this throughout the case. In 1939 to 1940, the first generation B unit and M unit weighed 16 ounces. There were 9 biscuits in here instead of 6. And then the coffee was 0.36 ounces. It says 0.3, but it was 0.36. It was reduced down to 0.25 ounces. This one was packed January 1940. The key was always placed at the top. This one came off at some point. This is just a little folding stove. And then some fuel tabs. They're period correct. They'll heat 1 meal of sea ration. They were reduced from 16 ounces down to 12 by December 1940. Sea ration B unit breakfast. Save key to open M unit. You'd save your key to open the meat unit because spot welding would burn through this protective coating in the can for the M units, and it would just create an instability for the can. A possible introduction for, bacteria and whatnot. Now, June 1942 is when B unit variation included lemon juice powder and cocoa beverage powder. This is a April 43. This one most likely has a 3-count pack of cigarettes added. And they were added to breakfast and dinner B units March 1943. Now, I have conflicting reports where it was only March 43. And then I've read they were produced up until November. But in June 1942, again, that's when the variation of lemon juice powder and cocoa beverage powder was added. So you would have technically a breakfast, dinner, and supper B unit, which that nomenclature was added in 44, along with making these cans olive drab green, giving them a little bit more camouflage than the golden lacquer here, or even earlier, no lacquer at all. 86,759,000 was the year's requirement for 1945, but only half of those sea rations were procured. So like 43 million sea rations were produced in 45. So that's like 43 million times 3 of these B units that were produced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cans and 1 accessory packet makes up a full ration. And 8 rations came to a case. The variation of B units for the C ration of 1945, 2 breakfast, 2 dinner, 2 supper. They got a 5-digit stamp on the top that you can ID them with. Coffee for both breakfast units. Dinners was lemon and cocoa beverage powder. Supper was cocoa and coffee. This is the 2nd generation C ration accessory packet. The very first one looks almost identical. The first one was packed in 1944 by a Charms company out of Bloomfield, New Jersey. The only difference between it and the one from 1945, packed by Shard Incorporated out of Lansing, Michigan, is that the 1944 one by Charms has water purification tablets. The 1945 packed by Shard, this has salt tabs. That's the only difference. We've already given a 1944 a look. So let's check out the 45 with those 6 B units. We're going to do these 3 B units one at a time on the smaller mess kit tray. Then the next round I'm going to throw them all on the tray with the accessory packet, one big bonanza. Alright, G1, breakfast B unit. All the ones I got had the key pulled off. My guess, they pulled it off for the M unit years ago and then just never opened this one. That's just a good guess at least. Got a key. Lift up that tab. Nice hiss. It smells perfect. I mean, like, just so neutral. Just a light brown paper and like whole grain. It just smells absolutely fresh. 4 sugar cubes. Okay, sweeten it with Domino. Standard. You get 4 of those. And then, look at this. Candy coated peanuts. Oh man, look at that beautiful packaging. Sugar and peanuts. Packed by Griggs, Cooper and Company. Instant coffee feels perfect. And the biscuits, which I'm going to keep in the can for right now. Nice glassine, colored. It's like a dyed glassine. That's really cool looking. Separates the biscuits from the rest. So when they get real crumbly, just like that, which is normal, they smell perfectly fine. That's so astounding. I mean, there's shortening. I mean, butter, milk. There's a little bit, especially in the breakfast ones. These are varying biscuits. And Nescafe. Manufactured by Nestle's Milk Products Incorporated, New York, USA. Packaged by Miles Laboratories Incorporated out of Elkhart, Indiana. A perfect soluble coffee product packet, 5 grams. A 50-50 mixture of soluble coffee and carbohydrates, dextrins. Allowed for proper mixing. Then there are 4 biscuits, which I'm going to keep them in the can for right now. That's looking pretty good. Alright, let's get this out on your tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off with the B unit. The cereal disc. I completely forgot about that. That should be in this at least. I think it's at the bottom. Oh yeah, there we go. Here's your cereal bar. Look at that. Like, no oxidation or discoloration, didn't get any darker over the years. Perfectly stored. It's just incredible. Something like this, once in a lifetime, is how I'm looking at this. I can't wait till I can eat some biscuits. I mean, these are just, look at that one. I mean, it really does look like a cookie, Okay, let's get a piece. Slight metal flavor. Perfect crunch. Just tastes so natural. Minimally processed. You'd pay extra for something like this these days. I need to get some hot water. Alright, the peanuts. Candy-coated peanuts. Look at these. Alright, let's check them out. I'll use this one for precision. Wow. They don't smell like anything. Alright. Look at those. Those are Boston baked beans. Griggs Cooper and Company, St. Paul, Minnesota. That's right. Look at that. These are Boston baked beans. They're small too. Like, these are Spanish peanuts. I've never even had a Spanish peanut. I've only heard about them. They're smaller. It has to be. Look how small they are. Wait. Oh, gotta be careful. Let me get a few to really get the full effect, Look at that. Like a brown, red, like maroon or something. What a way to connect, with the past. These are like Boston baked beans that have a hard shellac that you gotta be careful with your teeth with, but it has a light malt flavor that's not in the ingredients list, but maybe that's from the peanuts? I don't know. I'll turn down just chewing. They're perfectly preserved. That is so delicious. The flavor, such pure candy, a light malt. These really good, dry peanuts with so much flavor, like a perfect peanut flavor. They're like pronounced. Okay. Wow. These are an airy butter biscuit with a light amount of sugar. And they're one of the most delicious biscuits you could ever have. And this, the cellophane, didn't get dark or anything. Wow. Let's save every wrapper. Oh yeah, and I don't think I even looked at this. Compressed and packed by Doughboy Mills Incorporated. New Richmond, Wisconsin. Doughboy Mills, they made K-Rations, manufactured by the Quaker Oats Company, Chicago, USA. Whoa, I got Quaker Oats from like the 40s in a can. Look at this though, yeah. All right. Crumbles easily. Yeah, let's try it light. Wouldn't believe it unless I experienced it, saw it, tasted it firsthand kind of deal. It's not even stale. The milk hasn't oxidized or turned, so it's like an oatmeal cookie. This is your original, like, they still make these pretty much, cornflake cereal bars with the milk in them in Food Packet Survival General Purpose. It's pretty much like the same thing. Perfect. Soluble coffee product. Whoa. Look at it. It is a sight to see. That is cool. To me, at least. I'm using the plastic spoon, metal spoon scrapes. You gotta edit every single scrape out. Okay, I'm gonna let the porridge sit just a little bit. The biscuits. Gosh, this one's in pretty good shape. They don't smell bad at all. Nothing's even stale in this one. I mean, alright, the compressed cereal bar. I mean, okay. It's probably good making a porridge. You gotta be careful on your teeth with that. I'll bet a lot of dudes couldn't eat it dry. It's like, and probably a few others cracked their teeth on that. It's not a big deal. It tastes amazing. It's a great natural flavor. The milk hasn't turned at all. And it has a nice oat flavor. It's just oats compressed with dried milk and sugar. It's very simple. It's a great way to reallocate a biscuit's space. Tastes just slightly odd, you know. I mean, soluble coffee product wasn't the best resemblance of, you know, fresh drip coffee. I mean, no real instant coffee tastes exactly like drip for the most part. I mean, sometimes these days you got some advanced, you know, freeze-dried coffee or something, but, you know, some really nice, like, gourmet kind legitimately, but every instant coffee has its own, you know, neat flair, like its own kind of, I mean, unless it's just terrible coffee. I mean, it could be like South African Rat Pack coffee or something tasting like nothing, but this has this, like, nutty, robust, you say the same words, everything. I realized it just recently, but it's true. Alright, hold up. Let me get a bite of this. Finally dunking it. Oop. Yep. Like any nice, crunchy, airy crunch, shortening, light amount of sugar kind of biscuit you would dunk in coffee, it absorbs it well and tastes great. Just like goes hand in hand. This is looking pretty good. Oh yeah, a little first person view. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, like, gosh, those biscuits taste so good, it's unbelievable. the flavor. There's no stale follow-up. Nothing. Oh, that makes it nice. Look at that, in the end. A little bit cold. Still has hard bits. That's like sweet grits. Oops. I'm just gonna piece of oatmeal on the peanut. Yeah, these peanuts are perfectly preserved. A nice hard back, and has a malt flavor coated in a red dye that is slightly, oxidized over time, I think, or something. There's just a weird red dye. It's not that red. These here, I don't even want to save any. Guess I should though. The only way you can truly connect with the past with a first-hand experience, unless you like go to a place like a monument or something where you find treasure, or like I mentioned before, like a mummy's tomb or something. The soluble coffee was in a 7-gram small cylindrical tin, reduced down from 7 down to 5. Not much of a difference for your cup of coffee. It was too strong before anyway. This tastes better. Totally weak. That broke like glass too. Oh man. Anyway, 7 grams down to 5. Took it out of that tin and put it in a nice, little packet. It was perfect. It was brilliant, and it freed up space. That reducing the biscuits from, 6 down to 4. Allowed that, and then a confection, a compressed cereal disc, and just extra variation, which is awesome. Here, save the rest for display. Those peanuts are rich in flavor. The candy-coated shellac has a nice malt. The red dye is very reassuring. I'm gonna save this. No, I'm not. I'm gonna eat it. That is either BHA and BHT preservative or an oil secretion. I'm not sure which. Either way, it's perfectly normal. I'm feeling so good about this. I think I'm gonna go right over to dinner and stay up late. Here, I'm gonna shamelessly just eat these. It's like the you eat a bag of chips and there's like the crumbs at the bottom. That's what that was just like, pretty much. And, oh yeah, the peanut. I'm not going to eat this peanut. I'm going to save it. But look, red dye. That's what that is. Save that. Alright, let's take it over to that dinner B unit. Okay, and we're back with that dinner B unit. N5. Cocoa. No key. Which, don't know what the story is with that other than maybe it was on the top. Got a nice big key off a corned beef can from the grocery store this time. Let's lift up that tab. You gotta be careful. Those tabs are sharp. Nice little hiss. Wow. That cocoa beverage powder disc. Compressed to fit. Smells fine too. Okay. Wow. Look at those hard candies. Orange and yellow. And you get 5 hard candies. It's like a dark orange, 2 light orange, and then 2 yellow. My guess, 2 butterscotch, 1 orange, 2 lemon. Before we go much further here, let's get this out on your tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off with dumping this out without trying to make too much of a mess. Let's see if we can do it. Alright, 4 biscuits. The biscuits are that salted neutral biscuit type deal. Look at this cookie. National Empress biscuit. There we go. It's a vanilla sandwich cookie. Incredible shape for 74 years old. Doesn't smell that bad. Just a little bit stale and like a canned cookie. The condition of these beans are just the best. The absolute best World War II beans. I mean, for the fact of their actual variation and their condition. It's like the original salted sea ration cracker. Okay, so get this. I actually filmed the part that I'm showing in the second act first, and those biscuits are dry and stale, you know. Well, these are dry. They don't get used to it. But anyway, these are not stale. Sorry for talking. These are preserved. A very neutral, you know, like almost like soda cracker type deal. And breakfast, dinner, supper, by this point, their biscuits vary. I just wish the people that hand these, you know, could see this. Even just one person, I wish, you know, like just to know that their work held up so well. The people behind the development and the ones who canned it retrace an important part of the transition of the sea ration itself into the more varied version, but before they got fruit. Just shortly after the war, 1946, with the E-ration, they were testing that out in canned bread, and then this was where it like really started getting that variation. But it's still like so old school. Okay, cocoa beverage powder. Add the small amount of water and make smooth paste. Stir, adding hot or cold water to fill. Canteen cup half full. Net weight 2 ounces. Made by the makers of Nestle chocolate bars, packed by National Tile Company Compressed Food Division, Anderson, Indiana. Here. There you go. Let's actually try this out on its own. Okay, I just want to try a little bit by itself, because like you really want to be careful with this sort of thing. I mean, I right here, this seems okay. It tastes like it has a grain in it, like a oddly grainy and sweet, very cloudy kind of flavor once it's mixed. Hot chocolate. It's by no means that great at all. It's really not. There we go. Wait. There we go. Here. I guess it is a little bit off. It has that light chlorine flavor to it, and I'm just gonna like probably dip it, you know, not a lot. Because you know, I want to get the full effect. It's just not 100% fresh. National Empress biscuit. I mean, look at this thing. The melon stuff right there. Yeah, that's so cool. How it picks up the
What can
salt
the best
from
mechanic in
biscuit.
LS do for
this
you?
Is either vanilla cream or butterscotch. I think it's just vanilla cream. Okay, let's set that down. Let that sit on my tongue after eating it already, you know, having a bite. And just one more. Hold on one sec. Yeah, I love the salt. It's a very airy and not overly sweet, yet still sweet enough. The center is nice and sweet filling. The vanilla flavor is very sparse and very sparing. All in all, a very good cookie. Definitely a hard candy. What is that? That's like a dull flavor so far. I'm not picking much. Like kind of a salty flavor. There's like a salt in it.
What you need, boss? Some wheels? I can bring.
It's not really like a butterscotch per se. It's just a very simple, weird, sweet and salty hard candy. Very satisfying. I'll definitely give you extra sodium. That's really cool. Yellow. Probably lemon. Brittle cellophane. No big deal. As long as it doesn't get in the cocoa. Oh.
I'll bring it by. I'll get back to it then.
Citrus. A pronounced lemon oil. Okay. Orange. Huh. Like kind of musty, light orange flavor. Oddly enough, at least enjoyable in the
Hey, look out!
Still nice.
Had enough of you.
Look at this, right? Hold on, sorry. Getting all close to the camera. Right,
You
like
piss stain.
the National Empress biscuit. I wonder if they're still.
Oh,
You know, like,
no way.
I'm gonna definitely dunk it in some sketchy hot chocolate. I mean, what's life without a little
Fed
bit
up with your shit.
risk, excitement, you know? It could be riding on a motorcycle or maybe like rock climbing or something. Those are way more dangerous than this, I'll bet. Shouldn't even compare them. That was actually a nice way to do it. We'll use it on the truck. Just do that one bite. Man, it's just so salty. I picked up a lot of the salt from the biscuits. It's like so much of the salt fell off throughout this last 4 years and just ended
What's
up
wrong
like
with her
this.
now?
Man, that's just a nice vanilla cookie. And, you know, salty biscuits. Dry. It's good they were so dry. It's great everything had no real moisture. I mean, just like the lowest moisture content. Brilliant canning process and well stored. For your perfect all-American at the end of the war sea rash.
You calling for some wheels? I'm
You know,
Johnny
too
on the
bad
spot.
that the
I'll hook
soldiers
you up.
didn't get these like earlier in the war because they're so much better than the early units.
Okay, I got stuff to do.
Yeah, it just always has that awful flavor. You'd have to sweeten it more. Well, after I finish these hard candies, I'm going to take it right over that supper unit. Hard candies are just about finished. Let's check out the supper. Pull off that key. Lift that tab. Nice little hiss. Ooh. What are those? They smell pretty nice. What are those, Chocolattos? I think those are Chocolattos. That's a beaut. Oh, can of treasure. Those are unmarked Chocolattos. 4 sugar cubes. Jelly. Oh man. 1.5 ounces net. H.J. Heinz Company, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Wow. Grape jelly, my guess. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, and then soluble coffee product. Oh, it hardened up. Alright, that's no big deal. It absorbed the moisture from the chocolatos, most likely. Or there was just a faultiness to the packaging. And then, oh, really griddly biscuits. So before I go any further, salad and tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by dumping out these biscuits. They smell okay. You know, not amazing, but...
Really known for their love of sports bikes, I know, but the Lost Motorcycle Club has the ones you're after at their East LS clubhouse. Now, those there, you're after the sports bikes, not the choppers. The choppers won't be fast enough to get you away from the cops, and if they were, they wouldn't be able to turn a corner. These bikes use a kinetic energy recovery system. They store the energy you use braking to accelerate later on. You'll burn the cops and save the environment while you're at it. Okay, as always, don't let them know you're breaking in until you want them to know you're breaking in.
Light, sweet, very light, minuscule amount of sugar, not much shortening, oat flavor. It's just, that's not that. H.J. Heinz Company, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for the jelly. That's so cool. Make everyone nervous by fiddling around us with a razor.
There's a bike each. We need all 4 for the job. When you've got them, stash them in the alley for the job.
That looks good. Ooh, color. Still has it. Smelting tower.
Sounds like the Lost are mobilizing their troops. The wrecked bike is no good to us, people. Stay out in front of them.
Container, rubber gasket, the fuse complicated. That's beautiful color. Hold on. Just this is so fascinating. That's good enough. But let's just make sure. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Oops. Let's check this out. I know this is sloppy, but I mean, I could spread it on crackers, but like, who cares? I want to check something. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm glad I didn't eat this one, man. Whoa, that was risky. I mean, you might not think this is too big a deal, but you know what I see here? I see a hole. I see something that could go wrong quick and easy right there. I think that's all you need. I wouldn't doubt it. Like, my good instincts tell me, you know, how long is that gonna last, but isn't that still so cool? You know, let's have a chocolate. Alright. When all else fails, these are probably weird, but who knows? Let's see. Oop. Oh well, it's just paper, you know, it's not a big deal. Still gotta save it. Alright, yeah, that's a chocolate. It's probably like a Tootsie Roll, really old and dry. I mean, I've had them from an MRE from like 08. They're dry. Oh, okay. Like that. You gotta be careful. You know, when things are like that. We'll see how long it takes to soften up, but tastes good so far. It's just a waxy, really hard, waxy Tootsie Roll. Ooh, with stale, old, dry milk.
Are you
like the
kidding
flavors
me?
of the damn shit. Yeah. With like a bunch of musty trench coats. Like non-concrete. Oh. Okay. This is, well, edible, but not power. It was a bit risky in that jelly. I don't know. You tell me what you think. I don't know. I'm a less than elementary amateur on when it comes down to like microbiology. I think it'll be cool to check out some of the mold and stuff. Anyway,
Here for the
let's
magic
take it over
touch.
those 3B units and then the accessory packet.
You have any problems? You bring her back to me.
So let's check out this breakfast unit. G4 coffee. Pull off that key. Lift that tab. Nice hit. It says M&M chocolates, 1.2 ounces. All right, so I first want to apologize for whatever that is back there. That's a scuff that just happened that I can't get off. Here. It smells like whole grain. A little pack. Candy-coated M&M chocolate. And they feel, the candy-coated shellac feels perfect. Oh, I can't believe this. What? I mean, like, M&Ms. I collect M&Ms. The oldest M&Ms I have are from 1951, and then after that, it's 1966. I can't believe they're bloated. Dude, okay. Sugar and milk chocolate are the ingredients. You get 4 sugar cubes, Domino pressed tablets, American Sugar Refining Company. They were first founded in 1891. Sweeten it with Domino. Soluble coffee product. Made by Nescafe, or Nescafe, or some glassine. And the biscuits themselves are really, wow, the top one's a mess. That's a little bit better. I gotta try out a biscuit real quick, sorry. But they actually smell pretty good. Oh yeah, ready to eat cereal, manufactured by the Quaker Oats Company, compressed and packed by Doughboy Mills Incorporated, New Richmond, Wisconsin. Doughboy Mills also packed K rations. I put the biscuits on a little tray for now. They're a bit messy. We're gonna go over to that dinner B unit. Okay. Lifted up that tab. Alright, here goes nothing. There's a nice little hiss. You hear that? It's almost like a little poof. Let's check this out. You get a sugar disc. Great allocation of space, the way they did it. That would have been a biscuit. Look at that. Brack's Delicious Fudge, or Brock's, made by E.G. Brack and Sons. I'm gonna say Brack. Probably Brock. Chicago, Illinois. Net weight, 1 1/8 ounce. That is the coolest thing. Look at this. Lemon juice powder that I think it hardened up. That's alright, because this stuff really never goes bad. For what it is, it's like, it'll oxidize and turn black, and it just dissolves slower. That's it. But lemon juice powder out of Miles Laboratories Incorporated, Elkhart, Indiana. Vitamin C potency, 60 milligrams. A lot of guys didn't like this stuff. It was too sour for them. But that was the only way you'd be getting any vitamin C out in the field back then. 60 milligrams. Add to 2/3 canteen cup of cold water and add sugar and stir. There's glassine. Look at this. Oh, this is true war relic, like treasure. Wow, look at this. I mean, it broke up, but let's try and see if there's anything written on it we can read out. It smells okay. What? I can't believe that. Anytime I ever read about these things, I was like, oh yeah, anytime, if I ever find one of those, you know that's going to be rancid. But I don't think it is. National Empress Biscuit. A little bit of some, like, you know, sediment and other components down at the bottom. Ooh, salty and very stale. Whoa. Okay. Now let's check out that supper. No tea. Look at that. Is immaculate looking. It smells fine. Hey, look at craft caramel. There's no color. It's milk. Dry milk. I am almost certain it's just fine. I'm sorry, I just freaked out. And look, craft caramel. And then the biscuits. Look at that. Cocoa beverage powder. Crumble thoroughly in calm before opening. They compressed it into a disc, and if you end up dropping into the mess stuff just the way it is, it'll never mix. Made by the makers of Nestle's chocolate bars, packed by National Tile Company, Compressed Food Division, Anderson, Indiana. Again, just showing all the different companies and industry that threw down to help out. I mean, everybody was getting see that? Packed by National Tile Company and Nestle. It's like two companies working on that together. It's awesome. And again, it looks to be 5 craft caramels. And it just looks like it's from the 40s. Nice. Ever best place. I'm pretty sure that's Huckleberry Jam. Huckleberry Jam. And it looks perfectly fine. Are you serious? At a Glacier Crandell Company, Chicago, Illinois. 1.5 ounces net. Other than 2 sets of biscuits being missing, you know, we will be re-including them.
Meriwether Security
Consulting. Trade up. But other than that, this is your breakfast, dinner, supper B unit. Contents: compressed cereal, M&Ms, fudge, lemonade, sugar, a bunch of sugar, coffee, a butterscotch cookie, cocoa beverage powder, Everbest
Target
jam,
confirmed.
which I think is, again, Huckleberry Jam, and then 5 caramels. Okay, let's check out the accessory pack. This thing, oh, it reeks. It smells like, and it doesn't smell like rot, it smells like mothballs and like your great-grandmother's perfume. It's horrendous. Oh. So, you can see it is like a craft foil-lined paper. And the foil has like a dye, some kind of like purple dye, and it's delaminating. On the back, notice, mosquito bites cause malaria. If you're in a malaria zone, keep your shirt on and your sleeves rolled down. Use mosquito repellent when
What's up, homie? What you need?
Sunset and sunrise. Let's see if there's an opening. Okay, actually, we'll just do this.
Hey, they won't be expecting that one.
Look at that. It just opened right up. Wow. So you get your single 9-count box of, oh wow, look, Lucky Strikes. The American Tobacco Company Incorporated. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
You're gonna die, bitch!
That shit.
Whoa. Here the salt tablets. Dissolve 2 tablets per canteen of water. Or take 1 tablet with a half cup, preferably during or after eating. That's a beat. Is there anything else? It's empty. Made for the U.S. Army by the maker of the Waldorf. A Scott Tissue. Scott Paper Company, Chester, Pennsylvania. Ooh, it just smells like... That actually kind of smells like bug repellent. Yeah, it's like varying here. It's pretty interesting. Bug repellent. The accessory packet. It's visually astounding. But yeah, again, the smell isn't so great. That's okay, because look, it is like absolutely perfect for display. Peppermint candy coated gum. What's that? Look at that. Beech Nut Packing Company, manufacturer, main offices out of Canajoharie, New York, USA. I probably said that wrong. I always say anything wrong. You see the notice, mosquito bites cause malaria. Same notice in the back, same method. Is this. This is definitely a site. Alright, let's get this guy on the tray. Next, details for sure off depth. Soluble copper.
Show's over, clown!
It's all It's a little something flying out the top. Look. It's a spritzer. You know what? That means it's perfectly fresh, too. Can't go wrong. Let's just slit it from the top. Right along that line. Oh yeah. Check that out. Ooh. Well, look at this.
Operation successful. Meriwether, security you can trust.
I mean, like a vibrant, nice smell. It's like no joke. Most preserves I've ever seen that stuff. I'm gonna skip the sugar. Those Domino sugar cubes, I think they're worth like $5 or $10 a piece now. I mean, maybe more. Who knows? Let's look at these candy-coated M&M chocolates. Net weight 1.2 ounces. Sugar and milk chocolate packed by Griggs Cooper and Company, St. Paul, Minnesota. What are they gonna look like? I mean, I just actually still fine to a degree here. Purple World War II M&Ms. Look at that. They smell fine. It smells like pretty good milk chocolate. I mean, there's bloom and there's shellac. That one looks good. Let's just... Here. Couple of green and purple. This here is the most mesmerizing thing I've ever seen. That's a purple M&M from 45. Sorry, I had to eat a couple and test them out, make sure it's all good. And you know what? They're perfectly preserved. They actually taste better than the bloomed M&Ms that you would find these days. Like just kind of re-solidified and made normal chocolate. Works. Are you serious? Here, I gotta try this one. This is from that sub. Look, all the biscuits are different. It's great. No staleness. This is like weird. Doesn't belong. At least in my opinion, for biscuits. Like, gosh, it's odd. Like a slight pemmican. I don't get that. That's just a very hearty whole grain that's old grain. I don't really. It's not necessarily stale or rancid at all. A bit dry. Sorry for talking about it. Okay, this was from the dinner. Just like the other one. Stale, neutral biscuit. This is like some kind of oat, like malt, with something that has like aged or something over time. It's odd. And this is a delicious, rich, almost buttery, crunchy biscuit. This is the best biscuit unit I've ever had. Let's check out a caramel. Whoa.
100%.
Look at that. Sorry about tearing the wrapper. Oh, that one's pretty good. Look at that. That wrapper I can save for this one repro guy. That'll be great for that dude. Nice. And the caramel itself, that's in great shape. Good. Oh, gotta be careful. I think you might want to like soak that. Here. I'm just gonna stand here for a second and see if it softens up. A delicious, creamy, buttery, caramel flavor. I mean, it tastes very normal. It's just super firm. And I'm gonna drop it in the coffee. Might give a slight caramel note to the coffee itself. You never know. Maybe they're dropping caramels.
Hello, you're through to Meriwether Security Consulting. What can I do for you? One of our aircrafts will be with you shortly. Please throw a flare so the pilot knows where to target.
You'd be getting tired of the same stuff. Even after a week after it happened, this stuff was designed to be eaten for a few days in the field, not, you know, a year typically is what ended up happening. Or at least like a month at a time. Guys would lose weight, you know. Let's check out this Ever Best jam. Alright. Oh, jeez. How does this work? I think I just messed it up. Here, let's get some pliers.
Meriwether, for all your private security needs. How can I help? Goodbye, then.
Whoops. All over those biscuits, which, you know what?
Morse Mutual. We're here to help. I think we can do that.
I doubt it. Let's take a sip of that real quick. Could make some Army mochaccino here if this is good. Here. I got a white spoon, you can really see. That has like a nice color to it. It's like a... I don't know. Here. That tastes fine. Let's look at the lid. That'd be a good start, actually. Sorry about the mess. Definitely flaky there, but...
You need something, huh? One of your rides? Let me know.
You know. Guess it's to be expected, and I also
I'll bring it to you.
Normal. It had a rubber gasket. That was a strange design. That's like plastic or some kind of like ceramic. Alright, I'm gonna set this to the side. I'm gonna try the jam. I think it's fine. It's smooth. That's delicious. Ever Best jam. Actually, it doesn't taste that great. I just grabbed water. And, yeah, it tastes like kind of... I don't understand what that strange kind of dull, metallic follow-up. So let's check out the series. And a sugar there, you see it like glistening. Let's make a porridge. Here we go. We'll stir that in a minute. Okay, and then the Brax delicious fudge. The fudge, I don't understand how that like looks and smells so perfectly fine. It's just, it doesn't give you an ingredients list. I'm gonna peel this off the back. I think it's just like kind of stuck. Is it just pure sugar and chocolate? Here, I'm gonna just take a bite. Wait, oh, can't. Whoa, you definitely, it's like solid. Whoa, what? It just turned into a hockey puck. This thing literally, oh, you can't, I'm glad I didn't just enthusiastically bite in any more than I did here. Oh wow, I'm trying to break it with all my might. I feel like I'll break my wrists. Ooh, this thing's as hard as a rock. Again, I think I'll have to soak it. Oh, that reminds me. I got a different spoon here. It was all jammed up. Let's see here. Ooh, yeah, look at that. There's caramel mixed in with the coffee now. It's gonna be caramel coffee from 1945. Oh, it's softened up. Look. That's the oldest caramel I've ever eaten, too. Let me show you a picture of all the different confections and candies that the U.S. used during World War II. That coffee has a slight, has an accentuated flavor of caramel. Set those up there. Unravel this one with the jam on it. Yeah, I can't believe that jam just blew everywhere like that. It's really something. Actually, let's just soak this one too. Might as well. Okay. Flavored coffee. I mean, like, I'm not too big on caramel lattes or anything like that, but it's pretty good and gourmet for me. Alright, the compressed cereal. You gotta be careful with that. Don't let it sit for just a second. But that's good enough. Okay. That's really crunchy. Very sweet. Different than the rectangular compressed cereal bar. This one's got like a little bit more roughage, a little harder on the teeth, and more sugar, more granular all the way around. This is nice. Okay, let's see here. The biscuits. Let's try out the Ever Best Jam. Again, I think that's huckleberry, but on the biscuit. And I'm smelling like, it smells like perfume now. Because it smells like perfume, isn't it? Like Easter egg here. It smells good. It smells like jelly on a cracker. This is fine. Put it on a biscuit. The jam doesn't taste as weird. Those breakfast biscuits are still good. That's where it's at. And the jam's got a nice texture. It's not too sweet. It loses its sweetness over the years, I've noticed with any jellies or jams. I'm not sure what that is. But I'd like to find out what it biscuits are all edible. Butterscotch cream cookie. Something. How's that fine? We eat a lot of stuff. This tastes like vanilla, like cream cookie, or kind of like a Nutter Butter without the peanut butter. A very sodium, actually. It's very salty. Unless that's picking up salt that like shook off the biscuits, means there's worth of salted biscuits. It could be that. That is delicious. A little bit dry. I mean, it just tastes like a really good, like a salted butter cookie. Yeah, if I had like 5 or 6 of those like on a plate, I'll eat them while watching movies and relax. And if somebody told me they were right after, I'd probably say, nice. And this. I mean, like, it's a nice cluster of delicious looking. I mean, the B unit started getting good in 44, 45. Really, the bloom is minimal.
Morse Mutual, how can I be of service?
The shellac.
I can do that.
Preserved them. There's a slight grain flavor to that milk chocolate. Could be the biscuits. There's nothing marked. They're unmarked. The best of the 3 sit on the same. Drop this in the coffee too. While we let that fudge kind of soften up a little bit more. Okay, let's check out this. Look at that, it melted. It's just pure sugar and chocolate and maybe a rice crisp, or perhaps that's just sugar. You can't chew it, it's hard as a rock. You just drop it in here, and I'm making the most decadent, weird coffee. Caramel, which this is probably fine. Ooh, it's a sweet chocolate caramel coffee. I'm heating up my kettle right now. So, I guess while that's heating up, you know what, that'd be a perfect time to check out the lemonade. Yeah, the jam. Didn't see anything moving under that microscope. You know, no bacteria. Check this out. Oh, yeah.
Merriweather Security Consulting. How can I help?
Actually, looks pretty good. That looks awesome, actually.
Okay, target selected.
Hard lemonade. That's what it's gonna be. That has sour candy. You can eat it just like that. I'm just gonna do the sugar cubes. I got a bunch of these. So. Save the other 2. That might take like maybe about 30 years to fully reconstitute, but it'll be worth the wait. that sip from Everett. That is a sweet oatmeal. That's the way to enjoy it. It's pretty textured and it's nice. I'll bet you could fry this and make some really cool, like, you know, oat pancake type deal. I just feel like those tastes a lot of metal. Took a little break and sat down. It tastes a lot of metal, but I think that's normal actually. All right. I got some more hot water, and let's do the cocoa beverage powder in a glass initially. Let's go over to the coffee, heat the coffee back up, make a nice hearty mochaccino. Sorts of flavors when they in the cocoa business. I thought they like put chlorine in it for water purification purposes. No, that was just like spoiled. This is not spoiled. This is just fine. I mean, it smells like grain and a little bit of like fish food with cocoa, you know, hot chocolate. Oh yeah, it doesn't smell like grain. Like once you rehydrate it, tastes okay. It seems as if there's some kind of like grain added to it. Oh yeah, that's definitely like a cloudy, somewhat stale flavor. It's good enough. Army Mochaccino, 1945. Oh yeah, that's good enough. That's awesome bit in the bottom there. That's all the good stuff. There we go. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that Brax fudge disc in there, and then a caramel. Look at that. This is the most decadent thing I've ever prepared in this mess cup. You know, it's probably been a couple of years since the last time someone's done this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna drink every bit of that. And I've been cutting back on sugar recently, so this is just really fun. Put this up here. Craft caramel. I'm gonna save these 3. Let's first check out the salt tabs. There's just 4 salt tablets in this glass bottle. They smell like perfume. Okay. Lucky Strike cigarettes means fine tobacco. American Tobacco Company. Itself is very floral and sweet. Like velvety, like slight I'm gonna keep that paper. I don't want to do it too. I want to keep this in good shape. sickly, like just very moved tobacco. And it's gonna be strong, I can tell you that right now. Reminds me of the smell of that Chesterfield. Had that nice powder. It seems like tobacco in general just ends up with this very floral smell as it gets old. Not as strong as the smell, which is nice. The fudge caramel army mochaccino. Wow. That's really sweet and rich. It's really good. It doesn't taste like anything old, that's for sure. I mean, the fudge is, it's pure sugar, so it added extra cocoa, sugar, caramel, saturated just in one by itself. It's not even fully dissolved. It really added flavor. Just a lake line. That's just that. That's a nice flavor. It's a really nice flavor. I was expecting nauseating. Chesterfields are strong. Lucky Strikes are strong. This is smooth and not sickly sweet. World War II Lucky Strikes. Caramel fudge on the cheese. Very smooth and very pleasing. Like, it's just a good, non-nauseating in any way, no harshness. Lucky Strikes were your #1 sought-after cigarette, you know, in World War II, from what I read. Everybody liked the Luckies the most. You know, that was nobody liked Raleighs. Chesterfields are strong, they're pretty good. Fleetwoods were pretty weird from what I've read, and I've yet to have one of those. The Fleetwoods are, they're in the 3-packs, and if I happen to come across any more of these strange I'll call them first generation, you know, accessory packets, I might come across them through 3-packs, so it's really nice. This isn't burning 100%, it's kind of firm draw, and it's maintained a nice bold flavor. It didn't just lose its flavor over time, kind of like that can. That was a Chelsea, that's right. Canned Chelsea, that 43B unit. That was a little bit dry, and it was smooth, but it lost some flavor. This has maintained its flavor. Cigarettes, you might not have any appetite. This, chewing gum relieves stress. That's what they put in there. Mental health, relieving stress. Maybe all the confections are easy to eat on the go. All that sugar keep you awake. It seems like these cigarettes really vary from one accessory pack to the next. I think it's climate controlled conditions that really make tobacco age properly. Good for that. Look at the thickness of this, right? Completely caramel. So this is just the sweetest, most flavorful mochaccino of all time. Okay. You know what? This is kind of like the lemonade that just keeps giving. You could just continue to add water. like probably throughout the day. That's some real deal lemonade right there. I'm just gonna put this in the fridge. I'm just gonna get a piece of this. I'm gonna watch a good movie and drink this. That's perfect lemonade. I mean, it's not too strong right now. It's still very tart. Even with just 2 cubes, it's pretty sweet. Fully dissolved, you would need that full disc of sugar. You really would. That's very strong lemonade. It's amazing. And a great palate cleanser. Speaking of which, good old palate cleansing beech nut Beachies. Hooray. Let's see here. Look at that. You get 2 of them. I'm going to save 1. That is incredible. They're beautiful. They haven't discolored at all. Really? Very strong. Perfect gum. Back when gum was real gum. Alright, I'm going to finish up this cookie right here. Break that off. There we go. I really do taste the metal now. I'm really picking up more of that. It's still pretty darn good. So this, one to remember, the Lucky Strikes are okay. I really didn't expect them to be smokable. They smell like, you know, grandma's lair. Anyway, so this was a 1945 hand production C ration unit set. Breakfast, dinner, supper, and an accessory pack. I'm gonna go eat a ton. What an experience. Everything was darn near perfectly preserved, and a real step back in time to see, I wouldn't doubt easily, guys, the Korean War, and potentially even the beginning of Vietnam. I gotcha. A lot of times that's what happens. Use an old stock. Definitely an interesting look at a very, transitional point of the sea rush. This is when they started adding in all the good stuff. Your first gen of it, boy, was it built to last. This was something. Well, anyway, this is Steve 1989. Hope you liked the video. And I'll be coming back at you with something new. Oh. Cool. See you. Nice hits.
Hey everyone, we should be live. We are doing an NV Link live over talking stream today, originally in response to Paul. But before I get further on that, let me know if you can hear us okay. Stream should be coming up momentarily. You should be able to see us at this point. So let me know if you can hear me. If you can, we'll keep going. So this is originally Paul sort of jumped in our last stream where I was working on just okay, cool. People are saying we can hear you. Sound is good. Okay, cool.
Merryweather, because security is a private matter.
So,
what can I do for you?
Here's what happened. We did a live stream about a week ago with a single card, and it ended up being the XC Ultra from EVGA, which is in there now. And so our goal was 7,400 points. We reached the goal, and then Paul, well, technically Paul reached the goal first. He joined our stream.
That shouldn't be a problem.
He tweeted and said something about how, I don't know, he tweeted like a screenshot of it with like RipGN or something like that. And then 30 seconds later, he tweeted and said this was either perfectly timed or very poorly timed because we hit the same, like just passing score at the same time as he hit our target. So now, I think the latest is, unless Paul's updated, I think we were both at 74-35 points for graphics for a single card. And then Jay came out of nowhere, and Jay posted a #1 score on Times by Extreme around the same time we did our NVLink testing. So, can't have that, of course. We already had a Rip LTT stream, and Linus sadly never responded. So, well, he kind of did. He said he tried the 4 GB100 quadrant, it didn't work out so well. So now we gotta go after whoever's left, which is gonna be Jay, because as we all know, and Jay of course knows this, within a matter of a week or weeks, it will be completely impossible for Jay or myself to be #1, probably #2 or #3 on the board, because people who are actually really skilled in overclocking or are Kingpin will take all those spots. So we're gonna take it while we can. Jay had his turn to be #1. I'm gonna take my turn to be #1, and then neither of us will ever have it again until the next launch, because the only way you can really truly compete with people like Kingpin is to have early well, he has early access to it. I guess he's just a nice guy. Kingpin could definitely just take #1 right now. Either way, it'll be a lot of fun. We're gonna try and beat out Jay this time. He's got a pretty high score. It'll be tough to beat him, but I think we can do it. Okay, so let me check on chat. People say they can hear things okay, cool. One person complained about video quality, but
target down.
To me, try changing it manually. Kingpin really is just a nice guy. He is a nice guy actually, and yeah, he's probably just sandbagging and letting us take the race. He's sitting back and laughing at how he can beat those his robot RoboClocker can beat those scores while he sleeps. All right, so. Oh yeah, how much? So some people have referenced to the rap battle that was going on Twitter, where we started. Oh, it started because Paul joined our stream last time. I'll keep talking until we get some more people in chat to join up. And I asked Paul, "Is this a beef? Are we beefing? Paul, how does one beef?" And he and I both did a lot of research, and we realized that the only way to beef is through rap. So we had a Twitter rap battle. And if you missed it, you should go check it out. You can go to twitter.com/gamersnexus, scroll down and you'll find the thread. So there were a lot of Pac and Biggie references in there, some Killshot references, a lot of fun. Jay joined in too. I was nowhere down. No. So we've got 1,100 people in chat here now. I think it's probably about time to show the bench, and we can start doing the clocking. Yes, I know there is fan noise. One person, there's some fan noise, lowers the high quality field. Yes, well, can we show them the bench? I can't do anything about the fan noise, I'm so sorry. This is the best we're gonna be able to do, because this is a pretty hot system once it gets going. So, can we see this okay? Looks like we can see it decently. The closer I get, the worse it'll be on audio, sorry, but I'll walk you through it. And Andrew's just inching the camera closer so we can get a shot of it. Give us a second here. Rap Jesus. All right. Okay, so what we have, give us a shot of it now. What we have is a lot of fans. Here's what I did. So first of all, for this, we didn't do really anything all that special. I wanted to chill the radiator in here. You're gonna hear a lot of noise from this thing. Sorry. I wanted to chill the radiator in this bucket or get like an actual like cooler, like you know, something you take for beer or something like that, and chill it. But we decided we won't do it for this one. Maybe for the next one if we need it. And what we have is a 360 super fat radiator with 3 fans on it. We've got a Sunon fan, which is a maglev fan. This is the original supplier for Corsair's ML fans. I think they still are. So that's 3,000 RPM. We have 2 Corsair ML fans next to it. We've got, it's just whatever I can find really. Noctua 140 up on top of the 2 NV-linked GPUs, and that's exhaust. So we really need that because back here, here's the problem. I need more intake because the hybrid mod, which is what we're using, doesn't have direct cooling on the VRM or anything. Well, it doesn't have a heat sink. And I did try to put some heat sinks on there, but gave up on it because mounting a fan to the back and blasting it through the front cools the left half of the VRM on both these cards. It gets some of the memory. And then this fan here in the front, which is mounted to the bench, pushing air that way, hits the rest of the memory. And so actually, everything with a thermal probe, which at this point is impossible because of the amount of fans. You can use an IR gun at this point. It's okay because there's not really an emissivity issue here. At this point, the memory is cooler than the stock cooler was, even when it's overclocked. So it's like 50 degrees Celsius.